travelers, and welcome to the Astro Carnival Prince Cup Atlantic Tournament. My name is Leah, once again, Windflower Leah, and joined with me here is...
Hello everybody, my name is Josh. You can call me Jay Shua. I'm also known around the Catskill as the Rookie and the Vet. My favorite character is Candace, so it's a little bit tough not seeing her today in this tournament, but with the stakes so high, at this level of the competition, you need to bring your A game. Isn't that right, Leah?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a chance we could see something like Candace Razor, maybe, but here we have our final games of Group C, which is what, Josh and I are going to be casting today. First up, we're going to have our upper bracket final, Ting versus Pilot. And the winner of that best of three is going to promote and meet us in Los Angeles live and make it out of this group. The loser will be knocked down to that lower bracket round final, actually, and face the winner between Runa, Tobio, and Binu. So I feel like we have a very exciting, few matches to watch. These players are the cream of the crop in Group C.
Yeah, and I can't believe that I'm being tossed into the finals matches of upper and lower bracket Group C. This is my first cast, and what a great opportunity here. Let's take a look at the most played action cards, Strategize, Kavarena, and Lieben leading the pack there with, of course, the Lumenstone Adjuvant showing about a ton in this split.
Yeah, I love these. I love these statistics. Honestly, with how everyone has been prioritizing getting as much card draw as possible, I think it makes sense that the top 4 cards here are card draw. And then, of course, if you're bringing any food at all, because a lot of these, combo magic, hyper magic type decks don't really need food, especially with the inclusion of treasure. The food you're going to bring is probably Lotus. We've seen Adeptus played more recently, and even Egg, but... yeah, other than that, unless you're playing a stall deck with that Shudong Chef Mao, you're not really going to bring that much food, so...
Yes. I have seen, again, in the past couple of days and in the past week, we've seen that Egg really come in clutch, especially, again, with those stall decks. We've seen other decks run the meat rolls, macarons as well.
Mickey meat rolls is a popular one.
Yes.
Nice discounts on your normal attacks, yeah.
So even still, we do have favored cards. There are going to be a bunch of different cards, new and old, in the rotation coming together here.
Yeah,
in Group C finals.
And like what I was saying, Strategize being the #1 card, I think makes a lot of sense because, oh wait, here's the decks. What is that? What is this? Okay, so Ting's Mew Manila Wander was banned. Pilot's Bennett Taha Herald Hyper Magic was banned. It looks like we have, we have the Hunt Out treasure deck from Ting, and we have Mona Senora Thunder Manifestation from Pilot.
Okay. This is the first time I'm personally seeing Hu Tao in this group. Is that correct?
Yes. So I'll talk a bit about that in a moment, but so this is the statistics for Pilot. Average number of rounds is 6, of course, because you see the tag there, round 15 enthusiast. He plays a lot of stall. Strongest single strike is 8, which I guess we've had a lot higher in this tournament so far, especially with crab decks, which I'm actually surprised we haven't seen a lot of crab. Crab's kind of fallen out of popularity.
I think the last crab that was played was maybe Ting's, I believe.
But yeah, it looks like Pilot is running with this Mona Thunder Manifestation Senora deck first. So this is the new iteration of Yelan after Yelan underwent some changes, and it's a bit more aggressive in nature. I think the other deck Pilot brought
for sure
is also aggressive. It's it was like Raiden Nahida Linny, so Okay.
Usually we tend to see that rock, paper, scissors match, but maybe we're just getting right into it too. Just very aggressive decks, just pitted against each other in this first match.
Here is Ting's pre-match data. So I love his line here, professional top decker, because Ting is a known high roller. He's also a very aggressive player, which I think was another tag that he brought for himself. But surprisingly, the average number of rounds is at 5, and I do think it's because he's been playing a lot of crab.
Yes. Agreed.
But let's see. Yeah, so Hunt Out is the deck we have here. So this is a deck that's, it's Cookie Shinobu, and you run double rifle reward. And that rifle reward can go on either Yao Yao or Hu Tao, but in this deck, it's going to prioritize going on Hu Tao because basically as your characters take healing or damage, that rifle reward stack is going to build up, and it doesn't have to be the character wielding the weapon, it's just anyone on your team. So basically the spear builds up those points to the burst when you're not even on that character, and so this saves you from going to Hu Tao and doing a bunch of unnecessary things. You can just go over to her, burst, heal up with a bunch of treasure, and manage break points on her, and then burst again very quickly. So yeah, that's kind of how that deck functions. You're just kind of like waiting for the moment for that combo. It's a little bit delayed than traditional combo decks.
Well, here we go into the first match of the morning. Pilot versus Ting.
Pilot versus Ting. Mona Thundering Manifestation Signora versus this Hun Tao deck. It's called Hun Tao because it's Hu Tao with Underwater Treasure Hunt.
This is destiny.
Oh, okay. And again, we've seen this Yao Yao and Cookie core, just the amount of sustain coming out of those two. Will we be able to see Ting weather the storm? Pilot, running the Mona Thundering Manifestation and Signora. What are some key aspects of that particular deck that we should see Pilot, looking to go down that line against the Hun Tao?
So this, by the way, just before I answer that question, there is a QR code on your screen. So if you see it and you want to submit any feedback about us, the stream, the players, the games, whatever, feel free to scan it, whether it's positive or negative. Just tell us your thoughts. But yeah, so Pilot here is always going to be starting Mona. And that's because, Mona has that quick swap passive, and her job is to apply Hydro to Ting's characters. And then normally the line you take, like ideally you go Signora, you skill twice, and then either Thunder Manifestation or Signora can be your damage dealers at that point. But
I see.
This deck here, so in Pilot's deck, the core is actually Thunder Manifestation and Signora, and it used to be paired with Yulan as more of a combo deck because you would get Yulan's burst off. Oh my gosh, Underwater Treasure Hunt already going to the deck for Ting.
So many actions. Ting tossing down the veterans as well onto the Cookie Shinobu.
But yeah, normally you could do a whole lot of damage with normal attacks on Thunder Manifestation Signora with Yulan's burst, but now with the Yulan changes, players are opting to take Mona, which is a bit more of an aggressive line, but there's less Hydro application, so you have to manage those Hydro auras very well. So, but anyway, this round one, Ting playing Underwater Treasure Hunt already on top of Lumenstone, basically a full ramp round. Also equipped Rightful Reward onto Hu Tao.
Yeah, but a nice tickle from the Thundering Manifestation. Hydro app coming from the Mona skill there. But again, we've seen Yao Yao and Cookie Shinobu come back from this very, very easily, even though Yao Yao looks to be in potential lethal range. So much healing, so much sustain out of those two cards individually, as well as the deck. We'll be all right here.
I think that's why Ting played Underwater Treasure Hunt so early, because Ting is looking to sustain against Pilot's very aggressive deck. Pilot's gonna be looking to end the game around round 3 or 4, closer to 3, because this deck that Pilot's playing has a lot of dice generation. Meanwhile, for Ting, it also has dice generation, but it takes time to build all that up. So his goal right now is to just survive.
And surviving the onslaught they will, getting the Sanctifying Ring out with Signora. Doing a nice little 2 damage there.
Oh, Veterans Visage. I think that might be Visage on Cookie Shinobu already. I'm not sure what artifact Ting has on Cookie because he played that round one so quickly.
I think that should be the Veteran's Visage, I believe.
I think it is because when he took self-applied damage from Kuki's skill, it didn't draw him a card. It's not Heart of Kavarina. It was the second proc that drew a card, so I think it is Veteran's Visage.
Ah, yes.
Also, I do believe that artifact in Ting's hand is Emblem of Severed Fate. So this isn't a card seen very often, so I'll just read its effect. After
Yes,
another
please.
character of yours uses an elemental burst, the character to which this is attached gains 1 energy. The damage dealt by the character's elemental burst is increased by 2. So, basically, damage go up, gain energy.
Spectacular. And in terms of, you know, how it's being used, I think it's just perfect for the strategy of Hu Tao, correct? Especially
Yes.
with the rightful weapon there, just being able to generate so much energy, being able to burst potentially even 2 times. Earlier you said in this stream, that's Hu Tao's goal.
Yeah, it's just more energy generation. But you know, Ting not able to sustain Kuki, unfortunately. Kuki does fall to the Thunder Manifestation skill because the Lightning Rod was on her. So, yeah.
And again, you see in the hand of Ting the Kuki Shinobu talent, I believe, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get to see Ting's list for too long, so I'm not sure if he's running an egg. I'm not sure what he sacrificed to put an Emblem of Severed Fate, but it looks like that Kuki talent is going to be tuned to build up Hu Tao's energy here.
But our first treasures of the match being drawn over on Ting's side. Let's see how the die roll here.
He's gonna need to. This is actually really hard for Ting. Ideally you don't want Kuki to die, especially, you know, you have your talent in hand, and Kuki's talent, if you're not familiar with what it does, so it's a revive that refreshes every round. So she gets knocked down below 0 HP, gets revived, and is on 1 health, and then if she can survive until the next round, that effect refreshes, and then if she gets knocked down, she's revived, and etc. etc. So actually, we saw Binzu get off a solo win on Kuki Shinobu just yesterday with that talent.
But right now, with all the eggs in the basket of Hu Tao, Ting could be looking to make a large move here in this round.
Well, we're gonna see Hu Tao's burst, but I wouldn't say it's going to do a ton for him. He does have those 2 treasures, but it's not really possible to swap Yao Yao. If he bursts on Hu Tao, it's gonna attach a lightning rod.
Oh no.
Her. So.
Ting mulling over the options, and I think, again, that thought process just now, Leah, I think is being ran over in Ting's mind 10 times over, because right now Pilot just has all the momentum.
Emblem of Severed Fate replacing the Heart of Kavarina, Fortress of Miracle coming down, and there's Hu Tao's burst.
Wow.
Wait, the Emblem of Severed Fate actually. Oh. So that two damage increase was just like purely enough to take out Thunder Manifestation. I did not calculate those breakpoints, but that is crazy. So now it's up to Mona and Signora to finish this off. I mean, of course, Signora is a very good anchor, and Pilot has a lot of resources at his disposal. I was like staring at his cards before, and he did play so Double Dune into Sea Dispensary into a free Timaeus, and drew out Jet, looks like. What is Sunyata giving us? What is Sunyata giving us?
I can't see that. Is that
City Red Feather fan? You don't play either of them. You don't play either of them. Golden House, this is a free Gilded that's going on to Mona, so we're probably going to see a Mona skill.
Shadows of Fate.
Yes, we are.
And that's going to draw a card for Pilot. Draws another Gilded. Huh. I don't think that's gonna come into play this round. There's no Liar Song in hand.
And because this is the same round that Thundering Manifestation fell, we could potentially see the Ito card come into play. Not terribly sure. Over on Pilot's side.
We could, I guess Pilot could Tune 3 Mona Burst. That is definitely a possibility. And that would be a difficult thing for Ting to play around because Mona's Burst is going to double the next damage dealt. Though, I mean, Mona and Signora don't do a whole lot of damage on their own. I think I would be more concerned about the summons if I were Ting.
Oh yes. Staring down the lingering effects of Thundering Manifestation's ultimate, as well as the Mona skill. The little decoy over there, just smirking away, getting ready to strike during the mid-round.
White Glove and going for a normal attack. I wonder... So... I guess keeping the Omni to play Treasure. The other Treasure.
Oh, I see.
There's Jet. Okay, this does not have enough stacks, unfortunately, for Pilot. Only at 3 stacks, and there's not enough location support cards to replace things, at least for now. But Sunyata is going to give us Catherine.
A peculiar card coming out. Again, Sunyata able to generate, I believe, 2 random support cards, correct?
Yes. So you destroy 1 support card, which gives Jet one of her stacks. You need 6 stacks on Jet, and then you generate 2 random support cards that, like, they don't even have to be in your deck. But there is Mona's Burst, getting ready to deal a lot of damage on the next action, but it's not going to be this round. So here's the issue for Ting. That lightning rod.
I'll take good care of everyone.
That lightning rod is stuck to Hu Tao. So Thunder Manifestation's burst summon is actually going to target Hu Tao and deal. I think it's 5 damage. I think it's.
Oh my.
Maybe it's 2+1 plus another one for electro charge. I'm not sure if the burst summon does 2 or 3 damage, but that breakpoint is really important to watch. We did see a quick swap over to Yao Yao.
And there goes another treasures. 6 boxes into the deck for Ting.
Yep, Underwater Treasure adding into the deck. So I think this is why Ting played the other one so early, because he knows Pilot's deck just outputs so much damage here. And he's trying to survive it. Unfortunately, Cookie did not survive, but yeah, that is exactly 5 damage. That's it. That's actually just it. This is unfortunately a loss for Ting.
Oh. And, you know, again, the Hu Tao coming out with that 10 big damage, but just round 1, round 2, the pressure that Pilot was able to apply onto the setup of Ting just really disrupted any type of, you know, ramp that they were trying to generate, really.
Yeah, that is what you have to deal with, I guess, when you are playing against Thunder Manifestation, because even if you think you have escaped by moving to another character, unfortunately, Thunder Manifestation can target you off field. So that is it for Ting and Pilot. Pilot taking round 1 in this upper bracket finals.
And again, 2 very aggressive decks. Let's look at the highlights over here. Thundering Manifestation being able to take out that Kuki Shinobu so quickly, that was honestly the key player of this match, or excuse me, of this particular first round here.
Yeah, so Pilot wasn't afraid to go to Thunder Manifestation early because he knows that Ting invested so many resources into that round 1 ramp as well. So basically, Pilot was just kind of free to go to Thunder Manifestation, even after, you know, Manifestation was sniped off, had plenty of damage just from the burst summon at that point. Didn't even need the jet, but yeah, so now that Pilot has 1 on this Mona Thunder Manifestation Signora deck, he can only play the Raiden Nihida Linny deck, and Ting can choose either or. Now the problem I foresee for Ting is that that is another very, very, very aggressive deck coming from Pilot. It kind of feels like Pilot is playing Ting's own game.
Yes, two very aggressive decks, and the Raiden instead of I believe Fischl for like a finale sort of variant type of deck. Could you speak to that one a little bit more, if you have any experience with that?
I would have to see the support cards, but I actually don't know why you'd run Raiden there over Nita or Linny unless you want to do something with her burst. It could be very possible you're rushing Raiden burst for some reason, but yeah, it is definitely finale, but yeah, without Fischl, which is kind of interesting. I would personally interpret that as I don't want to say worse iteration of finale, but finale also hasn't seen much play recently, so I think it's gonna have to come down to like how Pilot plays that out. I haven't seen that deck at all this patch. So
and here we go, Pilot with the finale's Raiden variation. We are seeing a very, very similar deck list as of last time. A bunch of artifact cards being able to really generate a lot of die drawing potential, deck drawing, boars, liars over there.
So a lot of magic. It's a magic deck.
Yes.
I wasn't sure if I caught a Jet there. I don't think Jet's there. I think it's just Lieben and Yurzad Timaeus. But here's Ting running back the Huntao. I do believe he's not going to have as much of an issue managing breakpoints if he's not against Thunder Manifestation, but you never know. I think Pilot's deck could be just as fast, if not faster. It's definitely an aggressive deck.
I see. And, one thing to note about the Huntao deck, we were mentioning if there was or wasn't an egg there definitely is an egg. So we could see the revive and then, sustain from a Kuki Shinobu for a prolonged match potentially from Ting, much like their previous match. I believe it was yesterday.
Yeah, so I couldn't highlight this in game one because it didn't really come up, but Kuki and Yao Yao's sustain largely comes from swapping between characters. So also a lot of damage because you basically have instant quicken. Corey and I were joking around, it's like quicken. But with an egg, you could do something like quick swap, healing with Yao Yao burst and Kuki skill, and then treasure. Like basically you can get a character's HP very high after that revive. But here we go. Pilot playing Treasure Seeking Sealy and Raiden's skill, and Ting's playing. Yeah, there's veterans.
Our bond is strong.
Timaeus into free veterans, and of course, Kuki's skill does damage herself, so it procs veterans once.
Yes, the second time, then drawing the card.
Yep, which is going to happen because when Ting swaps, it's going to heal Kuki.
Yep.
And then we're going to draw a card. And it's Stove. Okay, it's a bit early. But it's fine.
Okay.
Interesting. Heart of Kavarina onto Yao Yao. Now the question is, are we going to tune something and skill? I think we do to get the Quicken stacks, right?
I believe so, yes. But again, strategize, the Noel quick swap, Gilded. These are some very, very key cards that Ting is going to have to mull over. Really, do I really want to be giving up these cards early? And well, there goes the Gilded.
Yeah. I can't anticipate that Ting's gonna play that Gilded anytime soon. Oh, there's Rightful Reward! Let's hope it'll treat us right. Actually, oh, I forget exactly how he said it, but I think he said something yesterday that he was gonna earn his rightful reward today. So maybe that was a hint that he was gonna bring Huntao.
Well, we did see glimpses and flashes of the potential of Huntao last game. So I don't believe, Ting is counting out this deck just yet.
Another Tamias. Well, you know, Ting has another Gilded in the deck too if he can manage to draw Tamias again, to draw it out, or just, you know, get it from his deck. So tuning the Gilded's not the end of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Pilot is... I'm trying to figure out what his lines are. I don't know if he is actually going for Ride and Burst, or if we're going to see a swap onto Nita to get the Seed of Skanda out, or... Because I feel like...
Linny, actually.
If you were playing Finale, the normal line would be Official Oz into Nita skill, go next turn, Nita skill again, burst. Or ideally, you could use Gilded round 1 back then, with Yayoi, and Nita burst just round 2 and skill twice already in round 1.
I see. And, you know, on Pilot side, switching over to Linny, two reasons for that I think I'm keen on here. Really protecting that riding, wanting to utilize that burst so you can go from burst to burst right into the Nihita dome. And then Linny having the opportunity to, if you just toss out a skill or any power application, you move away from the Yao with the overload reaction, you know, slightly disrupting Ting's desire to really just, you know, bring out Yao Yao's ult as early as possible.
Well, here's the thing. So I don't think Raiden actually matters too much in Pilot's deck. I feel like I don't know, you could do something with her burst, but I feel like she serves the same purpose as Fischl, where you're just trying to have Electro application. I guess maybe the reason why Pilot's using Raiden, I mean, other than the profile picture matching the theme, is because I guess maybe he wants to use his other dice round 1 to ramp and like really get out this card draw and stuff like this. So it doesn't matter if you don't have that Electro application until the following round. I don't know. It makes it a bit slower than Finale.
And there goes the little Grimalkin cat out now.
As for Ting, so the Rightful Reward did go on Hu Tao. Overloading off Yao Yao doesn't matter as well, I think, because Ting's goal is pretty different. I mean, it would be a lot of damage on the Yao Yao, but I think he's gonna have a much better time managing his breakpoints in this game.
I see. Okay.
So yeah, noticeably, Ting played the underwater treasure hunt, thus the Hun Tao, and already drew true treasure.
With 2 Liar as well. Okay.
I like how Pilot is not going for that overload onto Yao Yao.
Send one.
I mean, then they would be playing right into the hands of the Hu Tao and the Rightful.
Interesting. Ting is managing these elemental auras really well. If you look closely, so Kuki has Pyro, Yao Yao has Electro, and Hu Tao has Dendro. Played a treasure just to swap back from Hu Tao after taking damage from Nihita. But I mean, Hu Tao is going to take another point of damage at the end of turn.
Is that? Oh, there were. Okay, there goes the Gilded generating 2 Dendro die. There goes a 3rd die, and then the all schemes to know coming out of Nihita, getting primed to potentially ult here.
Yeah, Nihita's ult being up, this makes a lot of sense. This is similar lines to Finale. It's a bit slower. But when you use Nihita's burst, it's going to buff any elemental reaction damage coming out of Pilot. And you know, those seeds are going to proc at the end of turn here with overload onto Yao Yao. So actually, Yao Yao is going to be at 1 HP.
Oh!
That is painful.
But again, Hu Tao now primed with the 3 ult points there. We've seen it before. in the previous match how Hu Tao just bursts potentially. I didn't see an emblem in that hand, but you know, could see a one-hit KO onto at least one of the cards potentially this round. Hu Tao now in the active slot.
So, I mean, with Hun Tao, you don't necessarily want to be on Hu Tao. Like, you can be on Hu Tao, but yeah, her burst is ready to go due to that rightful reward. So I guess if you're going to be on Hu Tao, it's now or never. But Raiden's not really the character you want to snipe off.
And especially now that Raiden's already put out her E skill, very much like how Official wants to put out the Oz.
Ooh.
Right.
Playing Stove on round 3, drawing 2 cards. One of them being Egg, which, I mean, that poor Yao Yao might end up needing at some point. I think if you're Ting, you might actually...
Leaving now.
Strategizing. Heart of Verena onto Hu Tao draws this other rightful reward. I think that could be a useful equip onto Yao Yao, but I'm not sure if you go for that now. So, see, the thing is, Ting has one more usage of Kuki's skill up, so when he swaps, it's going to deal electro damage to Raiden. Looks like we're not going to see that, though. It is just going to be a tune of that rightful reward into Hu Tao burst.
And of course, with the Dendro application onto Hu Tao, Linny is up to bat here.
I haven't lost yet burst. This is gonna do a whole lot of damage to Hu Tao, but with those treasures, I think Ting is in an okay spot. The thing, though, is Pilot does have a lot more dice generation in his hand other than these 3 actions. So this is going to be a very crucial round for deciding this game.
Yes, Ting still does have 3 treasures in hand, and again, we talked about this, finding that right opportunity and right time to potentially even switch back onto the Yao Yao, get a little bit more healing, a little bit more sustain. This might be Ting's last opportunity to you know, still maintain a 1-player card control here.
Tao's skill isn't up, so he can't overload Linny off, and even if he did, Hu Tao just died in the heat of burst. I think Ting really needs to think about swapping off here. Now the question is, who do you swap to and what do you do? Especially with that rightful tune, there's no way for Yao Yao to get that second energy at the moment without doing something else. It's just going to be a normal swap to Kuki, though. Those end of turn summons are also going to do so much damage. I really feel like Pilot is just going to win. And you know, this is so interesting because we haven't seen a whole lot of aggressive decks being played in this Group C. It has been a lot of stall, but these are very fast games.
Oh, yes. Yeah, yesterday I was watching, it was Nuvalet against Nuvalet, and matches took a little bit longer than an average match would, but again, like you said, having now Pilot run 2 very aggressive decks playing into, you know, playing Ting's game, really, playing into their strengths, really pressuring a lot of, you know, Ting's ramp, Ting's setup, turn 1, turn 2, and now we're seeing some of that lingering effects moving into the mid game here.
This is not looking good for Ting at all. So Pilot is doing a lot of the dice generation I mentioned before, that magic engine. You know, drawing back that Gilded with Lyre, re-equipping it for free onto Linny, and then has the option to Gamblers and take out Yao Yao. That's exactly what we're gonna see here. Elemental skill more than enough, and saving that burst for the next poor character in line. Has 2 more actions.
Don't tell me they did it
Oh
again.
my goodness, Pilot just in control, piloting right now. And the heads up play, like you said, not using the ultimate and saving it for the opportune moments. Again, Kuki Shinobu with a very healthy 10. That burst.
Here we go. So this is kind of the treasure magic we've been seeing with these decks. You can heal to proc veterans
Our bond is strong.
and basically have a lot of dice generation and card draw. So the next time Kuki's hit, it's gonna draw another card. I think Ting is really looking for her talent. Ooh, that's not what we want to see. But I don't. He doesn't have emblem. He doesn't have emblem of Sever Fate. He can't go for the 10-point burst.
Yeah, that's what we're really looking forward to, the Hu Tao emblem rifle reversal.
I wonder if you still go for it though. I wonder if you still quick swap. I haven't lost yet burst. The only problem is like Ting has to do something this
Okay,
round.
with the liar we get the refresh of the proc there.
Okay, yep, quick swap.
Is it time for me to join you?
And that's gonna heal Kuki, so we're gonna draw another card. What is it gonna be? Is it emblem? No, it's another quick swap.
Okay.
Not what we want to see.
We were really looking forward to that emblem, but now Hu Tao running with 3 ultimate points. Poised for a large overload here.
Playing Boar because he anticipates losing Hu Tao here, even with the heal. You know, Linny does have those 2 stacks of prop surplus, so the damage won't actually be enough from Linny alone, but I think he's trying to figure out what he wants to tune here. What is that 2-cost food in his hand?
Oh, I cannot see that.
Twin Libin, that's never gonna come up. This is gonna overload Nihita -9 actually. That breakpoint is exactly what Ting needed even without emblem. Base 6 +1 from Rightful Reward, +2 from Overload. Yeah, that's 9. So Nihita falls, and now it is solo Linny, but all those summons.
Exactly. Yeah, the Raiden Shogun, you know, down and out early, but still having that, you know, electro summon there could spoil or could pose disaster for Ting heading into the next round.
I feel like Pilot just skills here. I feel like you don't need to do anything fancy. Yeah, you just skill, heal Linny up. Here's the problem. Oh, okay. Egg.
Oh, it was an egg.
This is really good. This is really good. This is going to save Ting. We'll load is to eat up the overload. So that other quick swap is actually really coming in clutch. Yao Yao's gonna fall to the Raiden summon. No more electro application on Pilot's side.
Yes.
And then I think we're gonna see Kuki. Kuki's gonna be left at 1 HP if I remember right. It might be 2 HP.
Wait for my
We've
signal.
talked about Ting's veteranship, just the cold calculations they must have made there to end up with Hu Tao potentially being able to sweep here. You know, again, Linny still does have 8 HP, a sizable mountain to climb.
I don't think Ting is very happy right now. I don't think Ting is very happy right now. No emblem, no Kuki talent. Where is Kuki's talent? He's almost drawn out his entire deck. Where's that Kuki talent?
Stuck at the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be at this point. Where is the Kuki talent? Kuki Shinobu can solo with that talent, but you need it. You need it. What do you do here? Also, he used his Boar, but... Going for normal attack, I think he's just trying to get down Linny's HP because actually, with the treasure and rifle reward stacks, Ting should have that last point of Hu Tao's burst up, and then the swap over to Hu Tao if Pilot chooses to take out Kuki, which he has no other choice, is going to heal Hu Tao and deal Electro.
Take care of the Is it time for me to join you?
All right, is this it? I think this might be it.
Yes.
Play the treasure.
Fire, hands on fire!
Doesn't even need to. Already got the energy point.
Big line! Oh!
Ting coming really in clutch there with that, like knowing that he had that energy point there. So that is how you play this deck with Hun Tao. You have that rightful reward spear onto Hu Tao. She doesn't even need to be the active character building up her energy. She just builds it up naturally by her team taking damage or healing. So, like Ting perfectly calculating that, and now we're 1-1 in this upper bracket final.
Ting had me on the edge of my seat there. I was like, okay, Hu Tao, one attack away from Linny. We had, one ult point away, 2 ult points away. No, just closes up that gap. Masterful play from Ting to even it up. Now, I believe Ting is going to be bringing, what is their last deck, Leah, that they had?
We only saw it for fraction of a second, so I would have to refresh myself on what it was. But so Ting cannot play this Hun Tao deck again and is going to have to face this very aggressive finale variant that Pilot has brought. I'm pretty sure it's something a bit more combo mid-rangey. I think it was that Ishtaha Herald deck, but we're gonna have to see it soon.
I see. Yeah, and in terms of this,
this right here. This is what won Ting the game. The normal attack onto Linny, knowing that he can't swap off here to Hu Tao. Hu Tao is going to be the one that wins it with the burst. Getting that last point of energy between the healing and damage taken on Ting's side from Rifle Ward and going for that burst. But yeah, it is Bennett Ishtaha Herald. So interesting because Pilot also brought this deck, but Ting banned it out. And so, this is a magic variation of Ishtaha Herald that I haven't yet seen. We've seen some with Nouvelet Ishtaha.
Yes, Nouvelet Ishtaha, and then I believe it was Layla for Freeze.
Most likely going to see Bennett's talent being taken in that deck. I know Ting really likes this deck called Fire Station with it, which is a double pyro thunder manifestation. Thus Fire Station. So it's kind of fun. So I think it's very fitting that Ting's last match here is going to be on Bennett. As for Pilot playing that Raiden deck, of course Pilot chose the Raiden profile picture. So it's very fitting to his theme. I just want to reiterate what I was saying earlier too. So, Ting normally plays like aggressive to mid-range type of decks. And Pilot normally likes stall. Like, we've seen him bring Nouvelet stall out. We've seen him actually bring the Rifle Reward Cookie decks with Yao Yao. So, and he's performed very, very well on them. So I think he might have been trying to throw Ting a curveball by, like, basically giving him a piece of his own medicine. Like, you're using these aggressive decks against him and actually performing very well. But here we go. This is our last match of this first set.
Pilot running back the Raiden variation of finale. And again, we saw great glimpses, although, a little bit of mismanagement, but more importantly, just Ting masterful calculations in that second round. What's going to be sort of the matchup here with such an aggressive deck versus the mid combo with the Bennett and I believe Corey yesterday called it the Bennett and Bosses.
So for one thing, I think Pilot doesn't have to worry about getting hit by a 10 HP burst anymore. So that's probably good. Doesn't have to worry about Emblem Severed Fate into, sniping Nita off the face of the earth sort of thing. As we saw, we swapped to Raiden earlier. But I think, Pilot is definitely going to be looking to deal as much damage as he can in the first few rounds. That is his win condition with this deck. And Ting's win condition is similar, but he's more building up to round 3, 4-ish, maybe even. Round 3, though.
Alrighty, the win conditions are set. Here we go into the last bout here of the upper bracket finals. Pilot versus Ting. This
Stay
is
close
it.
and you will live.
the professional top decker Ting, who did not top deck Cookie's talent, against the round 15 enthusiast pilot who did not bring stall. Let's go.
Yeah, while preparing for these two matches, you know, we talked about, you know, Ting's very, you know, calculated plays, you know, and you know, pilot as well in that sense, wanting to bring stall, and now just getting to see just a complete different side of the two. And now that we're two matches in now, this third one coming through, I'll be honest, I've been very, very surprised today. Very, very surprised today. But Ting placing down the adjuvant for first action here.
Ting just kept his entire hand, which is so funny. Wait, did he? Wait, is that Seed Dispensary? He didn't play it to discount Lumen? Okay, so interesting. Ting not playing Seed Dispensary to discount the Lumen because he's not confident he's gonna play enough cards, and like basically, he's not gonna do anything with that extra dice, so he's not dropping this round. No, wait. Just kidding. Just kidding.
And now we have 3 again. With the parametric transform. Wow.
Wait. Is this parametric into Levin? Wait, he actually takes parametric in this.
We thought that Ting was just ready to call it quits turn 1, get ready to, you know, ramp up a little more in turn 2, but now just a plethora of options here with the parametric transformer. Bennett applying the skill, riding with the pyro, and now
I mean, I think this actually makes sense. I guess I spoke too fast earlier. That Covenant play to proc Lumen, both Lumens. I guess Ting's goal was to proc both Lumens, which is why he didn't discount the second one with Seed Dispensary. Which I mean, he calculated the exact number of dice he would need to get another action on Bennett. But he doesn't have Bennett talent. I guess you don't really need Bennett talent, but Bennett talent seals the deal in a lot of ways. So without the talent, it could be rough, but maybe Ting could draw into it with Lumenstone. As for Pilot, Raiden has done what she's needed to, played her skill, took some damage, swapped off, and now it's Nita and Linny's turn. Ooh, yeah,
and moving away from the Bennett that had the Electro application as Daha. As Daha is a very, very peculiar card utilizing actually the elemental application, isn't that correct?
Yeah, I think Aishaha is, like, the swap Aishaha is pretty good here. Because you see that talent in Ting's hand, he's just gonna play it and generate 3 dice. He's gonna stall Pilot out if he can. And I think he wants to try to draw into that Bennett talent, maybe. And he did choose the title Professional Top Decker. But Pilot's line here seems pretty obvious to me. With those 2 Omni, 3 Dendro. We could see a swap over to Linny maybe, but I think you want a double skill on Nita. Also, you know, Lumenstone out, one second Sealy, so 2 actions left to draw 3 cards, and then also Tamias, unfortunately, did not draw into Gilded though. A lot of card draw and some dice generation in Pilot's hand right now. There's a Nita skill. Another skill would spread the seeds, assuming Ting actually stayed on Aisha, would spread the seeds to Bennett and Harold. And he doesn't care, he's just gonna... Aisha talent.
Yeah, so... switching... Oh, excuse me, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, there's a swap onto Linny, we're not gonna see double skill on Nita. Another parametric.
Oh, another parametric.
Ting is doing the definition of waiting out Pilot's dice. So this is the thing with Aisha decks. I feel like this deck that Ting is playing,
won't hold you
I'm
back.
reminded of the strategies you would employ with the Lini Ajdaha deck that could actually get round 2 wins back during the more hyper magic jet phases, because you would just stall out until your opponent ended their turn, which Pilot is about to, and just like basically manage those breakpoints, manage the damage against your characters, and then pop off, because you can do whatever you want with all of those dice, and your opponent cannot respond.
Yep, as we see Pilot running out of die here, utilizing that last skill. Although, yes, Lenny does have his ultimate primed and ready. Bennett does give the thumbs up and has the field active now.
It is Ajdaha's time to shine, though, especially with this Bennett talent. There's Gilded for even more card draw, and yeah, -6 with a crystallized reaction. Ajdaha is not playing around right now. Just a reminder for those of you watching, so these have been very fast games, so it's hard to get these reminders in, but the winner of this match will in fact make it out of Group C. This is the final match of the upper bracket in Group C.
There is no atonement.
But
And as a dog,
this is already it.
a 1-2
This is literally
punch.
already it. Raiden cannot solo finish. That is it.
Before the abyss.
Oh. And the switch to the Herald.
The story is writing itself that Overload is going to send the Herald into Bennett, and Pilot, despite all the cards in his hand, that's the problem with these more aggressive type decks into Magic these days, because you could just wait out all of that damage and then go for it and cripple your opponent. That's exactly what Ting did here.
And we've seen it throughout the entire group. Ting just being able to weave in those masterful calculations, those opportunities, right? Understanding, oh, this is my time to step up. Oh, maybe I need to step back. And Ting ducking, diving and dodging those early jabs.
Let's light it up.
Pilot not being able to generate anything, and Bennett tickling Raiden down to.
See, that's the talent difference.
HP.
He finally drew the talent, but it's too late. If he had talent equipped, then it would have done 5 damage instead of 3. But, Pilot is
With
going to
3 to
do
1,
what he can, but I don't think he has any sort of way to revive Nita or Lini. Raiden cannot solo this, but so much is at stake here. Pilot's going to try his best. Lotus onto Raiden and an Overload burst onto Bennett, but this is going to be it. Ajdaha burst is going to finish this match. Ting has officially made it into the top 8. Congratulations.
Ting, congratulations, yes.
Congratulations to Ting. That, these games went by so fast. It's hard to break them down as they're going by and also talk about what's happening. That's the nature of TCG these days, but Pilot tried to throw this curveball and play such aggressive decks into Ting, but Ting was ready.
Yeah, and especially with that Ajdaha, Bennett, Herald, just masterful weaving in and out of, elemental control, being able to maintain, my goodness.
Bennett burst with Ajdaha skills, 5 damage skills are nothing to scoff at, because those breakpoints are so good. You just do 2 of them and the character is gone, as we saw. The crystallized reaction for another +1. Also, even giving Ajdaha a shield he doesn't need, but Pilot is knocked down to the lower bracket final here. So he will be against the winner between Runa Tobio and Binzu, which we're about to watch next. But congratulations to Ting.
Yes.
We will be seeing you in Los Angeles, Ting, making it with 2 lives to the top 8. Also, that's 1,600 USD for making it in top 8 as well.
Woo! But games aren't over yet. We're moving down to the lower bracket, as you said. Round 3, we have Runa Tobio and Binzu.
So, as for this upcoming match, I don't think I mean, I don't think any of these matches are clear-cut who is going to be winning. I do think Binu is overall favored into this matchup just by sheer match history, like tournament history records. You know, Binu places consistently in the EU Catskills Gathering tournaments and has been playing since Alpha, and actually was our champion of the EU Prince Cup last year. As for Runa, she did make it top 8 in the North American Prince Cup last year, and she has even taken the labels as underdog and dark horse.
Yes, as we've seen here, because Runatopia did actually qualify for this Prince Cup via the wildcard tournament, correct?
Yes, I believe that she qualified through wildcard and not through the series showdown. So for those of you watching at home, if you're maybe a more casual viewer and aren't too familiar with like the hierarchy of tournaments into the Prince Cup, we are in the top 32 between Americas. So that includes Latin America, South America, those regions, and North America, and also EU. So all of these regions have been combined into this top 32. And basically to get here, you had to play either in the Catskills Gathering tournaments, place very highly in the first 2 seasons to get enough circuit points to be invited to the Series Showdown, which are the Prince Cup qualifiers, and then make it out through the Series Showdown to get to the top 32. Or you had to take one of the 8 spots from Wildcard, which was a tournament you could sign up for just a couple weeks ago, actually, like maybe like a month and a half ago. And basically try and qualify with a limited number of spots to this tournament. But Runatopia did qualify through wildcard, and she has placed in top 8 in the previous Prince Cup tournament, that live event in Los Angeles. So we cannot count her out. She's had a very good showing. I think the other tag she chose for herself is actually protagonist.
We've seen a lot of protagonists down in the lower bracket, surprisingly, as far as I'm led to believe.
I mean, so there's this thing as casters have been talking about where it's like the protagonist can't win every match, and you have to like get knocked out and then get back up again and show why you're the protagonist. Why are you here? Why do you deserve to win? And so that could be Runatopia. Wow.
Let's take a look at Binu's pre-match data, average 5 rounds, which, you know, Binu's been running a various amount of decks, so average 5 rounds doesn't, you know, stand too much out to me. But the strongest single strike, 14.
14? I'm trying to remember what that was from. What was he playing to get 14? I am struggling to remember, but according to the graph, that is pretty high because I think it's comparing all the data between other players in Group C. So it's nearly at the tip there. Oh, here is his treasure Nouvelette stall is starting things off with, okay, yeah, this is very expected, I think.
Oh. A few cards that we haven't been able to see today, but we've seen even yesterday to great effect. The Nouvelette stall and pivoting away from, you know, a classical Layla into the Charlotte, actually.
Yes, so I mean, Binu has been bringing Charlotte over Layla, and I think overall Layla is stronger in this deck than Charlotte, but Charlotte, you can't really count her out. She still has really good cryo application with her skill. And so, you know, Binu had, like, it basically gave us a masterclass on stall decks and managing breakpoints just the other day. When he was, it was last week, he was up against Ting, who actually made it out, and he destroyed Ting in that one game. All of his characters lived on 1 HP each. It was crazy, but here's Runatobia's stats.
Wow. 2 heavy hitters. You see Runatobia's strongest single strike, 12.
12, 2 points less than Binu, but honestly, strongest single strikes don't matter too much in this game. They're kind of a fun statistic, but in terms of the statistics here, I would look at that give you the most useful data. I think it's the average number of rounds and also the average number of effective dice is also kind of funny. It's like how lucky you are. But yeah, the average rounds kind of tells you what kinds of decks that these players are bringing, because with aggressive and combo decks, you're trying to end the game in round 3, ideally, sometimes round 4. If you high roll, sometimes round 2. which we've already seen this tournament with Fatui's on, but ooh, wait.
Yes.
Wait.
Oh,
Wait.
is that Yelan? I see.
Yes, also Chongyun's talent, which could be pretty handy here. Leo Resonance. And Treasure. Okay, So
Give me a sec, because I'm trying to make heads and tails of this choice. Whoa!
this is a combo deck. This is definitely a combo deck. We saw Liel, I believe, bring something very similar before
Yes.
with Yelan instead of Xingqiu earlier on in a different group. But Yelan, after her changes, isn't used too much, but I think she's still strong. Her follow-up attacks from, like, if you get her burst off, her burst initially does a lot more damage on hit. But in exchange, they took away 1 point of damage from each of her follow-up attacks with that.
Oh,
So it's
I
one
see.
it's 1 point of hydro application, but I think it lasts for 2 rounds rather than 3 usages like Xingqiu's burst. So
Okay.
to me, Runa Tobio taking this deck with Yelan tells me that she anticipates Binzu bringing Stall, and
Okay.
she's going to try to go for the biggest knockout round ever against Binzu, like one that even someone that manages his breakpoints as well as him cannot survive through it. That's what that tells me.
Okay.
So Binzu's gonna have to figure out a strategy to get around that, and normally that involves threatening Yelan
I see. Okay.
and locking her down
so-
with freeze. Yeah.
Ah, yes, the freeze. Okay. So it's going to be sort of a, cat and mouse chase. Who can get off their stuff first? And can the Yelan really get that ultimate going, and then sort of steamroll from there? Chipping away at the 3 just tanks.
So I think
the Barbara Nouvelette and Charlotte there.
so. One thing I want to point out is that this deck is much slower than the Xingqiu variant, and we saw this be an issue with Liel because I think he was up against much faster decks. But into Stall, I think it's kind of perfect because you have more time to build up that Yelan burst if Binzu lets you. So the key thing for
pleasure is all
Binzu
mine.
Time to pull the trigger.
going into this game is going to be looking for ways to shut out Runatobio's combo setup. And putting Yelan under threat is going to be a big one. The other thing is, so Binzu's win condition, the reason why Binzu's deck list for this Nouvelette stall has performed a bit better than the Shudong Chef Mao variant we've seen over the past few weeks is because it has the double treasure, which you can stack in your hand and you try to offload it all at once. So essentially, Binzu's deck functions like a combo as well. It's just a delayed combo because you're sustaining up until that moment when your opponent has ran out of steam, used all their resources, and then you can just go for it.
I see. How will that fare, especially when, again, although yes, you said earlier, Yelan take a little bit more time to ramp up, but if you're able to snipe down 1 or 2 key members of Binzu's team, it might be game over a little bit earlier than they think.
Nouvelette can solo. I think it's gonna depend on if Nouvelette gets blocked out with freeze. With Chongyun's talent, honestly, that frost field's gonna last longer.
All right. Now, Runatobia putting out the Adjuvant and Lieben first. Just a few of the cards that we've seen classically for ramping first turn.
Actually, so Chongyun's
Quietly now.
Chongyun's talent buffs normal attacks by +1 if it comes from Sword, Claymore, or Polearm wielding characters.
Okay.
So I guess it offsets the difference that comes from the changes to Yelan. It basically makes Yelan the same as what she was before.
Huh. Well, how do you do? And then, again, the veterans going on to Charlotte there with the Opera Epiclase.
I didn't catch what artifacts were put onto Barbara. So
I believe it was the Cavarenas, I believe.
and that's flowing rings on Yolan, I believe. So Binsu's going for ramp here, which I think makes sense. Something that is going to be crucial for him is to manage breakpoints and having more dice and cards at your disposal to do that is going to help him a lot.
A full mulligan of Runa Tobio's side of die, ending up with 3 Cryo, 1 Omni. Not the worst for wear.
Lemon, Ivana, Strat. What are we drawing? Macarons. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yep, and there's a swap to Charlotte, which, I mean, you quit Veterans last round, tells me you're going to swap to Charlotte. Probably, you know, Nuvalet took a bunch of damage at the beginning, but now I think we're just going to see swapping between Charlotte and Barbara.
Eventually, again, Nuvalet is that key factor for Binsu wanting to keep Nuvalet alive.
Wanting to keep Nuvalet alive, indeed, and being okay with taking some damage on him in the start. Because now the damage is going to be offset between Charlotte and Barbara as he builds probably towards Barbara first. But Yolan's burst is almost ready to go, and there's nothing Binsu can do about it. Swap stalling. Swap stalling.
Very riveting gameplay.
So actually it is. Actually it is. It looks like a whole lot of nothing is happening, but this is actually very like a high technical level play. I think stall games have the highest skill floor out of all TCG games, because you have to know when to swap. Like every time you swap, you're using up 1 dice. That is an action you're taking. You're not doing anything against the opposing characters or anything like that. You are swapping to another character and waiting for them to exhaust their resources before you do something yourself.
Yes.
And also trying to offset the damage.
Exactly. And, you know, just even the game within the game itself, it is just mentally taxing to make sure that, you know, you're maintaining those breakpoints, right? You're maintaining the cards and the thresholds that you need, and just each single action just adds and adds and adds upon the mental load that you need to manage.
I think some players would consider it mentally taxing, which is why not everyone plays stall. But when you consider that Binsu's 3 tags he chose for himself are, let's see, it was Captain Slow, Round 15 Enthusiast, and Grinder. I think he rather enjoys playing these stall games. I was calling him the king of stall before when he was up against Ting, and I think he really proved why. I keep referencing that second match, but it was great. But Treasure. I think Runa Tokyo is trying to dice fix a bit. I don't know if playing Treasure... You normally want to save Treasure for later rounds. You're trying to conserve those resources, I think.
And now goes a Sealy down on the field here.
Most likely just ending, yeah.
Yep.
Those 3 dice are going to go to Lieben, so Runa Tokyo is actually just ramping for next round. And this is actually not a bad idea, because she's going to get Yolan's burst off no matter what. And it's going to have 2 round durations starting next round rather than this round. So if she got it off in this round, she would only have next round to pop off, so to speak. But now she's going to have 2 rounds to do that. She can afford... So I think this is why she brought this deck against Binsu, because she knows she can afford to take things slower into Binsu's stall list. Because Binsu's not going to have a lot of damage and put Yolan or any of Runa Tobio's characters under threat for a very long time. So Runa Tobio's goal here is to set up for that round and have everything so that she can totally overwhelm Binsu. And nothing... Like, no managing breakpoints is really going to help him if she just has unlimited dice.
Charges going out to Runa Tobio. Already 2 still in hand, yet one key card. The Chongyun talent card being drawn here from the get-go of this turn. We could see Yelan into Chongyun.
Yeah, that's always the play, even in the Xingqiu variant. So you get the Hydro characters first off, then you go Chongyun skill, and then that Frost Field lasts for 2 rounds as well. And with that Chongyun talent, it's going to buff normal attacks for all these characters except Yelan herself by +1. So basically turning Yelan back into what she was before with that talent card.
Alrighty. Now Binzu.
Now Binzu just has to survive.
Right?
He's just gonna try to survive now at this point.
Present.
Chongyun flipped into the active here.
Macarons on Nuvolette. So yeah, when Nuvolette's hit again by Chongyun's Frost Field, it's gonna heal Nuvolette.
Bow your head.
Binzu's not afraid of taking damage here on Nuvolette because he's just trying to offset the damage overall. So yeah, there's a concept in this game called breakpoints.
Yes.
If you have a skill that deals 3 damage and you heal your character to 4, then it's gonna take 2 actions to take out that character. Like say the character's at 3 HP. That's the perfect breakpoint for the person trying to take you out with the 3 damage skill. But if you heal that character to 4, then it becomes 2 actions, that's 3 more dice that you have to have.
Oof.
So when we talk about breakpoints, that's kind of what we're talking about.
And talking about breakpoints, I don't think we're going to see any breakpoints in the next 1 or 2 turns as Binzu uses the Hydro Resonance card to heal up the Nuvolette and top up Charlotte and Barbara.
That's all you can really do, and I think Binzu playing the double Vana means he knows he's gonna get frozen. Now the question is, can Runa Tobio generate enough dice to actually take out any of Binzu's characters this round? The difference between this deck and the Xingqiu variant is that he has unlimited, for the next 2 rounds at least, he's unlimited normal attacks that are going to be dealing, they're gonna be freezing your character. This round, next round. And Runa Tobio did play both of her treasures, so really, she's just trying to draw out her treasure right now. Binzu, all he can really do is swap stall at the moment. But from Binzu's side, he is thinking about, okay, so how much damage is each normal attack going to do? And who do I swap to get the best spread of damage?
Yes.
He's calculating all of that. So now we swap to Barbara.
I believe we saw it was 4 points of damage, right? And then the die did up to 5.
So it was 4 because it froze.
Ah.
So I think it's 5 damage each attack. No matter what happens. So it's 2 base for normal attack, plus 1 from Chongyun talent, plus another 1 from freeze reaction, plus another 1 from Yelan follow-up. So it's 5 damage total for each attack.
Yep.
So this is actually not good for Binzu at the moment because he used the Hydro Res earlier, which was important at the time, but now he can't. He's no real way to heal to manage those breakpoints at the moment. I think he might actually just have to end on Barbara.
Oh no.
Ooh, Runa Tobio not going for another normal, despite having 1 stack of Minty left. Unless she's playing around Judgment next turn or something. But I don't remember if Binzu ran Judgment in this deck.
I don't believe seeing Judgment in this deck in particular.
It's Stove.
Yes.
Stove. So I'm not sure why we're... Huh. Interesting.
And again, we talked about this. It's not the worst to play conservative because Runa Tobio, you know, at this point is kind of going at their own pace. Binzu not really being able to dictate or really mess with their lines, their flow.
Yeah, but here's the problem. So Runa Tobio is going to run out of steam after this round because Chongqing's Frostfield, I mean, of course, we're probably going to see a refresh on that. But it's going to run out after this turn, assuming she doesn't refresh it. And then Yolan's Burst is also going to run out. She's going to have to build it again. And she's already used a lot of her treasure.
Correct.
She's used her Minty. Now she's using NSC, the Northern Smoked Chicken. This is the last round she really has to pop off before she has to build all that up again with even less resources. And right now, Binzu is actually pretty healthy.
With the Barbara up, couple shields in play, Runa Tobio really needs to take advantage. With the Chongyun ults, many treasures. This is the turn. This is the dictating turn.
This is the dictating turn. So I think there was a board played on Chongyun's side, and we should.
Yes.
A burst is not going to take out Barbara.
Aww.
I don't think you have a burst here. You really want to save that burst for Nuvla even.
Yep. And there it goes. There's the frozen there. Potentially forcing Binzu to get off of the Barbara.
Hydra res first. And I think this is very heads up play. We might actually just see a swap to Nuvla. I don't think Runa Tobio runs, Ooh, Sunyaring the Vana.
Oh? What do we get?
Maripede!
Oh.
Man, we needed that card a little bit earlier, but
A little bit earlier, yeah.
That's gonna start building up, That's gonna start building up stacks every time a character takes damage or is healed. And then once he's at 4 stacks, next round, the stacks are going to contribute to, basically, I forget what it's called. It's like prohibition or something. But it's 1 point, 1 usage of it on the opposing side, and if they play an event card, it's gonna be canceled.
Yes, a mini judgment.
The mini judgment, 1/3 of a judgment. Binzu also already playing Stove, drew up both of his treasures, and I am wondering. So it looks like Binzu is starting to set up for his own pop-off round. I kind of talked about this earlier. It's like a delayed combo.
Yes.
And with those treasure, that's gonna kind of be the goal here.
And with 11 die, we have enough resources to do that and sustain.
Yeah, this round is not going to be the pop-off round. I mean, Nuvolette is probably gonna get frozen here unless Runa goes for the burst, but the burst isn't gonna do enough. Quick swap.
Is there a reason why we haven't seen too much of the Razor? I was about to say why we haven't seen too much of the Razor. Now being moved into the active slot with the chicken now.
Northern Smoked Chickens can be a 2-cost normal. I'm seeing some treasure right now. I mean, this is gonna freeze Nuvolette, so it looks like we're not even gonna use that Chongyun Burst. However, Runa Tobio is sitting on the other quick swap, and Binzu. I mean, these players are definitely keeping note of what has been used and what's still left. So Binzu's gonna have to play around that quick swap.
A strategize coming out of Runa Tobio and the Zhongli. I believe that's the Li Ye sort of not Resonance card, but yeah, well, it's been a while since I've seen that Zhongli card.
Smile.
What does it particularly do again, if you could remind me?
So it's gonna take 3 any dice you have. You know, it says 3 unaligned.
Okay.
And then just chucks them back at you at the beginning of next round, but it's Omni.
Oh.
So it's kind of like a Liban, but without the card draw. I believe it doesn't have any card draw. So it's Leeway Resonance. You need 2 Leeway characters in your deck in order to play it. So you have you have Yolan and Chongyun. It's not a card that's commonly taken, but I think if you have really, really bad dice, it is a way to fix your dice and also ramp for next round.
Gotcha.
If it's totally unusable, like, what are you gonna do with it?
But seeing right now, I think Runatopio's die is pretty good. I mean, we have 4 Omni die here, 4 Omni die each.
So here, Binzu's plan is coming into action. He finally drew the first of his treasure, having played both of them in his deck. And right now, he's just gonna try to survive again. He has a ton of resources to do that, but it's gonna be pretty difficult to manage those breakpoints, especially with Razor Burst coming out soon. So, NSC's over. So Runatopio's normals on Razor are gonna be 3 dice each. Runa is on 4 dice total. You could Razor Burst for the extra damage. Ooh, this is bold.
But again, we talked about this. This is Runatopio's turn to really press the advantage, right? So it wouldn't be a stretch to really see Runatopio take that leap with the Razor Burst, and seeing how Nouvelette is in the active right now, could be poised to potentially take it out.
This is really bold, because I think Binzu knows that so if Runatopio goes for the normal here, then that takes out Nouvelette. However, you can still solo in on Charlotte Barbara, actually. Because by this point, Runatopio is going to be out of resources. She's exhausting everything for this round. So Runatopio has to choose between going for Razor Burst and going for a regular normal here to snipe Nouvelette. And with the Gamblers, I think it's going to be just a normal. I think Binzu's like, if she has it, she has it, and just swaps Nouvelette. 2 more treasure. 7. So she's gonna be down to 4. Plus 2. Yeah, so
yeah, that's 4 more actions.
This is gonna offset Razor's damage overall, because she did not go for the burst. She took out Nouvelette. And now we're going Charlotte. Now the question is, do we treasure?
I believe yes.
We are treasuring. So with this, we're gonna draw another card if we treasure again. But Binzu needs to go up to. Binzu needs way more treasure to meet that breakpoint.
Especially with their characters frozen, you can't use your skills and proc those heals.
Okay, yeah. So let's swap to Barbara. Managing breakpoints. There's Razor's Burst, finally, but it is a bit delayed, and we are running out of that Chongyun Frost Field and Yelan Burst next turn. Binzu is calculating all of this, but the next normal is going to do 2 plus 1 plus. So you have the follow-up. No, that's it. That's actually it. That's it. No, there's nothing Binzu can do here. And this is what Binzu was trying to delay by swapping Nouvelette. There was like a moment where if she has it, she has it. But wow, Tula equip onto Barbara. That's not going to protect her. The 2 treasure and the normal is going to be plenty to take out Barbara here. And the first round of this lower bracket round 3 goes to Runatopio.
Yes. And, during the last 5 minutes, we were just talking up a storm, being like, oh, this could happen, and Runatopio really mulling it over, and hey, this is my time to shine. I really think that if I take the couple extra seconds, look over these calculations, I think I could take all of them out in one fell swoop.
Yep, and so I mean, I was talking about this at the beginning of the match, right? So Runatopio's deck would not go well into something more aggressive in nature. You are just never going to get Yelan Burst off. You're never going to build up to that round where you offload everything and overwhelm your opponent, because they're going to overwhelm you first. When you're up against Stall, this is perfectly capturing the meta triangle. Combo beats Stall, Stall beats aggro, aggro beats combo.
Yes.
Normally, as a rule of thumb, it's not a hard rule.
Yes, and we talked about this earlier. The Yelan pick actually really pays off here because of just the continual extra damage that she provides over the Shincho.
Yeah, and I mean, Binu trying to delay that Razor burst because he knows that if she bursts, it's game over. But she had everything she needed at that point. She built up to that, and she earned that win. So Runatobio is now. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Runatobio now with 1 point on the board, having to now go off of that Yelan Chongyun Razor combo and moving into their Layla Ajdaha and Nuvalet deck.
Yeah, so that's also a combo deck, and this is kind of what I was predicting. Runatobio has been playing a lot of decks that are like combo magic, magic-y, hyper magic in nature that have a whole lot of dice generation, and that Nuvalet Ajdaha deck is another one. It's going to function very similarly to the Bennett variation we saw, but I mean, it has that freeze instead of Bennett and his talents. So I think it still pairs well into stall. Binu noticeably banned out her Kuki Yao Yao deck, which is the more stally mid-rangey deck, but I mean, I guess it still has an edge against his decks. They're all pretty bad into what he brought, but he's gonna run it back again.
Yes.
He has to win on this deck at least once.
And unfortunately, again, yeah, Binu, we weren't able to see the delayed ramp that we sort of desired, in that previous round, in that previous bout. Against this, again, another variation of a combos with Layla. And the freeze, could we see a little bit more success from this deck versus it going against the Yelan combo?
I think so. I think the Yelan combo deck is specifically built around targeting stall. Just kind of reiterating what we've been saying already. Like it's slower to build up to that turn, but it has more power once you do build up to it. So against stall, you have time to do that. But this deck is honestly more mid-range, I want to say. It doesn't pack as much of a punch as the Yelan Chongyun Razor deck that we just saw. So I think there is very much a possibility for Binu to survive here and pull off a win on both the decks he brought. I think, honestly, I feel like he just expected, like, the deck he figures he doesn't want to face is the Kuki Yao Yao deck that's with Treasure that Runatobio brought, and he knows he's just playing into combo in Magic otherwise, so it's kind of similar goals against both of these decks.
Gotcha. And Runatobio piloting that previous combo deck very, very well. We kind of mentioned this a little bit earlier, but Runatobio qualifying through the wildcard event versus the conventional challengers. What's been the most impressive thing about Runatobio and how she's been able to navigate her way through the group?
Well, I think she got knocked down to the lower bracket fairly early, so she's had to play like a whole ton of matches. Looking at the bracket, so she initially lost to Ting, was knocked down to lower bracket versus Calamon, and is now up against Binu. No, she was knocked down first against UPI, so she beat UPI, beat Calamon, and is now against Binu after first losing to Ting. So she is truly living up to her protagonist title. Getting knocked down once and crawling her way back up to the top after taking that valuable lesson.
And here we go with the first die rolls of round number 2. Starting with the Layla here. Pretty conventional as we want to get up some, extra shields. Potentially Layla burst here early. It's a nice, quick, easy sustain.
Full ramp. That is what Binu is doing. To Maze draws, I I think it was veterans, can play it for free, equipped to full tenacity, the Millith. Very expensive.
Yes.
So, I mean, on Runatobio's side, already has Tulitula. I wonder if we're gonna see Tulitula to Maya's Leben pass on Runa's side, or maybe Layla's skill to Maya's Leben pass. Just ramp. We're just ramping.
Ramping. Ramping.
The veteran's visage going on to Nouvelette, and so if he does get hit, that's gonna be another dice. And those Vanarana are gonna take 2 dice each, and keep them and then chuck them back out to you unchanged to the start of next round.
Exacto. Leben coming out on the side of Runatobio here. Double Lebens. Double Afros.
That was an option. I consider that option. I guess you don't equip Tulitula just yet. I mean, you can, but this is probably better. If you're gonna play Leben, it's gonna be in the first couple rounds. Otherwise, you really don't want to be playing Leben later on.
Exactly.
Leben's a form of ramp. It's gonna take 3 dice that are different elements, and then give you 2 Omni at the start of next round and 2 cards. So Runatobia is gonna have 4 Omni, 4 cards, on top of what she already gets.
Instead, electing to save the Gilded for later turns, being able to generate die in those later turns, and not proccing the veterans. Honestly, I really like this play, this heads-up play from Runatobio to stay a little bit more conservative, play the Lebens, and go a little bit more neutral versus allowing Binzu to get a few more extra resources.
When your opponent ramps, you gotta ramp in response normally, and I mean with this deck, both decks are trying to prepare for later rounds. It's just Binzu is playing definitely a stall deck, and he's preparing for like later rounds. Meanwhile, Runatobio is trying to go off on round 3.
Gotcha.
My guiding stars.
And what are we seeing out of the cards of Runatobio? We pretty much almost have a full hand with 9 cards here versus Binzu's, little shy 3 there.
Tremble and
Yeah, Binzu doesn't have much card draw. That is the nature of stall at times. Veteran's Visage will be drawing cards with that second proc, but it's very slow in comparison to Runatobio, because Runatobio is running Magic. So Magic needs a lot of card draw and dice generation. So, I mean, Runatobio has a shot talent, which we just saw used, and basically just gives you 3 dice according to the elements of your characters, and then passes the turn over to your opponent. So it's just stalling and waiting. It's like swap stalling.
No, that's exactly it. And I mean, as Daha and the rest of the squad, and no, really everybody with 10 HP, nobody's in lethal range at all at the moment. Can really
probably
just
not.
wait it out.
Probably not for a while, honestly. Runatobio knows how she has to play these matches, and she can't afford to use all of her resources, like spreading damage out over turns. It has to be all at once to overwhelm the stall. Like, it has to be a true OTK 1-turn kill, or at least you have to cripple your opponent significantly in one round.
Inviting me to join.
So, I think Runatobio's goal right now is to basically swap stall until Binzu stops swap stalling, and then she'll do something. Golden House.
Finding those cracks is going to be very, very thin. But yes, the Golden House. Tulatula's.
Tulitula, interesting. So, Golden House for Tulitula. Only 2 cost, and there's the skill, giving Nouvelette Source Water Droplets, bringing Layla's shield stacks up to 2. Starry Night. So, I mean, Runatobio with Tamiya's 3 stacks is sitting on a free Gilded, as well as 2 Liars to draw the Gilded back and play them again. So,
but is that a turn 2 or turn 3?
I don't think he'd do it this turn, but she has the option to. Okay, wait, never mind.
Talking about finding opportunities, Nouvelette sliding the Gilded into the artifact slot, generating 2 Hydro die. how many actions do we have here, actually?
So this is not a
Try
charge
5 die.
attack. This is not a charge attack. So with Dually Tool, it's not gonna discount it, but it will be a prepared skill, and there's nothing really Binzu can do to shut that out right now. But I don't know how much Binzu cares about. Nuvolite is not in a pop off round right now. He's just getting damage out. And Binzu's kind of taking advantage of it by going to these characters that have artifacts equipped and letting their effects proc as they're hit. So for example, Veteran's Visage on Nuvolette gives him an extra dice to swap around. It's basically a free swap to Charlotte.
Correctamundo. And again, with those 5 extra die and the 2 Varnarana on the field, can elect to just hang on to those for the next round.
Yes, but yeah, this is definitely gonna be a skill from Charlotte, because that, if you see the status at the bottom of Nuvolette's character card, there's cryo, 2 stacks of cryo things, right? So it's gonna do 1 point of cryo damage and apply cryo aura to Nuvolette, and now Nuvolette's gonna be frozen next round too, not just this round.
Oh, wait. Oh.
So this is the difference between Charlotte and Layla. Layla uses her skill, and if you look underneath Runatobio's Nuvolette,
Yes.
You see the Layla shield stacks at 3, right? So when that hits 4, it's gonna apply 1 point of cryo damage, and it builds up by 1 with each skill coming out of Runatobio's characters. Unless it's Layla's skill, then it's gonna stack way faster. But so Runatobio also has a freeze of her own coming up, but the frequencies of freezes are way different coming out of these different decks, because Layla's freeze is a bit slower, while Charlotte is constantly applying that cryo, even if she's not the active character. She gets a skill on you, you're gonna have that cryo for the next 2 rounds.
Oh, I see.
Liar Song to draw back that Gilded from Nuvolette, and oh man, Runatobio's dice are looking like the rainbow, unfortunately.
But again, having abilities with to move back and forth with the Gilded shouldn't pose that much of an issue.
Well, already used the Gilded once, used 1 Liar Song already, drawing into Treasure, but the Treasure isn't really going to give you the dice you want, so you might actually... So it's really funny. Treasure gives you random elements. It doesn't give you Omni. So there's a chance if you're looking for Hydro, that's 1 out of 7 chance to get Hydro. So you might have to tune your Treasure instead of playing it, which really sucks because you want the extra dice. Ooh. 2 points of energy towards that Barbara burst. Also, Barbara's talent is out, so it's actually free swap away from her.
Wow. Again, Binzu, being able to weave in and out of the Charlotte. A little bit of Nuvolette and Barbara, more importantly, now getting poised again, yes, like you said, for that ultimate. Azdaha now up to bat. What can we see from him?
Skill, Crystallize, that's what he does. I mean, so he's not going to do as much damage as he did in the Bennett game, because Bennett Burst was giving him 2 points of damage every skill, so his skills only do 3 damage. But the Crystallize can definitely come in handy with Sustain, but against Binzu's deck, you don't really need the Sustain, honestly. So, I mean, all Runatobi can really do is build up the Aisha's Burst before an Aisha. But, I mean, there's only 1 Geo dice left.
Yeah. You said we might be having to tune here, which is definitely not something Runatobio would... it's definitely not a favorable option here.
Runatobi already used both of her Liars, so she's, like, pretty much running out of steam. Especially if her dice rolls end up like this later on into the match, because that's really where stall gets you. When you have no cards left and your dice are not usable, You can't fix them. You can't tune anything, and so you just have to like float 6 or something. It's so painful, actually.
Eee.
So I mean that's what Binzu's waiting for, and he's just gonna try to survive until Runatobio runs out of that steam, and he's no longer reacting to Runatobio. Runatobio is then reacting to him.
Yes. I think Binzu's actually picking that up because, you know, again, in the past few actions, Runatobio has been a lot more passive than you would think out of this sort of deck.
There's Judgment. I don't know if we see a play this round. I feel like it's a bit late to play it now. I don't think we play it now.
Normal.
I mean, what do you could play like Lumenstone,
My mind is completely
Double Treasure.
blank. I need to get out and unwind.
Nah, because then what's your third card that you play? War? You waste a boar?
Waste a boar.
I think Runatobio is just swap stalling right now. Those dice are just so unfortunate. You really want to be trying to dish out that damage. Now Barbara is gonna have her burst up.
And a very healthy 7 die too.
You dare overstep your mortal authority?
Taking a look over at Binzu's card side, a couple artifacts. We still do have the stove.
Literally just swap stalling, and of course, you know, Veteran's Visage is on Nouvelette right now, so Runatobio whacks Nouvelette. It only benefits Binzu. Even though his health goes down, Barbara is building up to that burst. There's the normal attack. Now, the unfortunate thing is that there's no way Barbara burst is going to happen this round because of the dice. There's no way for Binzu to generate another dice here.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Might be just Tula equip. What's macarons?
Ooh.
Just ending? Could just be an end.
Yeah, and then you take the 4 die into the next round with the Bonarana, yeah.
I think Binzu really wants to turn Prio. Ooh, wait, Veteran's Visage onto Charlotte. This tells me we might actually see like a Tenacity of the Millith equip, or
I see.
Really? Okay,
And in
so
the
we're
round?
gonna have 1 extra dice, but that's fine. That's fine, I guess. Floating
the
one.
skill exhausting itself, yeah. Ooh, 2 Adjuvants.
Well, so it's a bit late to be playing Lumenstone.
Yeah. I feel like Runatobio, she definitely wanted that coming in maybe like turn 1, turn 2. Not now.
Yeah, you normally want to play Lumenstone earlier, and also Runatobio's dice are a lot better this time, but it's honestly pretty late in the game to be doing a whole lot. There's a possibility that she's gonna have a really big turn this time, but yeah, the question is, does Runatobio go for the burst here and threaten Barbara before she can get her burst off? But then Binzu is just kind of free to swap to Nouvelette.
Yeah, I mean, they're so healthy, like... Runatobio is just trying to find that line. How can I get potentially both of them into lethal range?
Well, that's not going to happen. Nothing Ace Shot can do here on his own is going to put Barbara under threat. Binzu will just swap away. It might even be a quick swap to freeze with Charlotte. I'm honestly surprised Binzu didn't already do that, but I think he might be saving that quick swap for something more extreme than this. And quick swap is a very, very valuable resource here. So ideally, Binzu can build up the Barbara burst, and then it's like the past few rounds just never happened, but there's the Judgment coming out of Runatobio, so that's going to block 3 event cards from Binzu.
Okay. I mean, not terribly much that Binzu really needed to be played from their hand at this time. So, you know, Binzu's not too really pressed about that.
There is the burst from Ishtaha, eating through those shield points, and only doing -3 onto Barbara. Honestly, I feel like Binzu is pretty happy right now because Ishtaha is not very threatening. Maybe to Charlotte he is, but Binzu's free to swap onto Nuvla here.
Okay.
And the only thing is
again, that... No, please go ahead.
And any action here, assuming it's not... If it's not geo damage, it's gonna freeze Nuvla.
Ah, okay. But time slowly ticking. Yeah, Adjuvan comes out now only with 2 die, but the treasures. We've seen treasures turn around situations very, very quickly.
This is so not good for Runatobio. This is so very not good for Runatobio. So these 3 treasures are definitely gonna proc both Lumen Stones.
The pleasure is all mine.
This is so not good for Runatobio. You just freeze here.
Exacto.
You just skill.
Oh no. Would Layla have been the better swap there?
I honestly think both of those Lumen Stones are not going to do anything for Runatobio. I think Binzu just has so many resources right now. This is gonna be the round that tips the balance. Because after this round, Runatobio has used a lot of her treasure. She's used both Lyre Songs, a lot of her magic. She's exhausted so many things. I don't know how much those Lumen Stone are going to help her in future rounds. You know what? Binzu has survived. He's done the first thing he needs to do, which is survive. Now he can just sit here and do whatever he wants. Like, genuinely, he's just building Source Water Droplets. He doesn't need to play any event cards. He's just chilling.
Oh, and Runatobio right now, although yes, a sitting duck, but yeah, really tough position. Treasures coming out here. Golden House.
Golden House, it's not going to help. You have already used your magic. I guess maybe there might be a second gilded that we could draw into. And Tamias would make it free with Boar, but that's not going to happen this round. Yeah, there's nothing Runatobio can do other than swap stall, but honestly...
Let's go for a walk then.
Honestly, this is just going to give Binzu turn prio going into next round. I feel like we might see something like... Tulitula equip.
Oh, we could definitely see that. Right, and we have the water droplets, burst ready for Nuvlet, 1 point off of Barbara for, you know, potential later sustain.
Yeah, the burst doesn't really matter on Nuvlet because use 2 source water droplets, which is what, like, you build your source water droplets with that burst.
We already have them ready, yeah, you know,
you already have them,
yeah,
so Tulitula is going to discount your normal attacks. If it's a charge attack, it'll make it cost 1 less unaligned and also deal additional damage on each normal attack. And the normal attacks for Nuvlet are prepared skills, so it's a Liben pass. Pretty interesting, but I guess Binzu is valuing carrying usable dice over to next round. Now, the one thing he definitely doesn't want to do is break here. So the balance is officially tipped, in my opinion.
Yes, Runatobio having a lot of steam early on and, you know, ramping a little bit faster than Binzu, but Binzu really being able to hang on turn 2, turn 3, and now the tides have metaphorically and physically turned.
They have definitely turned, and it's kind of like a curve when you're playing against Stall. We're seeing it in action here, and this is why Stall has such like a high skill ceiling, because it looks like there's a whole lot of nothing happening, but there's actually a lot happening. Binzu has to manage all of these breakpoints and make sure the spread of damage is equal across all characters. and just wait for Runa to exhaust her resources before actually going in and doing anything. And we've seen him do this very successfully. It didn't help that Runa didn't have the best card draw and dice rolls.
Dice rolls for sure.
And normally you have things to fix it, like those gilded, but as I was noting earlier, she was playing those gilded on Nouvellette pretty quickly. She used up her liars and everything. And this is kind of like, I feel like she played that Yuan match so skillfully and knew exactly what she needed to do, but this one, she played a little bit too fast.
A little bit too fast, a little bit too aggressive. Now, the wheel.
Also, just a reminder, if you see the QR code on screen, make sure you scan it and send us your feedback about the cast
please.
and everything. Tell us whether it's positive or negative. That QR code there will send you to a form where you can like fill out the questionnaire. So please do that. Please tell us what you think.
Treasures, gamblers.
Not gonna do anything. There's no way Runatobio ever takes out anyone here.
Barbara healing that one up.
Barbara is. Oh wait, she's frozen. Never mind. I didn't see the Layla stacks. I was like, she's gonna build her burst. Every time I think Bitch is gonna go for burst, it never happens. It never happens. I get baited.
We'll be
That's
alright though.
swamp
We've
stuff.
left swamped here. Wow.
This is a danger for Benzu. We're kind of in the danger zone at the moment. Druid's other quick swap. So Runatobio just decided, that freeze is gone. The cryo from Charlotte was cleansed. And it's really hard for Benzu to swap onto Charlotte because she's at 3 health.
Sure. Yep.
But with the quick swap, it's going to be possible. With the second quick swap, it's definitely going to be possible. So Benzu just needs to apply Hydro, and there's the burst to do just that.
1 piercing damage to each of the other cards. However, does Runatobio see a way to take out the Nouvellette here potentially?
No.
No, right?
No.
Okay.
No, and there's nothing that's going to do enough damage to take out Benzu's Nouvellette, and he knows this, which is why he swaps Nouvellette with that. Like, he has those quick swaps in hand, ready to use them.
Yes.
And we might actually just see a quick swap freeze at this point. I think Runatobio has also burned through both of her quick swaps, if I'm remembering correctly.
We definitely saw one of them earlier.
Bore into
There
Heart of
goes
Camarina equip,
Camarina?
giving another Omni. This is going to make it a charge attack, and I guess all Runa can really do is go for that charge attack, but Benzu's sitting on that quick swap.
Ready to pull out Charlotte at a moment's notice. But then again, you take a look at the Layla and Azdaha on the left side. We've been very, very focused on that Nouvellette, and for good reason. However, Azdaha is no slouch either. If you're not able to, keep Charlotte out of that lethal range.
Yeah, but
One
here's the
mishap.
thing. Benzu quick swaps to Charlotte, skills Nouvellette. Nouvellette's frozen. Runatobio doesn't have a quick swap over to anyone. And so Charlotte just freezes again.
Oh.
Ooh, Treasure. I don't know if we're gonna see Treasure played right now. Oh, Sonyana. There goes Vana.
Is that my boy
Ooh.
Timmy?
It's not gonna be played. That is tuning fodder. Wait, what?
Timmy!
Hello? Hello?
It's your boy!
There's the quick swap. What did we draw? We already drew a treasure. Wait, no, we drew another underwater treasure hunt. But there's the quick swap onto Charlotte. This is going to be a skill.
Say cheese.
Boom. Say cheese, Nouvellette.
And now frozen in place. Runatobio pulling out the treasures, the second treasures here.
This is actually not looking good for Benzu. Like, at all. I thought Benzu had survived, but... honestly, Runatobio is sitting on so many resources right now. And Benzu is not able to heal up. I am a
Can't
bit concerned.
say.
So that Sealy is also gonna proc.
Let's
Looks
go
like we're
for a
swapping to
walk then.
Layla. Doesn't want H-Dot to be frozen. This is important.
No.
I think all Binzu could do is just end on Barbara.
That probably is the safest move. And then, you know, again, we have 8 die on Runatobio's side. Very. No, Azdaha.
Yeah. So, Runatobio is safe to swap to H-Dot. Binzu cannot
Yes.
swap to Charlotte or Nuvola at this point. And it's just gonna be forced to end on Barbara here. And so Runatobio has this round and this round only to destroy Binzu's board. Now the question is, do we play the underwater treasure hunt and hope to draw into it with Sealy? I don't think that's actually a great idea. We do have Heart of Kavrina and Gamblers and a second boar.
Yes.
I think Runatobio is sitting on a ton of actions right now. The question is it going to be
Definitely
enough? Shatter!
Breaking out the Barbara from Freeze Jail.
Shatter manages those breakpoints just really well.
But again, Binzu ended the turn. Barbara exposed right now.
Yeah, so Binzu is knowingly sacrificing Barbara. The question is he sacrificing the game? So there is the boar. There's the second boar. This is a Gambler's equip. This might actually be it for Binzu.
Gamblers into the extra Omni.
He's gonna have 2 more actions. That's gonna be it. That's actually just gonna be it. There's absolutely nothing that Binzu can do here. I really thought Binzu had survived and that the tides had changed, but Runa does have the dice generation for this.
Oh my goodness.
It's gonna be skill into burst. That's it. The game is over. Runatobio is advanced to beat the EU Prince Cup champion of Binzu, and will be advancing to the lower bracket finals against Pilot. Our protagonist, Runatobio. That's it.
Wow.
The freeze on Nuvolette, adding insult to injury, but Runatobio has just the right amount of dice to burst here, and then it's gonna be more than enough. -5 onto Nuvolette. Binzu falls, our EU Prince Cup champion, to Runatobio.
We were talking about this earlier. That combo deck really needed to tread those fine lines, right? Being able to find those just thin openings. And when we thought Runatobio was exhausted out of resources, out comes 1 or 2 cards like the Sealy, like Treasures, to be able to generate those extra die, those extra opportunities. And when Binzu had their turn done, it just opened the floodgates for Runatobio.
Honestly, so I feel like this was just really bad matchups for Binzu. Binzu was playing pretty much stall, just stall into combo decks, and this is what combo decks do. They just generate a ton of dice and overwhelm you. Even if you're working hard to manage those breakpoints, this is what happens. And you know, Runatobio chose the 2 tags, Underdog and Dark Horse. And look, she's truly Underdog, Dark Horse, protagonist. We knew Binzu was favored to come out on top in these matches, but Runatobio taking 2 wins against the EU Prince Cup champion. Now we have 1 more set of matches to go through.
Yes, we do. Again, we saw from the earlier upper bracket, I believe, we had the matchup of Ting and Pilot. Pilot dropping down into the bracket finals. So we have our matchup here. We
Yes,
have our matchup here. Yes, Pilot, and it got corrected there. Pilot and Runatobio is going to be our last match of Group C.
So this is our updated bracket. We're going to be wrapping up Group C with the next best of 3 coming up, the lower bracket final. The winner of that lower bracket final will be advancing through the top 8, also winning 1,600 USD. Meanwhile, the loser will be top 16, 1,200 USD. Still, you know, a great prize for coming this far. But unfortunately, we are going to be seeing yet another person go home.
Bingsu, a colored, decorated player, but Runatobio just playing the combo decks extremely well.
So
And
Runa
now-
Tobio, you know, her notable tournament history is she qualified through the wild card and did make
Yes.
NA Prince Cup top 8 last year. But other than that, we haven't seen too many showings. She did take top 8 in season 2 against Nyahida. Actually lost to Nyahida in Prince Cup, who came in second place last year. Also in season 3 of NA Castle's Gathering, came in top 16. But other than that, hasn't seen many placements in Cattail's Gathering. So basically, this is going to be a huge tournament showing for her, and she's up against Pilot, who is yet another underdog / dark horse type.
Yes, yes. And if you may reiterate for me, we just saw the upper bracket. Now we're headed to the lower bracket finals. What's the difference between the two? Going into the Prince Cup LA.
Yeah, so upper bracket finals, you have 2 lives. You haven't lost anything once. You haven't been knocked down to the lower bracket. The lower bracket, it's a double elimination format. So in lower bracket, you are working with 1 life. If you lose it all, you are completely knocked out. So these lives do carry over to the live event. So Ting is going to be in Los Angeles with those 2 lives. He could lose another time at that live event and still keep advancing through the lower bracket. But as for Runa Tobio, if she makes it to the top 8, she will be advancing with only 1 life. And if she loses here, then she is out. Same with Pilot.
Gotcha. And especially with the live event, so much pressure, added pressure even, being in a live setting. Having that extra life is always, a good cushion that you like to have so that you can play a little bit more confidently.
Yeah, so, Pilot's average number of round 6, we kind of talked about this earlier. He is the round 15 enthusiast. And these players do have a chance to basically resubmit decks between every set. And Pilot has definitely been watching these matches very closely, trying to figure out what he needs to bring up against Runa Tobio. Because he's also a stall player, but we've seen him bring aggro. So there's a chance he switches it up. Runa Tobio's going to have to play a guessing game.
Exactly. And, I think that's actually quite masterful. That's quite genius of Pilot being like, hey, this is my first time I showed my aggro hand. What are you going to do?
Yeah, and so, Runa Tobio was also watching those games, right? It's like, okay, wait, so he's a stall player. He's done well on stall, but he played aggro, and he did pretty well on aggro, even though he lost. Like, what? Do I just bring combo again? But, Runa Tobio very practiced on those combo decks. I feel like we're just going to see a resubmission, especially since it's back-to-back for her.
Gotcha. Okay.
Average normal attacks being 6. That is definitely a sign of, like, Chongyun Razor combo type decks. Because you just...
Razor. Okay.
Because you get off, Yolanda or Xingqiu's burst, you just normal, then they're gone.
Exacto. And, again, another deck that kind of feeds into those, later rounds, Yao Yao and Kuki and Abyss Herald, right? A lot of those decks have been actually banned out from these upper end and lower ladder matches. So maybe we could see them show up here in the lower bracket finals.
We definitely could see them show up. I think, some players have brought them, just never had a chance to actually play them. It's just really gonna depend. Like we've been talking about, there is a lot of mind games at play here. Both of these players are gonna have to be guessing what their opponent will bring and figuring out what they need to bring in response. And then from there, they're gonna see each other's decks, because this is open decklist conquest format, and they're gonna pick one to ban. And then it's like, okay, so if I ban this one, what deck is my opponent going to ban out of what I brought? What can I realistically win against? What am I going to lose against?
Yeah, and we saw to the detriment of Binzu leaving both combo decks into both of Binzu more stally decks. And we all saw how that matchup played out.
Yeah, definitely. So I think Pilot is probably hesitant on bringing more stall. At least not a full repertoire of stall like Binzu did. I feel like that might have been a mistake because no matter what Binzu banned there, he was just against really, really bad matchups for his decks. I feel like we can attribute, part of his loss to it's very matchup dependent. He was playing stall into combo, so and he had to win with it at least once. So yeah, we're gonna have to see if Pilot brings something more aggressive. Maybe he brings combo himself. I don't know how practiced he is with combo. We've seen aggro and stall from him. So
yes. And one of the more infamous matches from even yesterday, Pilot, I believe it was with the Nuvlet against Calamon, ending up with like 10 treasures in their hand. I believe that was. It was I think it was in the early morning afternoon matches, and that was a sight to behold.
I mean, so with the Nuvlet stall list, that's kind of the goal, right? Like you're trying to build up to that moment where you have 10 million treasure in your hand, and then your opponent has nothing left in their deck because they've already used it trying to eliminate you, and then you survive through it, and now you have all the resources. You have everything ready to combo because all you need for Nuvlet is a couple Hydro Dice to get those charge attacks going, and it's gonna do so much damage, especially with Tula. So it's always very masterful watching stall players do what they do best.
And I'll be honest, in these two matches already, I've seen, different variations, and then Pilot, just switching over to a more fully aggressive, strategy. Some things that, I personally wasn't even prepared for. I was like, okay, yeah, Pilot, he's more studied and more calculated and loves that stall from what we've seen in the earlier group showings. But now, these different curveballs being tossed into, really lean into the mind games. I wonder what we're going to be able to see here in the bracket finals.
It's really hard to say. Yeah, it's really hard to say. I think we're just gonna have to wait for the decks. By the way, so we're waiting just a few minutes for the players to resubmit their decks because Runa Tobio just finished her set of against Binzu, and even though she won, I think she has to consider what she's gonna bring against Pilot. So we're just waiting a few minutes until they're ready to go and they've got their decks submitted, and we get into our first game. So we should be seeing the decks pretty soon here. We should be seeing it pretty soon.
And while we wait, Leah, before we do, have you guys followed Astro Carnival over on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and I believe TikTok? Those are the 4 platforms, Leah?
Yes, so make sure you're following the socials, just keeping up to date on what's going on here. We have our tournament streams. We also have tournaments for you to sign up and play in. Castle's Gathering Season 3 just concluded for 2024. I made 24th place, by the way. Hey. So I have serious showdown points. Possibly, but
me next. I'll enter next time.
So next time is gonna come up pretty soon at the start of next patch. Just make sure you wait for news. Yeah. So signups should start relatively quickly into the beginning of next patch. So if you're following the Astro socials, you can definitely keep up to date with that timeline and see how you can get involved with these tournaments here if you want us casting over your matches.
And sorry, I cut you off a little bit earlier, Leah. What were you mentioning?
No, I was just gonna say, how are you doing? This is your first cast, right? So
this is my first
how are you feeling? This is an opportunity we don't get very often. We just chat a bit while we wait for the players. So yeah, how are you doing?
Man, I have cards on cards on cards, and I'll be honest, they didn't even matter. The amount of different variations of compositions that we've seen out of these latest matches have basically invalidated all my previous studying, but they've been such a pleasure to watch because if you guys have been keeping up throughout the group stages, you guys have seen, we see this sort of meta, right, out of Group C, a little bit more stall action versus the Group B's and A contestants, but now completely switching up. These two matches have been quick.
Yes, so I think this is kind of an example of how meta evolves, so to speak. So, I mean, these players are watching what the players in their group are doing, and they have to respond to that. They can't just bring what they were always bringing or what's strong in the meta. Like, we started out with Fatuizan being very, very powerful, a very, very crucial pick, I guess. And it lost so many times, it kept rolling Pyro that no one's bringing it anymore, and just really started underperforming because people figure out how to counter it, even though it's a new deck this patch with Firezon. So yeah, there's a lot of things like that you just see within the same patch, even though they're playing with like the same statistics and damage on all the characters, etc., same costs, dice costs. Just the meta evolves as players are responding to what each other are doing, and it's gonna be really interesting once we get to the live event in Los Angeles to really break down the differences between groups. So, like for example, we saw a lot of that Fatuizan, which is more of an aggro deck in Group A, and then we saw a lot of combo in Group B. And in Group C, we're seeing mostly stall with some other things.
I see. Yes, but will we see that in the lower bracket finals? Anything's fair game at this point. I'm out of sorts. I don't know what to expect.
I imagine Runa Tobio is probably going to keep bringing combo. Now the question is Pilot going to bring a mixture of aggressive and stall, or is it going to be mostly stall in mid-range with the cookie treasure? So, also, if you're in Twitch chat, feel free to say hi. I'm actually lurking there right now while we're waiting on our players. So it's been really fun casting. So I've been casting for Genius Invocation TCG for about a year and a half now. And with the live event coming up, we still have one more group to go through with Group D to see, who is going to make it. Our last 3 players. After this match, we'll have one more from Group C, and then we have 2 more from Group D. But the live event is approaching, and a lot of our players are already locked in. So already we can kind of start to think about what's going to be happening.
And we're actually going to be able to see a couple of Group D matches later on this afternoon, correct?
Yes, so Corey is going to be back along with Rin. And they're going to be casting the last 2 matches of the day. So you can look forward to starting Group D with them.
Yes, a lot of puns out of those 2. A lot of puns.
Yes, definitely a lot of puns. I normally make a lot of puns, but I feel like I am so invested in figuring out what's going on in these games that it's kind of hard to think of puns while I'm like, okay, so what are they gonna do next? What did they just do? What is going on? What is the state of the board? What are they going to be doing? So,
and the games have been incredibly fast. It's been a very lengthy weekend. So
yeah, so we're on 2-day weekends rather than 3-day weekends. When we first started out, we were on 3-day weekends, so we were casting Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah.
Whew.
Lots of TCG casting.
A lot of TCG.
This time. But it's always really fun, especially rotating around the caster pairings. I get to cast with new people. Like casting with you, it's really fun. And everyone always has like different dynamics on stream as well. So
exacto. But we did mention a little bit of Group D. Would you have any insight as to any of either the players in Group D?
I would need to look again at who is in Group D. So, yes. So Kevin Z is someone that should have made it to Prince Cup EU last year, but wasn't able to. He had to back out for some reason. But he's in his first match is against Lilipa, who I would say they're kind of like rivals with each other. They're both very, very strong players as well. So yeah, June 1st, that match is gonna be pretty interesting. But Mayoi, Zero, Nyahida, all very strong players. Mayoi played in NA duels. Nyahida came 2nd place in NA Prince Cup last year. Zero played in the Latin American Prince Cup tournament that was also in Los Angeles. And then Meteor, 9006 and beyond are all very, very regular players. So Group D is also pretty stacked. I think as expected of the top 32. That's just by memory, by the way. So I would have to look at some of our information and figure out what exactly their placements are. But yeah, that's just from memory.
That's pretty good memory.
Here we go. It looks like, oh, this is the brackets for Group B. Just a bit of a recap as well. We're waiting for the players. So yeah, Jibu and Mr. Pillow are the two players from Group B that are going to be making it to the Los Angeles live event. And then I believe from Group A, we don't have it up right now. I believe it was DVDia and Robot Wizard. Robot Wizard was our NA champion last year.
Ah, okay. And Robot Wizard winning the lower bracket. Okay.
Yeah, he won the lower bracket.
Okay.
DVDia is a newcomer to the Prince tournaments, as is Mr. Pillow. So they're also very active in the community, but this is like their first like big tournament showing. So it's really interesting. In our top 8 so far, we've had like a really healthy mix between players that have had a lot of live showings, like Jibu, Robot Wizard, and Ting, versus more newer players, or maybe players we didn't expect to get through, like Mr. Pillow and DVDia, kind of our dark horses or underdogs.
Okay.
So yeah, here's the Group A bracket.
And we were saying that Group A tended to run a little bit more aggro, tended to run a little bit more aggressive decks. Could you speak to that a little bit more?
Lots of Fatui's on. Had some new the Mona Yellow Wanderer deck. Robot Wizard did win with combo though. Played a lot of Chongyun Razor.
Okay.
So it's not that, everyone was picking one archetype, but
fair thing, yeah.
Just more that it was more like a consistent thing that we saw within these groups. And I wonder if this pattern is going to continue into Group D, if we're going to have one veteran. I mean, all of these players are veteran players. It's just it's a difference of like whether they have been on the big screen or not, winning these matches. Professional top ticker Robot Wizard indeed. This was our NA Prince Cup champion last year. He came first place. He is the North American equivalent to Binzu. So he was someone who was favored to make it out of Group 8 and get.
And look at those average rounds, elemental burst, normal attacks, just, again, we were talking about aggressive, even though the graph might say otherwise, that they have less stronger strikes, but like they do them in such a quick amount of time that, turn 2, turn 3, that Robo Wizards already ran away with match.
Basically, so average rounds is 4 because, you're looking to end the game with combo or aggro in around 3 rounds. So sometimes 4 if it has to go on that long. I do feel like this meta lends more to mid-range because a lot of the hyper magic elements that made those combo decks like win by round 2 are changed a bit, so it's harder to accomplish that these days, but it's still possible. We actually saw, I think it was DVDia win round 2 with Fatui's on, so that was kind of crazy. That was pretty entertaining.
Okay. And to kind of speak back a little bit, on the magic, right? Especially with treasures coming in this new card rotation, how, as a more veteran player, kind of I call myself the the rookie and the vet. Oh, talking about rookie and vet, excuse me, I gotta pause. We have the decks ready now.
Looks like we are getting into this last set that Josh and I are going to be casting. So Pilot is going to run it back with this finale variant. So we've been saying finale a lot. Just to explain what that means for maybe some newcomers. Finale is Fi for official, Na for Nahida, Li for Linny. It's literally just a play on their names, but this has Raiden, so how would you
I like finale more than what is it, Bin.
Bin? You don't like Bin?
all the way back. That's when I was playing.
Blep named Bin, I think, or at least he popularized it. He likes to say he popularized it. I'm not sure who actually made up the name Bin, but the Barbara Ito Noel deck, he always joked that it belonged in the bin. It was just so strong, but yeah, so I don't think there's many changes to that list. I think Pilot is bringing some aggro, anticipating Runatobio is going to be bringing combo. He doesn't want to bring pure stall. So we're going to have to see if that deck gets banned out or if Runatobio is going to let it through.
Yeah, we haven't seen the bans just quite yet, but again, now electing to go back to the ride-in variation of Finale, we saw some glimpses and some highlights from the previous matches, but not necessarily netting, a very controlling win. So very curious that we're seeing that run back by Pilot.
Yes, so I think this is just... I think this is... Oh yeah, here Runatobio is bringing that combo again. I think, he's considering the meta triangle. He didn't win with that deck, but it doesn't mean he can't win with it, if that makes sense. So, okay. I think he's just anticipating what Runatobio is going to bring, and I think he was right on his money because this is definitely a combo deck.
So the aggro into the combo, huh?
I mean, it's like mid-rangey. It's not like a true combo deck, but you are looking to have a pop-off around like round 3, round 4, maybe. It's a bit more mid-rangey.
Okay.
Because you have all this dice generation card draw. You have A-Shot Talent, Gilded, Veteran's Visage, Lumen Stone, Underwater Treasure, Boar, all for the dice generation. And then you have Heart of Cavarina, Gilded also for card draw. There's just so much. Wait, okay.
Veterans,
Pilot brought full aggro. Look at that. Mona Thunder Manifestation Signora is going to be our first deck for Pilot.
First draw for lower bracket finals. Runatobio versus Pilot. And here we go.
This is destiny.
Starting with Mona, very typical start. So, I mean, as we said earlier, you're going to be applying that Hydra with Mona and then looking to swap away from her either to Signora to skill once or twice, or to Thunder Manifestation if you think you can get off the damage really fast without being punished.
That's right. We've seen that, the Thunder Manifestation, I believe in the upper brackets, right? Just 2 matches ago, the Thunder Manifestation brought out early to deal very, very big damage, disrupting what's on the opponent's side.
Oh, tuning that I haven't lost yet.
Shadows of Fate.
I wonder if that's going to come up later, but... when the dice are bad, something's gotta go. That's how it works with these.
Something's gotta go.
Something's gotta go. That's how it works with these aggressive decks. You really have to tune things that you don't want to tune because you're trying to get these skills out as fast as possible. You don't want to give Runatobio the time to build up her deck into that combo round.
The night is cold.
Correct, Amundo. And the Nightfall, little sleepy bubble coming out of Layla there, and Thundering Manifestation. Immediately tuned with the Sealy.
Not even playing Tamiya's. We are going for fast damage. The Heart of Cavarina coming down onto Thunder Manifestation for that additional card draw. Runatobio is just gonna leap and pass.
And right now, personally, I think that's a very, very strong move. Looking at the die color, didn't really have too many options, so Levin being able to generate a lot more for your second round versus having to scrape to try to do something and catch up in the first round. Runatobio's looking again to the later stages of this game to be able to basically just turn it around.
Yeah, I mean Runatobio, that's the only thing Runatobio really could have done. You kind of want the ramp as and the card draw. The card draw is probably the most important thing, more important than the 2 dice themselves.
I'm talking about card draw. The Juven comes out as well. Yeah, so Lumen Stone into Heart into, I mean, this could to Lyre, Boar, Gilded. That could be a huge turn for Runa, actually. Yes.
Swap to Aisha. Protecting Layla from the Electrocharge.
This is destiny.
Mona!
Mona coming back in here.
So... yeah, the Hydro Aura is now gone from... well, not gone, but it's on Layla. And Layla is not really gonna be the active character, so guess we're gonna see another skill here.
Let me scry.
There it is. And, you know, again, that skill not only just to apply Hydro, sends out the little decoy there, being able to take 1 damage, maybe, again, flipping back into the Thundering Manifestation. And, again, 1 HP is all it takes to prevent, you know, those certain breakpoints and being in a lethal state. Could pay dividends down the road.
Yeah, so, I mean, Pilot really just wants to do as much damage as possible here. And also, we're probably going to see a swap. Wait, do you just go Thunder Manifestation again?
That's what I'm thinking.
I thought you might just go Senora. Senora is normally your anchor, but I know a lot of players like to take the line where you want to skill twice on Senora to apply that sheer cold and also freeze, and then go Thunder Manifestation. But honestly, Thunder Manifestation with Lightning Rod, Electrocharge, so much damage right off the bat.
Mona still has the quick swap available into either or, to be honest.
Pilot might have lethal. Maybe. So Pilot could swap Thunder Manifestation. Skill and Age to have for 4 + 1, 5. And then could Liar Song the Heart back, play Rhythm of a Great Dream to discount Gilded, make it 0 cost.
Yes.
Boar Princess, Heart of Kavarina again, and then play Gilded over Heart, and then you have another action, and that's just going to be so much damage. That's just going to be so brutal.
And right now, we might be leaning towards that as Pilot has elected to go into the Thundering Manifestation. Will we be able to see that played out here? Runatobio now switching back into Layla, not wanting that Azdaha to leave the field just yet.
Well, unfortunately, Layla's gonna be leaving the field and oh wait, no, Pilot ended. I guess we don't need to commit that hard. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. You know, Pilot gets turn prio. That's fine. Pilot just has turn prio. I was like, how can Pilot do another action this turn? I guess the answer is we don't need to. But here's the dice generation. Runatobio was waiting for Pilot to end so that she could do something herself. And Sealy, is this going to be another Layla skill?
I believe so, yes.
Ooh, the cryo application onto Manifestation. That's going to be dangerous. Could be locked out by a freeze, but then I think we just see a swap to Senora.
Just about.
This is definitely going to be Thunder Manifestation Burst. And it's not going to take out Layla. It's not going to take out Layla. So this is going to force Runatobio to swap from Layla. And honestly, I don't know who you swap to, because they're going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, anybody's going to be taking a lot of damage. It's just now Runatobio's like, okay, I know I'm going to be a hit, but how can I mitigate that a little bit so then, you know, again, you see in the back pocket that Nuvolette with 8. Is the play either to sacrifice or to maybe mitigate?
8 is not a lot in the grand scheme of things, because the Thunder Manifestation skill deals 3 Electro with that Lightning Rod. And that Electro application is going to be brutal.
Pilot here. Calculating.
Calculating indeed. I mean, I think you just burst. I don't see a reason not to burst. I think you just burst. Just go for it. There we go. Boom. Aisha also noticeably left on 2 HP. That is 1 normal attack. From, wait, no, it's not. Wait, all these characters do not deal damage on their normal attacks. Never mind.
Yeah. And with no elemental application on, elements on Runatobio's characters, you still have 1 opportunity.
I think Runatobio just stays on Layla and bursts. Ooh, treasure going into the deck, and that's Sealy plus Lumenstone is looking to draw it out.
Correcto. Strategize. Another key card in that combination for Magic. Most likely could draw maybe one, maybe two. The Lyre Song coming out, bringing back, drawing one card there. What was that? That was another Caverenas.
Yeah, so another
excuse me, they returned the Caverena. Excuse me, I thought they drew.
No, they returned the Gilded. So they drew Heart of Caverena from Lumenstone, and then they played Boar. So they're probably gonna.
Okay, I guessed myself. Okay, there.
Heart burst. Heart burst.
Mm-hmm.
Heart burst. Oh, just heart burst. We can heart burst. I mean, heart gilded later, I guess. Golden House. Wow, that's a lot of discounts. Actually, that's huge. Violet has two free gildeds. Okay, so this is really hard to play. Swap to Signora. I wanted to say this was gonna happen earlier, but I didn't quite get a chance to because we were looking at Runa's cards. But
yeah, break this down. Why is Signora coming out now?
Because Pilot is just waiting for Runa to use her resources, because Runa really doesn't want to swap off of Layla, but he's gonna have to at this point because you don't want to use those dice on Layla. So I mean, it's either she uses up her dice or she swaps Nuvolette, and it looks like it's gonna be a Nuvolette swap. But if you're Pilot, I think you should skill. You can tune one of your Tamiases and just skill, or you could just equip your Gilded already.
Mm-hmm.
No, but I think you
turn Thundering Manifestation poised to superconduct, if so.
Also, noticeably, so Runa Tobio is almost certainly going to go for a skill, maybe on Nuvolette, maybe probably a skill to get the Source Water Droplet, and it's gonna free Signora.
Mm-hmm.
And then at that point, I think Pilot can just swap stall. But yeah, here we go. So Lyring taking back the Heart of Caverena. And then with Golden House, it's a free Gilded.
And then we have Lyre Song to do it all over again.
Yeah, and in Rhythm of a Great Dream, the green card there is also gonna do a similar thing and discount. So Lyre Song discounts artifacts like the next artifact played by 2. So Gilded's 3 cost. You pull it back with Lyre Song. It's 1 to play. You use Rhythm or Golden House, and then it's free. So that's kind of what happens.
And we thought that was actually going to happen with the Thundering Manifestation, now happening here with the Signora.
You see, the only problem I have for Pilot right now is you can't swap to Thunder Manifestation. You don't have any kind of quick swap, so you actually have to go Mona first. Ooh, drew a treasure. Drew a true treasure.
Oh. Just what the doctor ordered.
But this is not good. Okay, wait, no. Tobio has Lightning Rod on Layla. Oh, you can't skill, you have to normal.
Mm-hmm.
You can't skill, you have to normal. So normal first.
Alright.
So, I mean, Runa Tobio is sitting on 1 action? Could go for a Tuli equip instead, but no, you want to swap off Nuvolette here. I think you want to sacrifice Layla.
Yes.
Or you treasure... So, okay.
Oh.
That the burst summon from Thunder Manifestation is going to target Layla because of Lightning Rod. That's unavoidable.
Yes.
It's always going to happen, so you always lose Layla here. Ooh.
Aztaha now in the in the active slot. I don't think probably was really foreseen Aztaha here, especially with the 2 HP. Well,
that's not good for Pilot.
Yeah.
So Pilot can't do anything about that because the skill is gonna go onto Layla. not to Aisha, so Thunder Manifestation is gonna get bursted here, but this is a free gilded, tuning to Mayas, and we're skilling on Layla. There's a lot of resources to skill on Layla. And Pilot's not taking it. I wonder if he realized his mistake.
Yeah. Because we already had Layla tagged at the end of the turn with the ultimate.
But we committed to it, so yeah, we committed to it. We have to do it. Layla falls, but that means that instead of the Thunder Manifestation Burst Summon going onto Layla, it's gonna go onto the active character. So this definitely will go into next turn. Signora won't even flip this round, unless Runa Tobio can really pull off, well, gamblers.
Today, you
All right, now setting up for the next turn. Oh, Thunder Manifestation down for the count.
I think you always go Mona here. I don't think Runa Tobio has enough dice generation. A skill from Aisha will do 4. Yep.
And that'll wrap up to turn. The skills are excuse me, not the skills. The summons will be traded very, very shortly. And now with Mona at the front line, Sonora poised to potentially sweep up here.
Yes, very poised indeed. So if Runa Tobio goes for this skill, it's gonna bring Mona down to 1. Layla's burst is going to take Mona out in the end phase, and then it's going to be Signora versus Aishtaha Nuvolette. Aishtaha is going to be low enough to take out with 1 skill.
No atonement for a 1,000-year pain.
Unless Runa Tobio can hit those breakpoints. So currently Aisha is at 5 health. The burst summon without lightning rod, I think does 2. I would have to look that up again.
The stars.
Mona out.
Yep.
And like we said, this is the moment. Sonora staring down the face of a Geo Dragon and a Hydro Dragon. How is it going to play out here?
So just 3. Sorry, just 3.
Okay.
Just 3 damage. So yeah, Aisha is left on 2, and I mean, even if Aisha was on 3, a skill from Signora would be plenty to take out Aishtaha, and then it's gonna be Nuvolette on 5 HP versus the world. Thing is, Signora's gonna get frozen. That's something I did not see here. That's not good. That's not good. There's no way to avoid that. What do you do, Pilot? Sanyadaing the Lieben, that is not gonna help you. I mean, there's gamblers, but you are gonna get frozen. What are you gonna do?
What are we going to do? Gamblers out now.
I feel like that leave it was too important because you're not gonna be able to catch those dice otherwise, but Nuvolette versus the world here.
If we freeze here, Signora still comes back, correct?
Yeah, but she's still frozen.
For Woman Life.
She's still frozen.
Oh.
I don't think she unfreezes. I mean, so Pilot's gonna have to end his turn because he can't swap or anything. So the second she gets frozen, Pilot just ends the turn.
Oh no. I mean, canonically, I think that when the Crimson Witch of Flames comes out, then, you know, maybe she'd be able to melt ice, but not in the TCG.
Yeah, so I mean, literally all Runa Tobio needs to do is go for any kind of skill or normal, and then Signora is frozen, and then Runa Tobio just needs the dice generation to eat through Signora's Crimson Witch of Ember State. I mean, and also with the Layla Burst Summon on the field, it's just gonna be plenty. There's no way around it. Oh, it even draws a treasure.
Yeah. extra resources. Runatobio, trying to be extra careful. You can never be too careful.
Yep, and Pilot is forced to end, so the follow-up from this will actually... Not the follow-up, but a burst is going to be enough. We'll see how she ends it. She has all the options in the world. She can go for burst, she can go for skill, she can go for normal. It is going to be the burst to take out Senora. Yeah, the stylist finish. Runatobio, our protagonist, getting style points on this first match against Pilot. And yeah.
Oh, I'll be honest. I was jumping in between back and forth. I was like, okay, yeah, Runatobio has it, but Sonora still might have some lies, and then you might be able to run some cheeky reactions. Pilot could, and then as Daha really just taking the reins there, we do see some early action from Pilot, putting Runatobio into a not so comfortable state, but Runatobio has been proving throughout this whole group that they have the poise and that they have the knowledge to be able to pull out the wins.
She is definitely proving herself to be our protagonist here today. Beating EU Prince Cup champion Binu, and now up against our other underdog / dark horse Pilot, who did lose to Ting, but...
Okay, now we're seeing the deck selections here.
Pilot can play either of these decks. Runatobio is going to be forced onto that Sayu deck, which is an aggressive, it's aggro actually. So Runatobio brought some aggro. Pilot did bring Tone Racer, but it was banned out. And
I see.
Runatobio brought Huntao. That was also banned. So we're gonna have this Mona Thunder Manifestation Senora deck to choose from, or sorry, it's not Huntao. Hutao's not in those decks. It's Cookie Treasure.
Yep.
Cookie Treasure. There's a lot of Cookie Treasure variations. I think this one has been the most popular we've seen so far, with Ting bringing the Hutao variant, the Huntao, but this one uses Herald instead of Hutao.
Yeah, and we've seen it used to great effect. The Herald talent, the Cookie talent, making sure that they stay in the bout and really just outlasting the opponent. The sustain out of that three cards is just absolutely insane.
Yeah, for sure. Especially Binu, though he has fallen, he did have some really good showings with that deck and also with the new Blood Stall, but the Cookie talent can really come in clutch, and she can actually go for a solo win if you have that equipped on her. So
yes. So as we move into the matches, that first bout, what was the highlight for you there? In that first round.
So I think Pilot played it really well, but Runatobio I think Pilot needed to go for the extra damage and just be a bit faster, honestly, because Runatobio just was able to basically have enough dice generation. You have to shut her down before she gets to that point. And the thing is, these decks are optimized for card draw, so the card draw into the dice generation actually comes very quickly. So you don't have a lot of time to play an aggro deck into that kind of deck and actually shut them out. So Pilot played a bit too slow. Honestly, I think aggro decks in general are just a bit too slow, even with Magic. So yeah.
That's fair. And we just saw on the screen flashing above Runatobio now having to move to that Cookie Treasures deck. And now Pilots, I believe, is going to run it back with the Mona Thundering Manifestation and Sonora.
Yeah, and Pilot is playing this Mona Thunder Manifestation Signora deck, which is very aggressive. He's running it back, as you said. I think this is faster than the Treasure deck, but we'll have to see if Runatobio can manage those breakpoints and just live.
Just live,
yeah.
Just outlast. And again, we've seen it with the quick swapping, the quick quickens on how easily that team can turn the tides. No, excuse me. Is this going to be our matchup here?
Oh wait, yeah, no, it's Sayu, and I pointed that earlier. Sorry, I'm a little bit tired today, but yeah. So yeah, Runa Tobio's Cookie Treasure deck was banned out. It's Pilot that has it.
That's what it was. Okay. Runa
Tobio is only on that Sayu deck for the rest of the game. For the rest of the set. So if she loses this, she has to play that deck again because she already won on her other deck. So yeah, that Sayu deck. Both decks are very aggressive. I think Runa Tobio's deck might actually have an edge, but yeah, it's really going to depend. If Pilot can freeze Sayu out, then those prepared skills aren't going to do much. But Runa Tobio also having freeze with Eula.
Delved into destiny.
Gotcha. And to my understanding, the line basically is, you know, Mona apply Hydro, Sayu swirl, and then Eula kind of sweeps up there. If I'm not mistaken, that's the general line of what Runa Tobio wants to be heading down.
Yep, so Mona's skill and probably just lead and pass. I wonder if he even equipped the gamblers onto like manifestation or something.
The I mean, you do have that extra die for it, right?
Yeah, but you don't always want to do that even if you have the option. Like, you can do it just to use up all of your dice, but like,
yes,
if you run into a situation later on where the gamblers need to be on someone else, then it's gonna be really bad if it's already on someone that isn't using it. So it's something to consider, but sometimes you do want to equip it early because it uses a dice that's otherwise gonna be floated.
Mm-hmm.
Now, meanwhile, Runa Tobio having so many animal dice for Sayu. Wow, draws in the Wolf's Gravestone. Okay, maybe Runa Tobio's tag should have been professional top decker. This is almost certainly going to be. Wait, didn't equip Heart of Kavrena onto Mona? Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But this is almost certainly going to be swap onto Sayu skill. Well, Cheng the 9th first, then skill.
Cheng the 9th. Okay.
And then she's gonna draw 3 cards.
You're trembling.
Oh, we did. So we swapped on Senora. Interesting. This is gonna guarantee a freeze. Also, this avoids the swirl, so actually Sayu won't draw 3 cards. So that's what we use our extra
Pilot was considering, right? They were like, oh, hey, do I, really want to take that first? Or, again, Senora can take a few hits. This isn't the end of the world, even if she is frozen.
I mean, yeah, she has the revive. I think this is more for the fact that at the start of next round, Senora is going to freeze, so that Mona summon's going to apply Hydro onto someone at the end of phase. So whoever Runa Tobio ends on, Senora's gonna probably skill onto them. They're gonna be frozen going into next turn, and then have that sheer cold applied on them. And then also the swap on Senora now versus later guarantees that there is not going to be a swirl from Sayu. With all those animal dice, I think you still have to go Sayu unless you just equip Wolf's Gravestone or something and pass. So this is a bit painful.
And Runa Tobio seeing, the Senora switch. Yup, that's exactly what they do. Going into the Wolf's Gravestone, preparing Cheng the 9th going down as well for the next turn.
Yeah, because you don't want to swap off Mona because you need the Hydra application, and also you don't want the Hydra application to go on Sayu or Eula. So that's basically what's happening here. I think Pilot still skills. But then after Mona skills, I think Pilot swaps off. Oh, my Omni!
Wait! Wow, a smorgasbord of Omni Dia over the Pilot. What a gift.
Yes, what a gift indeed.
And now, Runa Tobio awaits. Runa Tobio taking a look over at the die, and we're like, so this is what you're giving me, huh, Jesus?
Yeah, Geo, Pyro, 2 Gendro, 2 Animal, Omni. I mean, you want the Animal, but you really would like to apply Hydro. The thing is, I think Pilot's pretty happy, even though Runa Tobio ended on Mona, because Pilot having turned Prio, Mona's gonna get frozen. There's gonna be no such Hydro application coming out of Runa Tobio, and in fact the Lightning Rod is still on Mona, so Runa Tobio's gonna have to swap and do something. do you go? You could full Gravestone on Sayu. You could skill on her, but then like...
Yeah. You're not getting the full value out of it.
You don't get the full value out of it, but I think you have no choice. You want that lightning rod to move. It's just unfortunate it has to move to Sayu.
Can't touch me.
Okay.
But yeah, this
there
is
goes the skill in
not
1 point.
not gonna do much. I think you just skill again if you're pilot. Just skill again. Though I don't know if you want Senior to flip.
Smolders.
Maybe you don't care.
I mean, at this point, pilot is dictating the pace.
Okay, wait, yeah, so Signora is at the perfect threshold right now to not flip. Wolf's Gravestone only deals +2 additional damage if the character is 6 HP or under.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it's only +1.
And that is the exact reason why pilot is flipping now over to the Thundering Manifestation.
A Lotus equip, and it's going to be a normal attack. Poor Runa not really having anything to do here other than that. Of course, she's going to draw a bunch of cards if Pilot chooses to go for this skill. I think on to Sayu, you do. I think you do.
And again, cards are only as useful if your characters are alive.
Never mind. I guess not. Okay.
Ooh.
Free to minus between the Junuzad and Sea Dispensary, and we're drawing so many cards. Do you just play Jet? Do you play like Leave and Jet?
That's definitely not a, you know, it's so many options. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I think the Leave and Jet will lead us into the next turn. Oh.
That's not good. Pilot! Pilot!
Oh.
Pilot! So he draws 2. He's at 10 cards.
Well.
The next card he draws is gonna burn. He put Heart of Kavarina onto Thunder Manifestation. So
Yes.
if Thunder Manifestation gets whacked, he draws a card and it gets burnt. Pilot!
And if we learn anything from, you know, these matches across the few weeks, you do not want to be wasting a single card.
Yeah, you don't want to, like, he played Heart so he wouldn't overdraw, but then he overdraws anyway. No, he goes first. He has turn pro. He's turn pro. Never mind. He ended first. Okay. Okay. I'm the one that didn't calculate everything. My bad. Okay, but he still has to not overdraw here. Okay, you need to play like Boar? Do you even play like Quick Swap?
Gilded comes out here for the free cost. Die comes out. Liar. Double liar now.
You're still gonna overdraw. You are still... No. He's at 9 cards. Gilded draws 1. Ooh, Sunyata. That is a very high value card. I love Sunyata. I get to see like random cards being
just the most wackiest of combos.
So it's normally used to build up Jet stacks. You see the Jet in Pilot's hand. Jet is like remnants of hyper magic, but she's been changed. Players are still bringing her, but instead of bringing 2 copies of her, they bring 1 copy of her because she still gives a free skill rather than 4 Omni.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay. Yeah, and I believe Jet, more specifically, it's either like a free talent, basically, or a free skill. Essentially, right?
It's a free skill. It's a free skill. So you use your burst when Jet is at 6 stacks, and you get stacks by destroying support zone, like things in your support zone. You need to stack up to 6. So you burst, and then that character gets a free skill. Only that character. It does carry over between rounds.
Oh, okay.
So it's just value, because Jet only costs 1 to play, and you can discount her. With Sunyata.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see if that comes into play. Runatobio right now in the active seat. Boar coming out. And we do...
Sayu's burst. This is honestly not really looking good for Runatobio. I think this is a very one-sided match. Sayu has been very hit or miss, I think. this deck is another variation of Mew, Mona, Eula, Wander, but instead of Wander, you're bringing Sayu and you bring double Pulse Gravestone instead of the Wagner Weapon banner.
Okay. So instead of Mew, is it Mez?
Yeah, it is literally Mez. Yes,
Mez?
it's Mez.
Okay.
That's what they call it. Yeah, Mez.
All right. I'm learning today. Sayu out for the count here now. I believe at this point, might just have to be the Mona. No, Eula, excuse me.
Golden House. So this is going to be not a free gilded. You could breed them and then it's one cost gilded.
Yep.
Oh, wait, Wolf's Gravestone. Ah. So, I mean, it also discounts Wolf's Gravestone.
What's the artifact that we have on there? Caverina? Already?
I'm actually not sure what artifact that is. It's probably Heart of Caverna. Most likely. It could be. I think it could be Heart.
Shudder.
Okay.
So yeah, Wolf's Gravestone.
Manifestation.
Wolf's Gravestone makes Eula very, very dangerous. Even though Sayu is out, Sayu is not your only carry. Sayu is actually your initial damage shieldler, and Eula is your anchor that can also use Wolf's Gravestone.
So that's why this deck is so flexible.
Ooh, that breakpoint is gonna be really important, but I think Grimheart. No, because the +2 damage bonus from Wolf's Gravestone doesn't come into effect because Signora is at 7 HP.
7.
So there's no way, even with Grimheart, Eula is not gonna take out Signora. It's gonna be 6 damage, I think. But yeah, I mean, if you're Pilot, you just take out Mona. Pilot having so many resources in his hand too. I think this game is almost certainly going to go to him.
Runa Tobio.
Out of gas has to end. I haven't lost yet. Into Senior Burst is going to be plenty to take out Eula. -8 onto her, and that is a flashy finish. Pilot taking game 2 in this set. So this is the lower bracket final of Group C. We are going on to game 3, and the winner of this is going to advance to the Los Angeles Live Tournament, the top 8.
That was so quick, and again, we were talking about flashy finishes. Runa Tobio earlier with the Nouvelette burst, now Pilot with the burst of their own in Sonora's Pyro Tornado.
It was a higher hit too. That was a no you, but like with more oomph. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, they're just trying to show each other up.
Well, mental is definitely a huge part of playing this. Like Runa Tobio, this is her second set of the day. She's had to play so many matches on stream, and something that's not really talked about a lot with these remote castings is there's a lot of nerves that go into these games. These players aren't showing their faces. We don't see webcams or anything like we do on the live stage, but there's still a lot of nerves. They know a lot of people are watching them, and there's a lot at stake. So
definitely. And I can only imagine what will happen at the live.
Yeah, that's going to be a discussion for when we're wrapping up Group B, but it's going to be pretty exciting.
Now, we have evened up the matches, and it comes down to this one last bout here, Leah. What are we seeing from these two players that could give one or the other the edge? So
Pilot won with his more aggressive type deck, and now he has to play that Cookie Treasure deck into the Sayu deck, which is more aggressive. So I think Runa Tobio, just in terms of raw matchup, has the edge, but it doesn't mean that it's a guaranteed win for Runa Tobio, as we have seen today. Just because someone is favored to win doesn't mean they're absolutely going to take that win. So, I mean, both of these players have been our underdogs, our dark horses of Group C.
Correct.
Only one of them can make it through.
With that Cookie Treasure deck, again, against such an aggressive deck, really trying to survive those turn 2, turn 3, even turn 4 onslaughts. Correct.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, the Sayu deck is very fast. This is aggro deck. And I like how Runa Tobio has 2 Golden House, 2 Rhythm, and Ancient Courtyard as her arcane. So there's a lot of discounts here, other than the Timaeus for the artifact equips. So yeah, there's a lot going on here in this deck, and I think it could work out well for her if she draws the right cards.
Right, because Ancient Courtyard, you need, I believe, an artifact or either artifact or weapon to be on the field equipped before you can actually use that card, correct?
Yeah, but so with Timaeus, if you have 6 artifacts in your deck, you will always draw one when you play them. So that's part of why you play Timaeus, especially after the changes to Yayoi. So I mean, it's definitely possible. These decks are built to have card draw.
Don't tell me they did it again.
To draw out the things that they need. So, but here we go. This is the final match of Group C, the final match that we're casting today. Runa Tobio versus Pilot. Who is going to take the win? Which of our dark horses will make it out of Group C to the live event in Los Angeles?
Leah, I'm on the edge of my seat here.
What do you think's gonna happen? I know I've been answering a lot of your questions, but I'm wondering, like, what are your thoughts about what's going on right now?
Yeah, I've seen a little bit from the Runa Tobio's Sayu Mew variation, and I've actually seen a lot of masterful plays from Pilot's Kooky Treasure. I think it just comes down to card management, and if Pilot can sustain that early onslaught, like you were saying earlier, from Runa Tobio, again, getting into their bag so quickly, right? Kooky's Sanctifying Ring does come out. This is a pretty classical start here. Nothing that really should be too surprising coming out of these two decks, just pretty much following their lines.
So Pilot going for a skill onto Kooky, and I think the dice are kind of awkward because you kind of want to play Lumenstone here. You could play Shadow Sand King. I don't think you want to tune anything in your hand. What are you going to do with those 2 dice? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a little wonky.
It is definitely a little wonky. Maybe we draw something we're okay with tuning. Is that it? Are we okay with tuning that?
Cavernas. I mean, you could see the Cavernas go into the Kookies. Obviously, a lot of great value there.
Tuning the Liar instead. I don't know, that might come back to bite Pilot later, but I guess he really wants that card draw from Heart of Caverna.
I mean, you do get a lot of value out of it, right? Going into turn 2, turn 3, piling on those cards. Pilot, we seem very masterful in organizing those. So,
oh no,
not terribly.
Remember how I said Sayu was gonna draw 3 cards?
Yeah.
Last turn. Well, it's gonna happen now. So there's 1 from Shadow Sand King.
There it is.
And 2 from Sayu Talent. Draw us into Chang the 9th. Oh no! Wait. So Runa Tobio can Ancient Courtyard Golden House equip Wolf's Gravestone. Oh no!
We're literally just talking about it. That is the X factor.
And has Chang, and has Heart. This is a high roll. Quentin, you cannot let Sayu get that swirl. There's Golden House, there's Ancient Courtyard, there is the free Wolf's Grave. Where is it? There's the free Wolf's Gravestone on the Sayu. There is nothing Pilot can do to stop this. Next round is going to be absolutely brutal. I honestly think we could just... We could see this over by round 3 very easily.
Oh no. Can't the Lotus Flower come into clutch here? I mean, with Wolf's Gravestone, I don't even think it's enough.
So Pilot's gonna really have to manage these breakpoints and somehow put Sayu under threat. I don't know how he does this. Ooh, no, but you don't have anything to get Kooky Talent. There's no way you get Kooky Talent up. There's no way you get that. There's no way you never get that. You don't have a way to get. It doesn't happen.
Oh no. Put in a rock and a hard place Pilot right now. Having to weigh the options.
I think Pilot could Lotus normal on Cookie.
Before the abyss.
No.
Electing to save the Cookie there, putting out the Abyssal Herald.
I would have, unless I'm not calculating the breakpoint right. It's 2 for normal attack, plus 1 for Mold's Gravestone, plus another 2 because Sayu's Cookie's under 6, so it's only 5 damage. So if Pilot could Lotus normal on Cookie, you could play her talent when she's at 1 HP, and then Runa has to eat through Cookie twice with her revive. I don't know if that would be enough though. But yeah, Herald Revive is already down, no Herald talent in sight.
And I, again, talking about Cookie being that critical, playing card there. Yao Yao still, kind of in the back pocket, kind of just chilling there. Can we see even Yao Yao being tossed out here? We do have the Sanctifying Ring. Again, not too much room because Runatopia has just been laying it on Pilot.
Well,
There goes the Yao Yao.
Cookie skills once per round, so already activated when you swap over to Herald, but you have to go Yao Yao here, but it's not gonna do anything. Yes. This is not gonna do anything. With the boar, oh my gosh, and so the Gilded's free between Golden House and Timaeus. Wait, where's the boar?
Oh. The boar wasn't played.
No, it wasn't.
I'm out of here.
I think it's fine.
Okay.
I think it's fine. Doesn't need it.
And again, yeah,
Runatopia, she is high rolling too hard. She doesn't need it.
Now 2. Okay, they were considering, maybe, I don't think they were considering this situation where they, drew that second boar now.
The second boar would never even come up. Like, I mean, it can. I think you still should play the first one, then you have a confirmed second action, but, like,
right.
This is brutal. This is absolutely brutal. What are you meant to do here?
Pilot just having to weather the storm here.
I think
really,
if you're Pilot, you just play Lumen and pray. If she has it, she has it. If she has it, she has it. Boar. Oh wait, Fortress of Merpede. That's why we didn't see Boar earlier. Had to draw the second Boar.
I see.
Oh, I forgot more. Fortress of Merpede. So it's actually gonna apply another stack of Prohibition next round. So the next event card Runa plays going to next round will also be blocked. So that's why we didn't see Boar earlier. My bad.
I see. Okay.
But I think this is attuned into. You could play Gamblers. Why not play Gamblers?
Why not?
I think you play Gamblers, but then you're 1 dice short of another action. But yeah, the Prohibition stack actually saved Pilot a little bit.
There it is. We were talking about it, the Gamblers.
Well, it's either you tune it or you play it. I think you just play it in this case. But I think you tune the heart. Yep.
Okay.
And away I go.
Yep, and so Yao Yao is definitely out here. The thing is, what are we drawing? Nothing that is going to give another dice.
No.
I can't
But here's the thing.
anymore.
Look at Pilot's HP. Look at Pilot's HP.
Oh no.
Runatopia does not really mind if she doesn't get that extra action off, because what is Pilot going to do after this? Pilot has been sufficiently crippled, and this is why you play aggro into combo.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We do see, the treasures coming out a little bit too late. Now, Runatopia poised to steal the game here.
Treasure into the deck, just looking for any last-ditch effort to survive here, but it is not going to be enough. Herald's Revive has already been targeted. There's no way for Pilot to get that Kooky burst up without... I haven't lost yet, and has not drawn into it. So I think this is going to be it, especially with those rainbow dice. This was a very fast round 3.
Uh-huh. There goes Thleeben, and now activating...
You don't play the treasure here. You don't play it here. You don't play it here.
You save it for Kooky, huh?
Yes, Kooky has to be your solo carry, and even then, you know, she has that Hydra application on her. If Kooky doesn't get eliminated by Sayu, then Eula is just gonna constantly freeze her out.
Oh boy. Oh no.
There's absolutely nothing that can be done here for Pilot, I think.
Even from last game, you know, Runa, we didn't see the Sayu, you know, their full potential come out, but you know, now with this game, being able to apply the Mona and immediately just swirl with Sayu, we can see that paying dividends now here in turn 3, having to switch into Kukishinobu.
So you can kind of see the effects of, well, is this another treasure that's gonna help? Oh, strat.
Yeah, strategy.
Strat. This is gonna help. Oh, there's the treasure.
Oh.
Okay, so, but here's the problem. Runatobio can still just go Eula. Runatobio can just go Eula.
They do have.
No, this isn't. That's gonna help the breakpoint for Sayu's skill or normal, but it's not gonna help for a freeze. You can't equip talent if you're frozen.
Uh-oh. There goes the normal.
2+1. Actually, I think a regular skill from Eula with Wolf's Gravestone would just take Kooky out without talent equip. I think that rightful reward is a wrongful reward, as Corey and I were calling it yesterday. It needed to be another treasure. And even then, you can't use Kooky talent. This is so tragic to watch.
Oh,
but
no.
we're seeing like the effects of, like, in Genius Invocation TCG, when you are playing in reaction to someone else because they have faster setup than you, you have to survive. You have to survive. And if you don't survive, you just get obliterated.
You just... Like we're seeing here, and Pilot, unfortunately, getting the cards that they need a little bit too late, and you know, in very unoptimized spots, and it's just
crush.
Oh no!
Ooh, interesting. So we're going for a skill on Eula without equipping Wolf's Gravestone, the 3 Geo dice. I think Runa is taking it slow, knowing that she has all the time in the world. She doesn't really need to equip Wolf's Gravestone onto Eula here.
And the Sanctifying Ring being used up already.
But it would have been lethal. It would have been lethal because because skill does 2+1 for freeze, +1 plus an additional 2 because Kooky. So Wolf's Gravestone is +1. The freeze is +1, so it's 4. And then it's +2 if your opponent's character is under 6 or under, which Kooky is.
Yes. Oh.
Rhythm blocked by Prohibition. Now we're seeing a quick swap. Oh, this is it. Quick swap onto Sayu for the swirl. And it's prepared skill, so this is gonna be it. Runatobio getting ready. Getting ready for LA.
This is the victory lap. This is the victory lap.
Herald falls to Sayu's first skill, and now we're preparing for the follow-up. And all Pilot can do is end Kookie's frozen, no talent equipped, -5 is more than enough, and Runatobio is our second participant that will be meeting us in Los Angeles. The Dark Horse, the underdog, the protagonist, making her showing here. Congratulations to Runatobio.
Congratulations. Oh my goodness. And, you know, again, not the best showing out of that, Mez deck? Yes, excuse me. Out of that Mez deck, in that second bout, and now just what a masterful showing. Again, that rock, paper, scissors match really did come into play here, and Runatobio played it to the T.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I think she definitely high rolled this game. As soon as I saw the Ancient Courtyard Golden House into Wolf's Gravestone equip on Sayu, when she already had Shadows and King Sayu talent for the 3 cards, it was over. It was over. There is nothing Pilot can do there. And so Runa Tobio, she was here in Los Angeles last year at the North American Prince Cup, made it top 8. She will be attending yet again, along with Ting, who was top 4. So here are your winners out of Group C.
Wow. And I'm gonna be honest, this is my very, very first time getting to cast Genshin Invocation TCG here at Astral Carnival, and I could not have thought up of a better set of matches.
You're welcome. You've had a great crash course watching the best of the best compete. So as you can see from the bracket, these players made it to these final 3 matches after playing so many and after analyzing their opponents, figuring out what to bring. And you can even see like Runa Tobio bringing an aggro deck, Pilot bringing an aggro deck as well. They're trying to target each other, and Runa Tobio just came out a bit on top there. I think all these players that we saw today had so much potential going in. Some people we thought were favored didn't quite make it out, but Runa Tobio has earned her protagonist tag. So.
Well, I'm tired after that one. Wow, those were fast games. Those were high octane games. And you at home, I hoped you all enjoyed.
Yes. So, that's going to be it for me and Josh. Once again, my name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah, and you want to introduce yourself one last time?
Yeah. Everybody, it's great to meet you. My name is Jay Shuit. You can just call me Josh. And I'm so grateful for the opportunity to be the cast for you guys here to wrap up Group C here at the Astral Carnival Atlantic Tournament.
Yeah, so we have 2 more best of 3s coming up, and of course Corey and Rin are going to be taking over from here. We're going to be starting our Group D, and they'll tell you more about that very shortly. But first, we're going to be heading to a break, so thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you next week.
Welcome back, travelers, to Astra Carnival, the Prince Cup Atlantic. I am returning as one of your hosts, Corey Yee, and with me is...
I am Rin Taicho, the Amberman, and welcome to Genshin Impact's Genius Invocation, TCG, Prince Cup Atlantic. Corey, I get to cast with you today.
Yes, I'm super stoked because Rin and I have been friends for a while, and we get to do this, and we just love TCG, honestly. Maybe Rin more than me, but I'm not sure.
Well, not more than these guys. Though,
yeah, we're kicking off Group D today. We got Meteor, Nita, and Mayoi and Zero up. And I mean, we don't, these are the first games of Group D. So it's pretty exciting to see new players, some new blood on the field.
Actually, this fun Group D, I recognize quite a few of them myself. Kevin, Z, I've talked to plenty of times. Beyond, I see in chat tons of times as well. Mayoi, I personally met at the Prince Cup. I think it was the USA Duel Final, actually. They played second up against cool. Who was it? Oiprox, yeah, that was it. Yeah, so a lot of veterans here, but some new people here as well.
Yeah, so I mean, we've been seeing the decks kind of evolve. So do you think that these players are, I mean, you have to assume that they're watching these games, looking at how certain things are countering, other things that used to be the pillars, like Fatuizan has been a little bit less popular, and you're seeing a little bit more of these other stall and combo decks start taking over. Any predictions for this group?
A couple of them I know personally know how to cook up some interesting decks, so they might be bringing unique things here, but we'll probably be seeing a lot of the same because what's tried and has worked is probably your best shot to get into the Prince Cup.
Yeah,
so
that's true. I mean, but we're talking to Rintai Cho here, someone who is like, I want to destroy this meta. So maybe someone's found something. Here's the preview of Nahita's deck, Underdog being the tag that they chose for themselves. We see the 2 Claymore users with the Wolf's Gravestones ready to go. I mean, this deck has been seeing actually a decent amount of popularity as well. Yeah. So
Sayu, so recently with some of the changes, Sayu being added enabled this deck to be a bit more Eula favored, because Eula prior to this had Wander as the third person in this deck. And so Wander and Mona would work together to swirl as much Hydro to everybody. What Wander does a respectable amount of damage as well. And Eula would usually be the one to clean up. But now with Sayu, she can kind of take over Wander's role in that position and also equip the Claymore and do a lot of damage.
Yep, here's Meteor's deck, the Dark Horse. Ooh, scary. But we're seeing a classic that we've seen pretty consistently through the tournament. Xingqiu, Chongyun, and Razor, the short boys, the original short boys, coming in here. Treasure also, of course, being part of the deck to ramp up towards us slightly later, but a pretty, it's a pretty good deck as well, with Guoba being able to draw out some of those wish cards, the treasure cards as well.
Yeah, last season, before this, Jet was like in this deck as well. This deck kind of got created around that mechanic where you can create dice out of nowhere, but since they kind of not nerfed Jet, I would say they adjusted it to be a little bit more fair in my opinion. Adding treasure into it kind of like covers that mechanic and strategy a bit better, but now because it can heal, it helps this deck a lot, and it is keeping it in the meta for the tournament. Yeah,
overall deck selection here is really interesting to see because we're really seeing quite a mirror. But they banned out the other decks that they chose to play, pretty much, assuming that the support cards are not terribly different. Really, we narrowly dodged the true mirror across the board. But clearly they're in the same mindset. So here we are, we're kicking it off right away, and we're getting into the game right now. I mean, who's going to be able to play the deck that maybe they wanted to play otherwise better?
The other deck that I saw on both sides that they kept was my favorite stall deck.
Yes, I know how much you love stall and how much you love being here with everyone for so long, extended periods of time.
Oh boy.
You just get to spend more time with us. It's okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's what we really want. All right, players deciding what to throw out with their opening hands. Guoba getting thrown back to the deck. Oh, so sad, the Stove God. Gonna be on the back burner, I guess you might say.
Just going through their history here real quick.
Sure.
Meteorites. Let's see where they have been.
We'll see if more Meteor wrong. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm just looking through the history. They've played quite a bit.
Okay.
Top 8, top 16, second place in North America Alpha 2. I have written down here for Meteor, but Nyahida, they took first in the first season of 2024 NA. It looks like here on
Pretty
my notes here.
impressive, then.
So we have a champion here participating.
I didn't even realize. I apologize.
Yeah. It takes time. Because
Yeah.
for me too, I don't recognize a lot of these players myself, but it's always fun to like learn their histories and how far they've come along. And then within the community, people know who they are, so they're all like cheering and things like that.
Yeah, Mona coming out with the elemental skill right off the bat with the equip to be able to draw some more cards theoretically, if attacked. So we'll see Meteor respond.
Oh, Meteor responding with both Changs right now.
That's right, double Chang.
Yeah, any normal attack, which what Xingqiu will do because it's cheaper. You don't have to waste your Hydro die.
Right, that's extra draw.
I'm surprised they didn't opt for the Rain Swords because that can also at least lessen some damage at the same time, so you get yourself a little shield. But
yeah, we'll see if that's maybe something they do for the second action, if that is the choice. Chang will proc off of elemental reactions or physical damage, so maybe that was the intention, to try to get the physical damage out to get Chang rolling.
Ah, yeah, good call.
So maybe that gets one stack there. Lumenstone coming out for Nyahida with Timaeus as well. Support cards going out. Golden House also being played. If there's a third thing to proc Lumenstone or save for next turn. Timaeus,
they might as well do it now, I think.
Yeah, Timaeus already giving a potential free, but maybe there's the play to grant a couple more dice for Sayu.
Yeah, Gilded Dreams mechanic, always very strong in this game, still here.
Yep. Being able to reduce those costs.
Oh, wait a minute. They did get their Gravestone right off.
Yeah, Gravestone's out. Gravestone's there and available. Nahida considering options. Lumenstone did proc, also providing one more Omni die, which is going to really add some more flexibility to the choices here. Hence the time Nahida is taking to consider options.
I think they're deciding whether or not they want to equip this and get ready to start rolling literally on the second turn here.
It looks like that's the choice. Get that swirl going right away, applying Hydro to both Chongyun and Razor, which is pretty tough. The fast swap from Mona's passive really coming in handy there.
Yeah, so they opted just to do a quick swirl without the equip, which I think is good too. Just get some damage spread out, because with the Gravestone, you kind of want them below 6 health before it starts to kick in. Here.
Yeah, so much Hydro. So much Hydro being applied. Not that that's affecting too much. There's the rain screen also for Xingqiu, so potential damage reduction later, but it does have to hit a certain threshold to do that damage reduction.
Right.
So
a lot of this team will hit that though. So.
Yeah, I think you're gonna start seeing that for sure. But just to be, it doesn't reduce the damage of the little Mona summon. So we don't get to see that damage reduction there.
I wonder if Nahida might go off this turn. Not with this dice though. No, I don't think they will unless they have some better dice.
Let's see a reroll on those dice if there's any luck changes.
Yeah, all back. They want
there it is. So some cryo dice and some other dice that aren't particularly helpful.
Yeah, they didn't roll any animo, unfortunately.
Not great. All the animo is on Meteor's side actually, with 4 animo dice there. Not helping Meteor much either. There's some Hydro for the Xingqiu burst at least.
Yeah.
So that is likely to come down.
Definitely get burst off this turn. You have to.
But this is pretty brutal for Nyahida, not having too many usable dice there.
Right.
Meteor's up first on the turn priority though.
Yeah.
So deciding how to make something happen here. The risk of freeze is immense.
There's no quick swap on Yahida's side, so
that's true. Not immediately, immediately.
Right.
But everyone covered in Hydro is a bit scary.
It is a bit scary. And Nahida was hoping for animo for sure. They couldn't put the Gravestone.
There's the Rain Cutter, Elemental Burst coming out from Xingqiu. A little bit of more Hydro damage, not changing that effect there, but providing the Rain Swords for later hoping to combo with Chongyun in all likelihood for some freeze combos with elemental skill into normal.
Yeah, with that team, they definitely want to take advantage of their freeze potential here and also get Razor set up for just some really sick combos as soon as you can.
Yes, absolutely. That's strategized coming out on Yahida's side. 1 cost for 2 draw. Still considering options here.
They got Courtyard, so they can get a very easy equipped Gravestone right now.
That's right. That's right.
But they still don't have Animo dice.
Yeah, it's tough.
All right.
Looks like Mona might just be here to do either prep a quick swap or and take a hit, and also just basically throw it back over to Meteor. We've seen a lot of a swap stalling. I don't think that that's exactly what we're going to see here, but it does throw it back to the other person, the other player, to see, all right, what are you going to do? Now you got to deal with Mona being here instead of a more vulnerable Sayu.
So they swapped off the Mona to force Meteor to decide if they stay on Xingqiu or move over to the others, because now Yahida has that quick swap over to Eula and threaten to freeze either of them, which
that's
is okay.
a really great way to get the quick swap. And of course, we can see the dice on Yahida's side. We know that Mona is not likely to do any action this turn. And I think Meteor knows that. Meteor is probably aware that, like, okay, Eula is a potential threat for an instant swap. And without any quick swap on Meteor's side, it's a tricky one, because if you can't get the Chongyun circle down. No, Ryan, there was a fast swap. I apologize.
Wait a minute.
With Catherine on the board. So that does have. Yeah, the dice are a little bit low, though.
Yeah. Well,
so.
Surprised they went the Chongyun, though. Interesting.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, ideally, you want Chongyun to at least be able to lay down the frost field.
Yeah.
But are there enough dice for it?
Hang on. I think they're going to go for it.
There's the princess.
They could replace Artifact on Xingqiu to get that extra dice.
Desperate play, I think, but I think you have.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
I don't think there's really any choice, and
they're gonna tune. Ooh, this is gonna be tough. They might tune their food.
This is rough. It's unfortunate that there hasn't been an additional proc on Chang, because those are just cards waiting to be drawn. And I'm sure that Meteor would like to keep all 3 of these cards in hand right now. Timaeus at 2 stacks, ready on next turn to get, a free gilded.
Yeah, those 2 definitely. They're thinking of tuning their.
Sad. They're going.
Really, Gamblers on the Xingqiu.
It's the equip on Gamblers, at least, to let poor Princess. That's credit to where credit's due. I didn't think of that, and that at least maximizes Boar Princess's efficiency.
Yeah,
getting 2 dice,
just,
not having to tune, not ideal, of course. Xingqiu is unlikely to get those kills, but it's better than dumping it. It's better than throwing it away.
For sure, it's just definitely not something you see very often. But it could
desperate
totally work.
Play.
Yeah, don't want to tune those cards. You want to keep that gilded for Timaeus coming up here.
Yeah.
Well, Timaeus is missing a charge now, so you can't do that next turn.
True. Timaeus will have to wait for another turn or get some other cost reduction. But make that free.
At least for now, Xingqiu is more than capable of freezing the other team too.
That's true. Yeah, Xingqiu could do it, or any character at this point with a normal attack will be able to freeze immediately, pretty much guaranteed.
I think right now Yahida's deciding if they want to go to Eula and just start putting damage down.
Right, Lumen Stone, second Lumen Stone. Oh, there's the cheaper equip.
That's good. So that is going on Sayu. Okay.
Yeah, there's Sayu.
That's
the cost reduction with Golden House as well.
Coming down.
I think they want turn priority. That seems like it's going to likely be their goal.
6 dice though.
Yeah, there's 6 dice. That's true.
What can they do?
Liben's out to take 3 of those potentially.
Yeah.
I think Yahida's trying to consider options in order to, because I'm assuming that Yahida is aware that Meteor.
Oh, okay.
Never mind.
I see what they're doing. Okay.
More dice generation.
So they want that 7th dice at least. They might swap to Eula now, just to get a Grimheart stack as well here.
Yeah,
but then they can keep that 3 dice for Liben for the next turn.
That's true. That's true. Quick swap.
Oh,
back to Sayu.
I think that's fine with the Gravestone on now and the 3 Omni that they have there.
Yeah,
that'll do quite a bit of damage coming up.
All right, now it's back over to Meteor, who's finally getting, because the reaction took place. Chang is out and trading cards back in. I'm sure Meteor wanted those cards before, but unfortunately it's a little bit late because of the dice. But what else can Meteor do? Potentially.
Ooh, it's not looking good for Meteor right now.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out of Sayu as well.
Yeah.
And Meteor doesn't know what Nahita's dice look like, but another action could easily happen.
You have to assume they have the dice they need for everything.
Right. Yeah.
But right now it's dangerous because with that gravestone on Sayu, like watch this.
Ooh,
yeah.
Damage coming out.
So she is probably going to be frozen likely next turn, but man, she can definitely threaten both Xingqiu and Chongyun at this point here.
All right, there's Timaeus actually getting played.
I think she might, maybe Nahita might go over to Mona here.
Yeah, I think that's a smart play. You get that fast swap back.
You don't need Mona anymore for this.
Yeah, Mona, you're done.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if the swap happens or not.
Yeah.
Considering options, I think there's still, some artifacts that could potentially get pulled off, but that does seem like a lot.
No.
For Nahita to do.
Right now, I think the line for Nahita is to go on Mona and then await what will happen. Never mind. Here.
Pulling back.
Oh, they're gonna keep go. Oh, actually, they're going full aggro right now.
They're gonna go all in on this.
Yeah, they want to take.
Yeah, that was the other possibility with gamblers equipped as well. Generating more dice. The skill coming out. Turn's already over, so Nahita just gets to act freely.
Oh my god!
Nuking Chongyun, he's done. He's out. Gamblers procking as well. Who's next on the onslaught?
It's bad right now. You go to Razor will get taken out. Yeah.
The Sayu train. Coming to the station.
Yeah, Sayu's just gonna roll over this whole team right now.
Oh my gosh, Meteor was not expecting that, thinking long and hard about which character is gonna take the hits next. Knowing, that is brutal.
You just have the skill here.
Another skill coming in hot.
I have taught you everything.
Rolling onwards. Gamblers procking again. Not sure. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Nahita has this first round quite fast.
Yeah, the swap back over, so you have a quick swap ready.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any getting out of this one.
It wouldn't matter anyway. They had a quick swap in hand too on Nahita's side.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they definitely have this percent. Dang, wow, that just played super well for Nahita. Had all the perfect cards out.
Sayu damage coming out strong to get those extra dice needed to finish this game. You know what? It's not over yet. Razor is mad. That's really clearly. Don't hurt friends. Don't do. Yeah. Don't. Yeah. It's. Sorry, dude. I don't think there's any getting out of this one, Razor.
Oh no.
Meteor, you're still considering options. Thinking about what to play.
They do have. I don't know what food it is. I thought it was minty meat rolls. I don't think it's a lotus.
Yeah.
But let's see what they're cooking here.
A draw maybe out of Linden Stone.
Are they? No way.
Catherine now also no longer serving any purpose.
There's no way they're trying to do this.
What are you predicting here?
I'm feeling like they might fish treasure into there and then proc Lumenstone to try and get one out, maybe. But
get that heal off?
I don't see
there's the treasure. You gotta try, right? I mean, like this is the Prince Cup. You can't just give up. And even when things look grim, that's the we call that the protagonist code. There's the minty meat roll as well.
Okay, so they fish treasure out. Okay.
One treasure.
Right, they play the treasure.
There it is. Nice.
Okay.
2 health. There's the normal attack coming out. That'll freeze up Mona.
Yeah, no, you just gotta stop Sayu and just normal.
Yeah. Choose your.
I like that. You're playing right to the end.
You gotta play to the end. You gotta. That's the first victory going in on Nahita's side. Really, really strong showing from that Sayu. Just like Eula, not even required.
Yeah. No, perfect card draw from Nahita. Top decking, as we would call it here. The rolls were a little weird, but they made do with it.
Enough draw power.
They definitely spent their time calculating to make sure, like, okay, can I do this now? I have this, I can replace with this, I can generate enough dice, and they did perfectly in that round right there, taking out both Chongyun and Xingqiu, leaving Razor by himself to defend.
And goodness, the damage also coming in hot from Sayu. Like, just those double attacks are crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy valuable. 5 damage from Sayu. Goodness gracious. She a healer. She's a
she can heal too. That's the thing, right?
Like
I knew it. I knew it when Sayu got added. It's like, she is gonna be a terror. No one's gonna stop her. She can use a claymore. She can throw elements onto people. She can heal. Like, there's nothing.
Yeah. Why sustain with your burst when they're dead? I mean, the best defense is a good offense, apparently.
Oh my gosh.
So that's the first victory going to Nihita, and now that deck is no longer usable. So gonna be swapping over to the Layla Ajdaha Nuvolette deck, and Meteor is choosing, you got to win with both decks.
Yeah.
But which one is going to come out first and be used to try to at least get one win on the board, hopefully.
They might mirror match this one because it might be a bit difficult for the other guys.
If they know that you're casting, then clearly they're going to go with the double stall.
No, please have mercy on me. Guys, no, that's okay. We need to see how these go.
It's pretty cool to see, though, at least Ajdaha's there. So it's not like fully, it's not like the Barbara stall where we're seeing just like healing and all of this. There's going to be some freeze and there will be a little bit of length, but then you're going to see the big damage potentially coming in from these two heavy hitters in, Nuvolette's kind of a half stall, half I'm going to kill you with unlimited charge attacks.
Yeah.
And Ajdaha, of course, can really come in and do some big damage kind of out of nowhere sometimes.
Yeah.
So
Ajdaha is really good at bringing in that like random element that they can absorb from the other side, which could potentially work really well for Nuvolette here. Be it like electro pyro, like for some extra damage, helping with freeze as well. They're Ajdaha being there, providing shields and extra dice just by their talent. I didn't catch their deck really quickly though, but
the talent was definitely in there.
Okay.
But we're so we're gonna actually not see it the mirror matchup. We're gonna go back to the Xingqiu Chongyun Razor deck and see a little bit more consistency, a little bit less stall. But good freezing, just a lot with those treasure hunts. So
they'll have a lot more time to set up here than against the last one.
Right, that deck did so much damage so fast. There was no reacting to it, and I think you're right. We're less likely to see the instant demolition from like a Sayu type. That cheaper. Free Wolf's Gravestone really adding to Sayu's damage immensely. That was really wonderful to see. Any predictions for the sort of stall versus this more combo-based deck?
Well, Nihita's definitely going to try to stall out Meteor here for sure. They can threaten with freeze with Layla and Nuvolette right away as well, and so can Meteor between Xingqiu and Chongyun.
Meteor, yes, that's right.
It really depends on how Meteor's card draw goes here.
That's right.
And then if Nihita can get equipped faster than them.
All right, getting into the game right here. One win on the board for Nihita. Meteor's gonna have to come back and use this deck that they have faith in to be able to defeat this other deck, this newer deck that Nihita has. Just as a reminder for folks at home, we've got the QR code on the left side. If you want to give us back feedback, tell us how we're doing, anything like, oh man, this is really great. Say how great Rintai Cho is, or you could be like, oh my gosh, how awful is that Corey guy? Those are all things you can put in a feedback form.
Let's go.
Our roles are a little changed today too, chat. Corey's taking over more of the hosting duties, and I'm playing analyst here, and I'm racking my brain right now in all these plays.
Hey, you're doing great in my opinion. So I mean, this is great.
I get to be blep today, which is fun.
but definitely put in your feedback on that, and feel free to also follow the Astro Carnival socials to keep up to date with everything with TCG. All right, Lumenstone coming out for Meteor right away, turn priority, and. Of course, there's a second Lumenstone ready to go as well, and it's really nice to get those out early, but I don't know if Meteor one. Oh, no, there it is. Never mind.
That's
just getting fully ready to proc.
They have enough
all
cards.
of
To,
those.
you don't want both Liar Songs yet. Hopefully you can draw out the Gilded at this right now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you said you
can do
wanted them
so.
early, I'd call you a liar.
They might play Catherine here. I think they might.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to because you really don't want to play those other things too early, and you want to make sure that the Lumen Stones are going.
Yeah. Well, Catherine going out right now, you don't want to show them that you can have a quick sub
That's
either.
a good point.
Right. But they want to take advantage of the Lumenstone proc here as well to see what else they can get. Or they can just normal and then just continue on their way.
That's true. I mean, even if you play Catherine at the end, you could at least get the draws. I mean, the draws is kind of the benefit here. Of course, the dice are nice too, but all right, there's
So they do
Catherine
play
actually.
Catherine.
Okay.
Oh, okay. They got treasure out earlier.
Treasure early as well.
That's okay.
I don't know what they're looking for right at this second. But both Lumen Stones have procced with 4 dice to play with, all very usable dice. Meteor considering actions against this Layla. There's the normal attack coming in. 2 damage, just mainly building energy for that burst. 1 die left. All right, switching over to Nahita's side, we got Layla out on the board, 8 health. Solid cards in hand, also one of those Lumen Stones, but several artifacts to be played without really much means to take advantage of them, it would seem. I mean, you could definitely get some draw power out of the Heart.
Nahita just needs to set up right now. They have Heart of Kavarina. They should equip that on Layla if they plan to stay. But right now, they're probably going to do a shield. Probably put Lumenstone out there early as well. And what's that other artifact they have there?
The unfortunate part about having the turn disadvantage is that without the Heart being able to be played earlier, there's just unlikely that there's going to be any more damage this turn. I mean, there's just not enough dice, and they know that now on Meteor. So they're kind of waiting to play that card because it's just not going to even proc this turn in all likelihood. And with the turn over, yes, that is the case. All right, so there is the draw for Meteor as well. But that round is already over for Meteor, and now Nahita is deciding what to do with those last 2 Animo dice.
Probably just play the Lumenstone, I would figure here.
I don't think you have much of an option really, but just 2 normals to build up that burst energy.
Actually, they
Considering some sneaky plays here.
I think they might want to go to Nublet to try to freeze, but they don't have enough charges on Layla's passive there yet.
Yeah, you'd have to do multiple actions in order to charge that up, and that is tough. Sorry, I misspoke earlier. That was a normal and a skill to get the shooting stars, of course.
Yeah.
There's Lumenstone being played in the end of that round for both players. Here come the dice.
Yeah, as long as
dice right off the bat for Nita.
As long as Meteor doesn't put Hydra on themselves, they should be okay.
Which is a tricky thing for Xingqiu, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're
a little
missing...
bit challenging, but probably likely another normal attack.
Meteor's missing 1 dice to get burst out for Xingqiu here, but they have both Lumen Stones. And they have a decent amount of cards to try to fix it for now.
Especially with the strategize, more potential draw power, unless that wants to get saved, of course, for the treasure hunt later. But there are several other cards that would be helpful in order to do that and get those Omni dice back for both Lumen Stones proccing at once. And the fast swap is ready as well.
What's Meteor gonna do here? I think Meteor might play Timaeus for sure to see if they can fish out Gilded because they have both their Liar Songs right now.
That's true. It would be nice to be able to use those Liar Songs for a great effect rather than just burning a hole in the hand.
Yeah.
4 Princess is out as well.
Actually, they already had 4 of their artifacts. It's a good gamble.
Timaeus.
It might be right there. Perfect.
There it is. Bam. Nice call on that one.
Okay. So now they need to get it equipped. They might play Boar Princess, or they might do an attack so they can let Xingqiu get hit so they can draw 1 more card out at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Because then if they get hit, they'll have their full burst, and they should have enough dice there to get Xingqiu's burst out too.
Yeah, Xingqiu burst priority is very high because you need it to combo, of course, with that Chongyun Frost Field and get freezes off. Okay, there's an equip onto Chongyun. And Lumen Stones are procced, providing extra much needed Omni dice in addition to a couple card draws. Lumenstone,
okay.
really quite a good early game card to be able to proc for 3 separate turns, giving you lots of extra dice value and card draw. Really good.
That's why you play a lot of 0-cost cards in there, because they all count toward it. You get extra dice back, and you also fish out the rest of your deck, because you do need all your cards for this type of deck to play.
That's right.
Right now, Meteor is looking in a really good position to set up really soon here.
There's that normal attack coming in, breaking the shield, not making a dent on Layla's actual health, but the shield is gone, building up the energy for that burst. We haven't talked about the basics of the treasure hunting, but for those of you at home who don't know, you want to thin out your deck as much as possible, so then really when you throw the treasure back into the deck, that's all there is. At least there's a high chance of drawing it out, so you know exactly what you're getting. Asia becoming a new active character on Yahida's side, back over to Meteor, deciding what to do. Probably going to see that burst coming out, but also Meteor is deciding maybe whether there's more potential to play here, or if it is, what other cards can be played in order to...
They're definitely going to do their burst here, for sure. There's no
the burst
question
has to come out. But using that timer to decide what to do, definitely...
Yeah, they're planning out their next 4 or 5 steps here.
Exactly. There's the timer reminding them that they do have to do something soon.
They'll probably burst, and they'll probably Lyre Song Magic a lot, fast swap over the Chongyun, and then get the Frost Field down.
That's right. Lyre Song plus Timaeus should be able to provide some really good options for playing Gilded.
Yeah.
There's the fast swap without Chongyun, without Rainswords.
Maybe they... okay. Maybe they'll get Frost Field out here.
That's true. I mean, maybe the priority is to get Frost Field out and not apply Hydro. I'm not sure what the play is. Maybe they're also considering what is Asia going to absorb.
Well, they'll crystallize the Hydro that goes on Xingqiu from the Self-Affliction, which is they don't want them to have that, I'm pretty sure. So they're Lyre Song and Gilded. Okay. Interesting.
Okay. Now we have the cheaper cost from Lyre Song combining with Timaeus to provide some kind of free artifact if desired. Is that going to be enough dice?
Placing Caverina with Caverina. So that Proxpore Princess, I think I put Gilded now, because that would give up to 7 dice if they do that.
Yeah, could be something that they wait to do also if they're assuming they're going to be attacked. Maybe get one more card out of Heart of Caverina before destroying it. There's the elemental skill coming through, 3 damage, and the Chongyun, Frost Field, or on the ground. Well, you know how it works in the normal game.
Yeah.
That's 3 damage over to Asia, switching back to Layla.
Okay.
All right.
They're being tricky right now. I get that.
They're trying so hard to not get frozen. Both players are using all of their swaps and dice in order to not be frozen, because it's tricky, of course, when Xingqiu is applying that to himself as well.
Yeah, he doesn't want to give more card draw to Chongyun here. That's why they decided not to hit them.
That's right.
Yeah, they're already fishing out most of their deck here.
Yeah, last Lumenstone one of them getting destroyed, but Gilded coming back out to provide a couple more dice.
Yeah, Board Princess proc 2, so that gave him 3 more dice.
There's the swap back to Xingqiu.
Okay. All right, I see you guys.
Now, what's Nahida gonna do in response? Because if Layla's burst comes out, that's not gonna really be too bad immediately.
The burst would be nice, because then they could swap over to Nuvolet and can control with freeze.
True, that's a good point.
And they're gonna have a free self-freeze thing.
There's Lieben.
Stars. Lieben right now.
Lieben coming out. Lots of dice to get eaten up potentially. Still not ideal if you want to do some more interesting actions. All right.
Shadow King on the Nuvolet.
Oh, Shadow King. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, draw coming out for...
what are they looking for here?
Yahida as well. They're trying to get some more cards in their hand.
2 Dunyarzad. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, and that's Lumenstone also proccing to get you that one more Omni die. 1 Dunyarzad coming out.
We fishing out here. Timaeus?
Dunyarzad paying for Dunyarzad.
Another Lieben. Okay.
Second Lieben gonna replace the already previously used Dunyarzad.
There's Timaeus.
Do you play Timaeus? There's no...
They want Timaeus. They want that artifact they're looking for right now. I think they're hoping for it on the last play of Junior's out there, but
yeah, it's tricky because you're not all right. There's Timaeus replacing Junior Zod.
There you go. There it is. That's what they're looking for.
Now, but you probably have to save it for next turn, I would imagine.
Yeah. Well, they got Lieben. They can ramp up, and it'll be really
right. At least one Lieben will be able to proc with what they have right now.
Yeah.
Nihita very carefully calculating what is going to be the play and not being aggressive when you don't have to necessarily.
There you go. So they're going to keep their 4 dice so Lieben can absorb them.
Yeah, at least. And Lieben will take one of the second Lieben rather will take one of them as well and be prepped for that. All right, looks like that second Liar is being used to generate some more dice, knowing that the turn is over for Nihita. The burst comes out for Xingqiu with 2 more dice available, throwing treasure into the deck.
Yeah,
that's the end of the turn.
It's really good because they drew out Stove God now, so they can hopefully rely on it showing up again.
Yeah.
Ah, I see.
That's right. Second treasure also being drawn in for Meteor.
Yeah.
All right, here come the dice rolls. Let's see if we see anything magical happen here.
There's going to be quite a bit of magic being played on Meteor's side. They did use both Liar songs though, which kind of puts them back a little bit with generating dice here, but getting that magic in to replace it pretty soon here is good. Yeah,
it's been interesting seeing Nihita ramp up as much as possible. There's definitely some free cards here. Boar Princess and the Treasure Seeking Sealy being played. That's 2 procs for the 3 for Lumenstone as well. I
think they might go Gilded here onto Layla, maybe.
Yeah, with the intention to destroy. Oh, well, here comes the burst. Yeah. That's going to instantly freeze Xingqiu, though that's probably not going to be too much of an issue.
Not now.
Meteor knowing that's going to happen. Here comes the Stove God.
Treasure? One of them. One treasure.
Cards, okay. One treasure. Yeah, we're not too far. So Stove God draws cards based on the amount of turns that have actually...
Yeah.
Or rounds, excuse me, that have passed.
We're only at round 3 right now.
Yeah,
Could have been better later.
Right, but I think that Meteor's looking for aggression. Catherine's still on the board as well, so a fast swap is ready in the wings.
Yeah. They'll probably play this treasure now, just so Xingqiu can benefit from the heal, rather than the other 2. It's just what else is they going to play after that?
Maybe so.
They want that extra dice and the card draw that they get from that final Lumenstone proc.
Yeah, it's worth noting also, Layla does have a 3 of those stacks ready to go.
Yeah.
Which means, if you're able to get onto a Hydro character and use any attack, then that's, well, of course, that would be Nuvled.
Yeah.
Instant freeze as well. Freeze is ready, and I think Meteor has to assume that a quick swap is ready as well in the hand.
Yeah, when you see a hand that full, you're like,
it's like, and there's been a lot of drawing as well.
Yeah.
So the deck has been thinned out decently well. The quick swap is probably on there, but that's a quick swap for Meteor over to Chongyun. Or Princess being played along with the Treasure Seeking Sealy, destroying Catherine. Goodbye, Catherine.
Oh, Rhythm coming in. Okay, that's a good card to have for later.
Okay, another Treasure Seeking Sealy coming in as
they want the Sealies to go here.
Yeah,
the Sealies all drop. They're looking to play their other treasure this round here. I'm pretty sure.
That's a good play also here. That's refreshing the Chongyun's Frostfield while not consuming one of the Rain Swords, because that wouldn't have gotten a kill anyway, so probably not necessary. Freezing Layla in place, forcing a swap, though that was also likely predicted. Nihita has a ton of cards in hand to play with as well. What do you think the intention is going to be here for Nihita to do? I mean, you probably need to make sure that Chongyun's locked down.
Yeah, well, usually my calls never get played, but the first one I see here, Nuvled is definitely going to freeze Chongyun here, so you can prevent him from charging up his burst, because that's also going to be a big problem for Nihita.
Yeah, Chongyun's burst can be pretty big out of nowhere.
They need to be careful here too, though, because they have almost a full hand. They're going to need to play a few more cards here before they end their turn as well.
Absolutely.
They also have Lieben. They could use Lieben to ramp up again too. Golden House is there, the artifacts there. Nuvled's barely equipped either, so it's not a really good time to go to him yet as well.
That's a good point. All right, there's the heart going on to Asia.
So yeah, they're going to Asia. They don't want to go to Nouvellette yet.
Chongyun potentially ready to freeze.
I don't know if he will though.
Right, and Yahida also is probably aware that there have been some treasures thrown into the deck, and
other treasure.
Second treasure getting tuned out.
Okay.
Freezing up Asia here with the Rain Swords and Chongyun combo. It's another freeze. A lot of damage though.
I'm not sure about that one, but okay.
Well, I think Meteor is assuming that maybe a lot of the draw power is gone now.
I think they feel like they can end it next turn here.
Yeah, people are getting into critical points, and with gamblers, you know, if Chongyun can survive and not get frozen, he's got the burst too. Nahida's character is in critical condition, other than Nouvellette, of course. But a lot of cards and a lot of power in hand, not to mention the treasure-seeking Sealy, potentially Lieben. Here comes the switch to Nouvellette.
Okay.
All right, that's the end of the round for Meteor. Ready to potentially Chongyun burst, freeze, a lot of options. So if Nihida does not lock down this Chongyun, disaster.
It's gonna be disaster. They can't switch to anyone else. Chongyun
they
will
have
hit
to
them
get
hard.
in a ton right here. Of course, freezing Chongyun before.
Ooh.
Now is, well, okay, hold on. We got another pullback for the dice generation artifacts.
I think they're looking to try and take out Chongyun here before he can do his burst.
You kind of have to.
Yeah.
Right, there's
weapon,
9 dice to play with.
No weapon though, no source water droplets either.
That's
for
right. The freeze
here.
Crowd control than damage, though there is a slight damage.
Golden House.
Lieben's gone after eating up that die.
Ooh. I wonder what their plan is.
Yeah, Nihida is looking for options in order to. All right, there's
they
the
didn't
weapon.
have the weapon. I didn't even realize it was there.
The weapon was there, but not free either. That was one single cost reduction.
This actually, they could scale normal twice because it'll only cost 4 dice for the next 2 new attacks.
All right, here comes that skill you mentioned, including, and here comes the Lele attack as well.
Wait a
5
minute.
damage right off the bat. 4 dice left. Lots of damage potential from Nouvellette.
They can elim Chongyun here.
I think Chongyun goes down. Or Princess getting played as well. With gamblers, knowing that the onslaught can continue. There's the first normal attack.
And the prepare skill.
Really nice. Yeah, that's right. And it's not like a ton. Well, that's a decent amount of damage right there. So that's going to be gamblers proccing as well. Now Meteor has to decide what is going to happen. You know, Chongyun's energy unfortunately going to waste.
You don't want to go there because Nouvellette has another. They have another 2 cost skill in their attack, but they don't want to go to Razor either because that's going to take him out.
Yeah, you kind of got to. You got to save. Ooh, this is a tough choice.
They do go to
knowing the unfortunate thing for Meteor is, like, you know, you got to sacrifice Xingqiu in order to save Razor because Razor's going to be your finisher.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, that's Gambler's proc as well.
They have to be careful here because they can't.
Nihida's using the burst.
Okay, they'll do that.
To create some more water droplets, and it is still the end of the round for Meteor, so Nihida gets to go again. I don't know if there's really the switch over to Asia.
That makes sense. Okay, I get what they're doing.
Oh, that's
Summon off field will take out.
That's right. Xingqiu's down, and so now the question is.
No, there's no way. Meteor does not come back from this.
Yeah, Razor has to try to clean up here.
They have, so Nahida has a charge on their Layla skill. So what Razor only has one choice but to hit Ashta, which might take him out.
To go.
And even if he doesn't take him out, which is very unlikely, they can just quick swap over to Nouvellette and then just do a freeze on Razor and it's GG.
Yeah, I don't think that there's, you know, with Razor getting frozen, Nouvellette pretty much fully online.
Yeah.
Not needing to play too many more of these other cards in order to just get the freeze and then take time and take them out.
Nothing here.
Let's see what Meteor decides. Meteor's trying to consider options here, but Nihita does look like they have this in the bag. There's the elemental skill coming out for Razor to get the win, the kill. But yeah, Gamblers wasn't even played because I think that knows.
This is Nihita's game right here.
Yeah, there's the normal attack coming out. Freeze coming out from Layla. Very strong.
That was a skill. That was a skill for us. They wanted,
that's right.
That's right. Water droplets.
That's right.
Oh yeah, they have all this treasure though. They could play first.
All right, gotta heal them up. You gotta keep them alive as long as possible. The unfortunate thing for Meteor is that there's nothing else you can do action-wise with all of those dice, and if
they're mathing out to see
how many more attacks, because he has to end the turn now. Like you can't do anything else. That's painful.
I don't think that's enough though.
It's pretty
GG
brutal.
Here. Yeah, Nihita will take this 2-0 and advance. It looks like.
So much damage coming in from Nuvolette, and Meteor unfortunately is defeated. Nihita comes in with 2-0 on that one. Really impressive play, seeing, making the sacrifices where necessary, but really good, just patience and mathing it out, making sure that everyone can survive long enough to make sure that Nuvolette murders everyone.
I feel like Meteor played a few of their cards a little too early. Getting both Lyre songs to be played on the second turn, generally you don't want to do. You want to see that for a Razor combo for sure.
It was unfortunate to see. I think really going all in on Chongyun seemed like a potential option, but Nuvolette being able to just nuke-volette him, I guess, is one turn decimated that plan. All that energy gone to waste.
Yeah, Nuvolette can play on a stall deck, but he can be super aggressive when he needs to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point, right? To stall out and make sure Nuvolette's ready and getting very efficient attacks going with that weapon, combined with the charge attacks, using those source water droplets. Just so much damage coming out. And the Layla burst also getting a quick finisher right here to make sure that Razor's the only target left and can be immediately frozen. Layla proving her worth as well by consistently getting good, we call it sub DPS in the main game, just getting the freezes and damage, relevant damage as well.
Yeah, just calculating when exactly those stars will be shot out is really like high level play there. It's something that I can't do personally, but
that's gonna be Nihita moving on in the upper bracket, Meteor getting sent down to the lower bracket, but still having chances in order to be promoted to move on.
Yeah, but we are going to go to our next and final match for today.
Yes.
With Mayoi versus, it could be pronounced Zero or Zero. I'm not sure which way it is.
We'll try to get clarification on that because we clearly have zero knowledge on how to say it.
We have some knowledge on what Zero has done, though.
That's right. Yeah. Why don't we talk a little bit about that? I mean, we also do know that Zero is coming from Latin America, which is pretty cool. We're not just North America for our region. We're all of the Americas and Europe combined. So it's pretty cool to see all these players. Rin, any thoughts about these players? Wait, Rin, I think I can't hear you. I don't know. Did something? All right. Well, it looks like Rin has a little bit of a mic thing happening. I can't, unless if I am not able to catch you here. Well, we're gonna take a look right back at our setup here again. Some of the information that we have on Mayoi is that we have some of the selected names. There's 3 selected names for Mayoi. That's Mathematician, Underdog, and Dice Magician. I feel like those are all very different things going on there, which is kind of amazing actually. But I would love to see some dice magic happen for the underdog to come out and then math their way to victory. You obviously don't choose all 3 going into this, but I'm excited to see that. And then also on Zero's side, we've got Mathematician, Mastermind, and Unlucky Roller. We'll see what they choose for that, but it could be an exciting matchup. I'm interested to see what kind of decks they're going to be choosing because like I've talked about in the beginning of this, we have some really incredible responses to some of the aggro decks, and some people just don't want to deal with it. They ban it out, and then other times they will see, these types of evolving metas that are going to counter what's become popular, and then, all right, well, that's popular, so I'm going to make a deck that's going to deal with that. And then those counters become popular, and then, we get that full circle of different things. Here's the preview of Zero's deck. Unlucky Roller is the choice for that one. We're seeing the Big Crab and Sino and Layla as well. That's going to be really incredible.
Ting.
Oh, hello, Rin.
Okay, sorry, tech difficulty.
Welcome back.
There.
No, it's all good. All good.
Turn my camera back on.
Yeah, we had some really interesting decks coming out here. No, all good, all good. It happens.
My bad. Oh, what the heck?
Yeah.
Sino? Hello.
Pretty cool. We're seeing the representative, one of the biggest representatives of TCG.
I'm happy to see that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, we got a few interesting cards here as well. I don't know the full name of that arcane card, but that's, you can see Stormterror's Lair being taken down. Yeah, that is the -1 damage from all sources for the next 4 hits in that turn.
Yeah, I mean, if this is not a very different deck from what we're used to, I don't know what is. So it should be very exciting to see some of these cards that we really just don't see very often.
Yeah, just trying to get caught up on our notes here.
Yeah, no, all good. And I think really, you just said damage reduction. That's gonna be the name of the game for making sure that those shields stay intact to do mass damage. All right, here's Mayoi's deck, Dice Magician, with the Sayu, Mona, and Eula coming in.
Let's see. Yeah, so this deck is really good against Crab deck, particularly because Crab only has 6 HP. And because the Claymore procs at that point, they can easily start chunking away at the Crab's shields that they're going to absorb from the rest of their party.
Okay, all right.
So this is actually a really good pick to go up against it.
Yeah, we'll definitely see if we can see, once again, that cheaper, one of those cheaper Wolf's Gravestones coming out. We saw this deck played very well earlier. With Nahida just absolutely decimating and getting quick damage out. So I'm not. Do you think that this deck is designed to be that aggressive? Like, would you put it in the same category as the Fatuizon aggro, or
definitely?
Yeah, okay,
definitely, 100%. Because this used to be the Wanderer deck instead of Sayu.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. Just to go back on the player's history here, because I was just about to say
please.
That. So Zero looks like they placed top in the Winter Invitational, top 16 in North America Season 3, Latin America top 4. But in the Serious Showdown, North America, they placed second. They were up against Superbird, so that's
pretty darn good.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty impressive history.
With Mayoi, I've had personal history with, actually.
That's right.
The most particular one is the NA Duels. They came second against Oiprox. Yeah.
So like these players really close to the top, having something to prove and saying, no, I want to be the #1 spot. Let's get right into the game here. And, both of them second places. That means that there's only one spot to go up.
Moyoi placed second in Serious Showdown as well, it looks like. And they were top 8 in NA Alpha 1 and NA Season 1. So very, very high skilled players for sure.
The double Lotus draw on Zero's side, but a Tenacity coming out right at the top with Vanarana. Let's see what cards are going to get thrown back into the deck.
I think
Arcane Legends are difficult to choose when you want to keep them, right?
You probably don't want the Lotuses and the Legend right now. The Vanarana is a good keep. You want to keep your helmet too.
You need Tenacity stacking.
Yeah, you need it to start. Yeah,
it's
exactly what Zero did. Oh, they got talent too. Good.
They got the talent for the Big Crab
and Jade Chamber. It's going to be a really good setup run for Zero here.
Very exciting. They're choosing which characters are going to go out into the fray right at the start.
Zero is Layla. Mayoi is Mona, definitely. No doubt.
Yeah, there's the Layla and the Mona. So what do you think? How do you think the Sino fits into this Crab deck? Because when I was look at some of the Crab stuff, it was a different setup. So I was not counting Sino in for that.
Sino is a very interesting pick here, but the longer the match goes, the longer his Indwelling, I think it's called.
That's true. So maybe it's just like a 2-pronged attack or some kind of backup in case the crab needs to not be the killer.
Well, okay, so for the crab deck, you need to be able to manage your character's health and not just completely stay off crab while shields are going up.
That's true.
So crab does need to go over and take some hits once in a while, but those perfect opportunity for crab to put pyro onto the other team, which is what I think Zero's strategy is.
Okay.
To wait it out as long as they can because it's a cell deck, get pyro onto their side, and while Sino is charging up with that indwelling, he's going to hit really, really hard once he starts getting going there.
That's true. Well, really the long game, I think, for Zero here, which is pretty cool to see.
Yeah.
You know, these characters building up over time. As far as my understanding of the crab is concerned, their burst will, on the low end, does 2 piercing damage to all off standby characters, but the main character takes damage based on the amount of shields that the crab has. So stacking up those shields is all the name of the game, something that the crab does over time. So we'll see then. That's pyro damage, and you know, you can stack up. I think I watched some of our casters. We had a little gathering in the cat's tail ourselves, and I watched a couple duels between crabs, and that thing can stack up to, you know, 20, 30, 40 even.
That's why you want Layla on the team. This is why you want your team to see the middle of this right away. Because the moment
all those shields.
So okay, no, that's good too. You want crab talent to be active as well.
Talent right away, making a big difference on the amount of shields, I believe.
Yeah.
Crab also is like, hey, those shields are not for you. So Layla's shield instantly going away. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Timaeus getting played on Mayoi's side. And of course, that was the skill on Zero's side to start stacking up those shooting stars to get some more elemental reactions, theoretically.
I think what Zero will do here is just equip Tenacity on Crab, play Jade Chamber, and then Vanarada just end their turn there.
Yeah, you could take that one away, that one extra die, and just get all your supports on there. No draw power left there, which could be interesting.
Mayoi, though, she has a really good setup right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see Golden House. I see the Claymore already there.
That's right.
One of the artifacts. Yeah, they just have to get that out there right now.
Yeah, so with that... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm pretty sure they want Zero to end their turn here.
Right. There comes the Mona Elemental skill that's going to do 1 damage and 1 Hydro damage, to be exact. And also place that summon on the field that's going to be able to reduce 1 damage. And also deal 1 damage at the end of the turn, but more importantly, putting Hydro in on as many characters as possible, though I don't know if a switch is likely to happen from Zero.
They might want to, though.
I guess we'll see. One thing worth noting as well, the Arcane Legend card that Mayoi has, I do not remember the name, but it is able to reduce the cost of any artifact or weapon by 2 if you have another weapon or artifact equipped.
Yep.
So
they've got a great setup for that right now.
Yeah,
actually.
That's almost ready to go. So that would be a very cheap Wolf's Gravestone, if at all possible, if the other artifact.
Oh, so Zero did exactly what I thought was going to happen.
Yep,
okay.
There's tenacity. And
Mayoi here now. So they do have Courtyard. They have Shadow King as well. I don't know if they're going to equip that, then Courtyard for it. They might.
You know,
decide,
I'm trying
they
to
might
think
equip Gravestone here.
now.
I think they might equip Gravestone now because they'll have their quick swap. But I think they're also very tempted to go over and start swirling too because they have Sayu's talent there.
Yeah, I mean, that would be nice.
Oh, they do play Shadow King. Okay. Shadow King on... Oh!
Yeah, Shadow King's on to...
Interesting.
Sayu.
Okay, because, they could go for the equip. Maybe they might wait, though.
That cost was reduced as well. So still 3 dice to play with. 2 cryo dice, not great for Sayu if that's the intention. Here comes the second Timaeus, drawing up Gamblers.
Okay, that'll help coming up here too.
Gamblers is ready to go. Yeah, I mean, that Sayu, the talent card is in hand, ready to go as well. But of course, now there's not enough dice to play it. What do you do with that last Omni, if anything?
You might want to... you want to keep the quick swap. You do.
Yeah, I was gonna say let's remember that there's a quick swap option on Mona ready to go at all times once per round.
They could courtyard equip their weapon right now, which is what I think they might. Oh, they're gonna end their turn.
They're gonna end the turn. Maybe that would have been nice efficiency for the dice, but that would have also shown what was doable.
Exactly.
So the one Omni efficiency is less important to Mayoi in this moment compared to hiding something up the sleeve. Lots of Animo dice being grabbed for Mayoi, and on Zero's side, lots of Pyro dice and a couple Omnis, which is nice. So the first action priority goes to Zero. Layla's on the field with Hydro, along with Pyro still on the King Crab over there. I should probably learn its actual name, but just calling it Crab.
King of Iron and something.
See, that's too much. King Crab is good enough for me. If anyone's crabby about it, then we can have that discussion.
Interesting choice.
All 13 shields already stacked up on this crab too.
Yeah. How does Zero go over there?
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe the intention is to stall out, make sure to. Well,
they can definitely tank some hits here right now. Get another dice. I think maybe they really want to get Pyro over onto this side here, so they can go with their Sino kind of strategy.
That's true. There's Golden House being played, able to reduce a couple costs. There's the Ancient Courtyard being played as well. So there's the weapon going on a little Sayu, ready to cause some havoc.
I'm so sleepy.
Wake up, Sayu, it's time. 2 talent cards ready to go. Unfortunately, not necessary to have both.
Not good. Yeah, Gravestone going on right now is especially going to chunk that shield on the crab a lot.
Yeah, that was a significant amount of shields lost. That's going to also be 1 Pyro die back from the Tenacity of the Millilith, which is nice, but maybe that intention was to get that. That's a switch back to Sino.
That is the
Pyro.
You have to do that.
Not swirling again because the second one is absorbed. Now the swap back to the crab to make sure that there's not extra Pyro on there.
Does Mayoi go for the normal hit? If they do it again, they can bring down their shields to 4.
Ooh. Yeah, interesting play, but you gotta just the shields are not only, it's the offense and defense, so you gotta decide which one of these is gonna be your priority in this moment.
It's really bad right now for Zero because Layla and Sino are both within lethal for Sayu. She is dangerous.
Sayu is a monster.
Go there. Yeah, here comes a normal attack. Maybe.
Could even go for another elemental.
They should tune because they could get 2 5 damage hits here.
That's right. Yeah. There's still, even without the swirl, it's a significant amount of damage. There's a second seed dispensary getting thrown away. Here's the second elemental skill. Another big chunk of damage into that shield. Not quite pierced it yet, but goodness gracious, what was it, 15 earlier? Now it's down to 5?
Miscalculated. That last hit was 9. Now it's down to 5.
Okay, there's going to be some more shields growing.
Yeah, there goes the 5
more damage. The shield is down to 2, but Pyro is now on Sayu, and will there be any more actions? Unlikely from Mayoi's side. Still, a significant portion of that shield busted.
Quick Zero Sino, and then do a skill real quick just to get them off. Sayu, maybe.
Get the overload reaction. I think Zero has to decide.
Problem though, they'll have they're just gonna leave Sino wide open though.
There we go. Actually, it's gonna be an elemental skill coming out for 1 damage, but increasing shields once again. Burst is ready, but very little effectiveness from that burst because of the lack of shields. Wow. It's gonna do half of the shields in damage for the main target with the burst.
Weird. Interesting.
One left. That's Lieben getting played on Mayoi's side to probably just take that 1 Hydro die.
Yeah, you don't really need to go anywhere else. Sayu can just take the next turn and then just start threatening again with the shield or the sword.
I mean, yeah, Mayoi looks to be in very good position right now.
It's a very strong position right now. They have Claymore. They have everything they need. Everyone else on Zero's side is below the threshold for the Gravestone right now.
Pretty scary, and even if you get an additional swirl out, that's more AoE damage.
Yeah.
Though it's unlikely. There's not a ton of ton of elements present on Zero's side, so Swirl is probably not going to be happening.
I think that's the only thing that kind of balances out Sayu, because the direct swirl to the active opponent won't take that additional damage.
Right.
Fortunately.
There's Jade Chamber coming out, but Mayoi also has turn priority, which is, whew.
Yeah, that's the tough part.
That's pretty scary stuff. I mean, Sayu kind of just rolls through, has the burst as an option as well. Energy's ready, so I'm not sure if that's necessary at this point.
No. They can't get frozen, and they can't get taken out. I think their best choice here right now is to try and get Sino to force swap Sayu here with that quick swap.
Yeah, lots of the Animo element coming in the dice, +2 Omnis. Favorable dice for Mayoi if the intention is to stay on Sayu. Let's see what Zero's considering the options. Yes.
Mayoi and Zero have matching profile pictures.
Yeah, I thought, I was thinking, I wasn't sure if that was a mistake or not, but actually they're different sizes, so that was clearly intentional.
Is it intentional or was there a glitch?
You know what? I'm gonna say it's fully intentional. Oh, never mind. It was not. No, there was a mistake. I'm looking at our.
Well,
okay, so
just to quickly reiterate, we did see the QR code flash on the screen.
That's right.
If you guys have any feedback about this tournament or anything else you want to share with us, please scan it and let us know so we can improve the experience for everybody watching here.
That's right.
Let us know how we're doing as casters as well. Corey is just taking over the show, by the way. You're doing really well. It's awesome.
You know, it's I appreciate that. It's always fun, but you know, you guys.
It's great for me.
I enjoy doing these hosting things while y'all bring out all the knowledge, because there's so much knowledge to be had in this game, and I try to pride myself on knowledge, but there's so much in TCD to learn, and it's amazing to see these players take advantage. There's the Lumen Stone coming out with Strategize to draw a couple more cards out. Lumen Stone getting 1 proc available.
I think Mayoi can do it in this turn here. They got Gamblers, they got Gilded, they got a quick swap if they need. Everyone is below 6 health. Sayu's about to go on a tear here right now.
It's worth mentioning too, those Timeuses have been sitting there thinking about ancient alchemy for so long, and it's at 3 and 4 stacks now. That's 2 free artifacts, one of them being Gilded and one being Gamblers, aka tons of dice generation. Despite having only 5 ready to go, that's so much waiting in the wings. Unfortunately, a couple redundant cards on the left of Mayoi's side. Those cards are already in play, ready to go, but there's also a quick swap if needed. I don't think
they'll need it. And also those cards there can, well, you can tune one of them.
That's true. Tuning may be required though.
Tuning might be needed.
There's a lot of correct dice in hand. It's not even just like your random dice from treasures.
Gamblers.
There's Gamblers. Looks like Sayu's ready to go to town. Oh, there's the second one being played. Second talent. I actually don't know how the redundancy on the talent works, but maybe it was just the intention to get Lumenstone to proc. And that's going to give an extra die as well.
I can't remember if it's just because if you use it, you draw a card. I can't remember.
Yeah, I think it's, probably for the sake of
the card that got pulled out, the War Princess, actually really good right now.
That's really beneficial.
Yeah.
If it's going to be tricky though, because unfortunately, destroying Gamblers may not be the play here.
I think they already played Gamblers.
Right.
No, they are threatening right now, Azir. You can't move to someone else, otherwise Sayu will win. That's the problem.
Yeah, Sayu will just roll, quite literally.
But if they stay on the crab shields get chunked, and they're gonna get down to about, I think, 3 health.
It's gonna be pretty tricky to lose all that health on basically what is supposed to be your biggest damage dealer.
Yeah. So this is how I think it's gonna go. Zero has to stay. I think if they go to anyone else, they're
done. They're just done. Instantly done.
Yeah. So how I think it's gonna go: Zero's gonna do something. Sayu's gonna hit again.
Yeah. There's the normal attack. Right there. I think you're correct. There's at least a little bit of cryo going out, putting Sayu in critical range. Maybe the intention here is to just nuke Sayu. You know,
forgot they didn't get shield on a hit. That's right.
Yeah, maybe.
But lethal now.
There's the quick swap.
Oh, actually, wait a minute. Hang on a sec. Is it Sino time?
Sino come out.
Yeah.
It's time to duel. And Sino's coming out to do 3 solid damage to Sayu. Sayu's done.
All that setup. In
gone.
the tournament, finally, the king of Genius Invocation himself is here.
That's right. That's right. Oh boy. All right. Zero
man.
might be trying to turn this around because really all the investment was on that Sayu, and Sayu's out now.
Honestly, you just go to Eula right
Ready
now.
for reconnaissance.
Yeah, just get slapping.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it is rough to try to get another Wolf's Gravestone onto Eula with the cost.
They have gilded though for free.
That's true. Gilded's free and ready to go to generate some more dice.
Yeah. They only get 2 extra dice though. So they might, what they're gonna do here is probably just skill for a Grimheart and then just leave it.
Now, do you think that that was unexpected because Boar Princess was not played?
Definitely not
Because
expected
Boar
that.
Princess could have gotten an extra die for potentially 2 actions or an action plus a weapon, and that was lost. All right, there's another. Ooh, okay, turn's not over yet for Mayoi. Solid damage coming out with that Grimheart, and Boar Princess plus another artifact might be another action. We'll see. We'll see if Zero thinks that's a possibility. I mean, that's might be a long shot, but still, let's just swap onto Layla.
They know they're safe right now because there's no gravestone in play here, so that's
right. The damage just isn't significant enough without a weapon.
Yeah, but they're also carrying that other arcane card where they can lower some of the damage, which will come in handy. Mayoi is looking for a way to try and equip gravestone here. They might stay so Lieben can take these extra 2 dice.
That's a good point. Lieben's ready to go with 1 stack already, 2 stacks waiting in the dice tray. Let's see. Time's running out. Ending round.
Their turn, yeah.
I think you gotta maintain that turn priority.
Yeah.
Zero's ending his as well. Vanarana's gonna keep those dice. So everyone's waiting. All right, that's enough for this turn. Let's go to next round and see what happens. Here come the dice. Is the luck going to help?
Oh, hang on a second here. I think Zero goes back to Crab and then tries to get power. Oh, that Liar Song coming in. Oh, man.
Liar Song.
Oh, okay. So Mayo's got tons of dice to work with. Yeah, they definitely kept
is ready.
So Zero kept all the pyro because they have a Crab strategy. They have to go back just to like soften some blows here.
Yeah, they gotta survive. These all these characters on life support here.
Yeah.
But it is Mayoi's turn first, with that turn priority making a pretty big difference. Unfortunately, Gamblers is no longer in play, so no crazy snowball from that. But still some potential for big dice generation. Eula Burst also fairly close. There's Boar Princess getting played. 1 stack of Lumen Stone ready to go. 2 more event cards or action cards of any kind, and you will get that additional die and card draw.
I think they're gonna Liar Song the Gilded off, equip both Caverinas, or at least 1, 2 to replace. Yeah, then the Gilded to replace all. Then they'll have for dice.
I think Mayo is also thinking, do I play this Wolf's Gravestone? And I think that might be the intention. There's Golden House.
They need to.
Yeah, Golden House is that damage is necessary. There's Liar Song coming out as predicted.
Yeah.
Another Boar Princess becoming available for potentially some more dice.
They have it in play right now. They're gonna go Caverina for sure, and then maybe the other Caverina, and then Gilded to get the full benefit out of it. So there's one.
There's one.
Will it be Gilded?
There's
Gravestone first.
Cheaper Wolf's Gravestone from Golden House, reducing its cost to 2 of similar dice. Still 9 dice to play with, and lots of dice generation.
They're gonna wait.
5 damage.
They're gonna wait. I think that's good. Don't show
big damage. Yeah, you don't need to tell them how many dice you have in your hand yet, because you get the kill with the Wolf's Gravestone anyway. Enough energy for a burst as well. Crab ready to fight. Now, can the Crab and Sino take them out, though, is the question.
I think Crab is just gonna, this gets played here. I think they're just gonna normal. They want to get more shields up. They
Absolutely.
Need to do it.
You gotta survive through this. There's the elemental skill for 1,
here,
but increasing the shields a little bit.
Oh, the other Liar Song.
Draw for Liar, dude.
That's good heads up play by Mayoy. Yeah, you don't want to get rid of your Caverina's set, because you can still draw cards from it.
That's right. You might as well get used on this turn. You're gonna get attacked.
I think they can place it again. I don't know if it refreshes it, but if it does, that's gonna be huge.
I believe it will, because it'll be a fresh version of the artifact. So that will potentially be
That's
another draw. There it is.
Yes, it replaces
More
this
Princess
one.
also taking effect from before.
It will take effect.
Previously
Yeah.
played.
It will take effect here again.
7 dice to play with, 6 of them Omnis as well. So many dice. Now, what does
Bring it to
Yula
the
do?
core.
There's the burst coming out.
Yeah.
Glacial Illumination. Woo!
I think, yeah, Mayoi probably has 2 more hits that they can do to charge up that burst, so it'll do 5
solid
damage. in turn. I think what Zero needs to do is keep adding shield right now on their
You
crap.
just gotta survive.
Yeah.
As much as possible. I mean, even
don't-
after that, I'm not sure if you've got the damage, but
Yeah,
there's another
there's skill
skill
again.
to just
It's okay.
continue growing that
They-
shield.
So Mayoi can't heal. We know that's what Zero knows because Sayu is out, and they know for sure this deck doesn't generally run like a lot of healing.
That's right. So the heals. the
Oh, wait a
sustain-
minute.
Yes.
Hang on. No, go. Keep talking. Keep talking.
Well,
I'm
okay. So
sorry.
Zero's trying to build shields as their sustain.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, so okay. So Zero can keep skilling the shield up, right? But you see Layla's star thing growing there too.
That's
It's just gonna
significant
react on Eula, which will do a lot of damage.
Not irrelevant.
It's
Melt
a
all-
race right now.
Or ooh.
I know. Oh,
There's
it's
3
so
more
low.
damage.
Oh,
Oh boy.
God.
Mona is still pretty healthy. Worth
Yeah.
noting.
Bit of a
There's
tuning
the
here.
tuning coming in, just building more
skill?
shields. Oh, there's
Lotus,
a,
yeah.
a
There's a
Lotus,
Lotus,
as
yeah.
well,
Probably skilling.
trying to survive
So
this
this will do 3
onslaught
damage
from
coming
Eula.
up. Yeah, Eula at 4.
Solid damage coming out.
Oh, okay.
Not many, no
I
more
think-
cards left in Zero's hand either.
Ooh, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Can
7, 8.
Mayoi clench this with the dice in hand? Can it be played properly? I mean, there's a lot of tools.
Yeah. They have
Still.
enough to get another move here. It's the
Absolutely.
follow-up. Yeah, they have to do this.
That's right. Boar Princess also still in play. I think that was the last one of it. And
That was one of the gilded. Oh,
yeah, gilded out, and Liar's still
Oh, I
there.
think Mayoi takes this.
I think so too.
Yeah.
There's so much damage ready to go. Let's
they
see.
could Grimheart. They should win this.
Wolf's Gravestone also in full effect.
Yeah.
Elemental
This will kill,
skill coming out, doing more damage to those shields. I think Zero doesn't have many more options.
Liar Song.
Yeah,
and
Liar
then
Song
put it
is
back on,
gonna really turn the
yeah. Wait,
tide
no,
on
is
this.
it? That won't be will that be enough? Yeah, Timaeus is active right now, so that should be okay.
That will be free. Let's see
Yeah.
what Zero is calculating. Okay, is there any more from the scary Eula?
I think what they're thinking of, do they still have the Sino? But I don't think there'll be enough anyway, because that big follow-up from the Lightfall Sword will just take out whoever's left.
Yeah, that Lightfall Sword, just like the normal game,
Yeah.
massive damage, ready to go and waiting.
Yeah. Dang.
That thing is huge and will chunk through those shields. And really, Zero is just deciding whether to swap. There's no more cards left in hand.
What Mayoi just needs to do is Liar Song their gilded again. You
I think,
re-equip for
get
free.
another. Yep, that's
Then
right.
they'll have 3 dice costs, and they'll just do a normal. It'll be enough to take out either
That's right.
Zero or Sino at this point.
all right,
Yeah,
that's the
Zero
end
just-
of the Zero's assuming, well, the best chance is to let the crab take the hit. At least there's some shields. Ultimately healthier with 4 effective health.
Yeah. I think it's GG here. All
Mayoi-
Mayoi needs to do is a normal.
Mayoi just has to do a little bit more damage.
They could also just like Liar Song and tune
This
everything
is
for that Grimheart.
destiny.
There's the swap over to Mona, actually. They're gonna let the
I guess this is the play it safe.
yeah, I mean, this is the safe play, right?
Oh,
Just
look, full on indwelling side.
absolute. Sino's ready and he's mad.
I don't know why you just wouldn't go for the kill there though.
Is
but-
it gonna be enough? I don't know if there's any getting out of this. Sino's just not healthy, and of course there's a quick swap available on Mona as well, just right off the bat. So I think that's probably the safer play. Knowing the normal's gonna
Look at
come
that.
out,
Oof,
that's gonna do
4
4 damage. Pretty solid, of course,
Yeah.
but the quick swap away
Yeah. Oh well. Dang.
is likely gonna do it.
We're deciding here.
Deciding what the best course of action is.
Are they trying to
Ready
have a
for
little bit of
reconnaissance.
fun?
Nope,
Okay,
there's the
there we go.
fast swap over to
Come on.
Eula. Eula's ready to
Yeah, there it
prove
is. Damn, 8
damage, massive, and that's a good first victory for Mayoi. A really good play, despite the Sayu going down, still had another giant Claymore user ready to go.
That's what Eula's role is in this deck here,
That's
to be
right.
the actual anchor, just in case your Anemo friend does get taken out. But
Yeah. Really solid damage coming from Sayu into Eula. Good on Zero, though, for taking Sayu out at a look like a very critical position anyway.
Yeah.
Those melts coming in from Layla, combining with the crab. Sadly, we didn't get to see too much coming out from Sino, which is a shame because I want to see more.
He got an Elim, a very important one at that. So I think that's pretty good.
You know, that's a good point. That's a good point. Still got some solid, and I think you can see the wheels turning on Zero's side to like, okay, this is the strategy. Close, but no cigar on that one.
It's a good strat because Sino is just sitting there and just charging up slowly, and this deck is good for that. But unfortunately, the aggressiveness of having two Claymores to face off against is kind of Crab's like
too much. Too much damage for the crab to handle.
Oh, there's Maya's profile picture.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. I like it. I like it. All right. So that's one victory to Mayo's side. Now we're seeing the decks. Both of the short classic boys all got thrown out in the ban, but we got looks like a potential to see Klee, the is that Thunder Manifestation? And
Thunder Manifestation, the Pyro Agent.
Pyro Ambusher, dude.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I guess you can't run from debt because he's here and he's ready to collect, I hope. I would love to see that deck come out because those are some older cards, actually.
Yeah. It's a very older deck kind of thing, with the Manifestation being in there.
Yeah.
But still a very, very, very powerful deck, especially once you get Klee's burst going through there.
Absolutely. And we're gonna have a talk with Kaya and Jean and be like, so who's Klee's hanging out with these days? Because that's not a good influence, I think, on this explosive child. But seeing some other decks coming out, I think it was Ajdaha and some others for Mayo's side. So, you know, what do you think about that matchup with potentially either of Zero's two decks here?
Zero coming in with some variety here, so it's hard to say. These decks performed really well before, and they are very, very aggressive. So if Zero can get some really good card draw off the first two turns, they'll probably have it against Mayo here on this next deck here. Yeah,
I would love to see a comeback, at least for one game, to see Zero stay in this one. Really strong showing from Mayoi right away, though. So pretty impressive stuff.
You're trying to come back to the Prince Cup here.
But like, you know, some of these decks that we haven't really seen much, like the Klee, like we just talked about, it's really refreshing to see. You know, because of course we don't want to just see everyone in the meta, the traditional meta, or however you want to say it. And I want to see Klee blow stuff up personally, and that's what I want to see.
That's what a lot of us would love to see.
Right. Yes. All right. Well, here we're gonna see Mayo's other deck, of course. That's Layla, Nuvalet, and Ajdaha. Layla and the Dragons coming in hot over here, or maybe cold is more accurate. But a little bit more of a waiting for a later game, less aggressive than the other deck. And here we're probably going to see which deck Zero chooses in a bit here.
Yeah.
But an exciting matchup potentially. Really seeing kind of some tried and true stuff with Layla, Nuvalet, and Ajdaha versus we're going to see a repeat. Actually, we're going to see the crowd come back.
It's a stall versus stall deck, right?
Yeah, let's see if Zero can get the pinch on Mayo's deck here. Sino also here. Once again, we want to see some redemption from Sino, right? Sorry, Klee, you're gonna have to wait your turn, and we'll see if Zero can just last a little longer. And I think with the level of aggression, we're gonna at least see maybe that's going to work a little bit more in our Crab King's favor, right?
Yeah, they'll definitely see a little bit more room to set up because up against another stall deck, which needs a little bit more time to also set up as well. So what Mayoi needs to do is really try to like juggle their freezes to prevent them from doing stuff, but also try to avoid getting pyro on their side because once again, the longer the match goes, Sino just gets charged up and ready to hit.
That's right. Overload or melt, both are very strong damage reactions. A little bit less a little bit more damage than say your swirls, but less utility, just straight beating you up. Though, of course, overload does significant damage, plus the swap can be pretty nasty and really just be annoying, because if you have to swap back to the character you want to be on or swap to a different character, you're gonna be in trouble. All right, we're getting right into it. Here comes the draw.
Zero's got a really good setup right now.
Lots of shields, of course. Passive shield growth on Zero's side, plus the talent for that king crab. That's going to be a lot. Plus, if you're able to get, but the trouble is, how is he going to pay for these cards?
I think as long as they can get Layla's skill here and have enough to equip at least a Millith helm and then have 2 left over for the other, I think that'll be a good turn for them. For my boy, they're gonna they're only gonna keep leaving. Throw them all back. You don't want those right now.
Some good draws. Timaeus coming out early as well to be able to reduce the cost of those artifacts. Oh my, Layla's.
Both Laylas are going off right now. Yeah.
Oh gosh. I know Layla's got some personality issues, but this is too much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Layla's technically so.
All right, let's see how the dice treat them as well.
Zero's dice is not right now. Oh, no, that's not. Not at all. That's
at least a little bit closer with you got Omni and a crowd die with Layla, Mayoi in better position, not having to tune and all like that.
Zero's dice are bad.
It's pretty bad. That does not have a lot.
Yeah, they don't. I don't think they have
very multicolored here.
Yeah, they could equip Millilith and call it a day. Maybe get a normal on Crab if they want, but you don't want to really go to Crab too early either for this.
Yeah, you don't. Do you really want to end your round without even using skill on Layla either? That is rough, because there's only one Omni, and like you could play the cheaper one to start.
They might tune something, but a lot of those cards are really handy.
Well, there's the elemental skill coming out. Not playing any other cards just yet, not needing to on Mayoi's side. Turn priority on Mayoi as well, helping to get those shields out early. And getting the shooting stars. There is the three-cost Tenacity Millilith, building shields plus the talent. Not many more things. There's a tune. The quick swap is out.
The other helmet's gonna go on, and then
the other helmet, and then you play that extra draw power. That's it. Layla, no skill, but you're gonna at least get 4 draw, which is really gonna be helpful.
It's gonna be really helpful.
You gotta get that. You have absolutely have to. Lumenstone coming out.
They might tune something. Nope.
No, there's Timaeus drawing out.
Yep.
Second gilded. Lieben coming out as well. One more card would have to be played in order to proc
Veterans onto Nouvellette, probably.
But do you want to save Timaeus' charges, or do you want to spend this and get... I mean, I agree with you. I think getting the extra draw power would be really nice for Lumenstone anyway. And Lieben could grab 1 or 2.
Does go on.
Yeah,
you get 2 dice here, though, so Lieben can be a little bit more charged up as well.
Yeah, that's right. I don't think anything else is really playable at this point, but still Mayoi taking her time to make decisions and prepare for the next round. There's that draw coming out for Zero, and the draw is coming in multiple Age to Hot talent cards, which is going to generate some dice if played. Let's see how the dice treat them this time. Zero making the best of with what he had. Actually was able to use his dice pretty efficiently despite the difficulties, just maybe not happy with not being able to play Layla's skill. Lots more cryo dice this time, which is probably going to be helpful. Mayoi is deciding what to do with her dice as well. 2 Omnis, of course, on Zero's side as well.
That's some really bad dice on Mayoi's side. Let's see if they can get a better mulligan here.
Yep, we'll see. Something.
It's okay.
There might be some options. There's the skill coming out. Shields swapping over. 13 total shields sitting on the crab now too.
Yeah. I think Mayoi's going to go over to Ashta and start using their talent cards to get some extra dice here to work with.
Yeah, you burn through. Oh, there's the Age switch.
Yeah.
Okay, now back over to Zero. 7 dice on Mayoi's side to the 5-0.
They're probably just normals here, maybe. Or maybe even go to Sino and do a quick skill.
Get some overload rolling.
Yeah. It might be the case here.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
Good
there it is.
prediction. The dice are definitely in Sino's favor this time.
Yeah.
With the 3 usable dice for Sino, 1 Geo left over. 7 dice still on Mayoi's side. Considering actions, there's the skill, or the talent rather, yes, to get more dice.
That talent card counts as a move as well, too. So it goes back to 0 side.
Back over to 0, which might actually be beneficial for Mayoi in this case because, all right, there's the swap back over to the crab. 3 dice left. Mayoi's turn.
Yeah, now does the crab, they can get another dice out of this, at least. Also, you don't... Yeah, 0 really wants to protect Sino, I could tell.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the face of TCG.
Yeah.
How can you not?
Also,
there's this another one played. 9 dice to play with.
That's a good move. You don't want to give 0 that dice right now to see what they can do here. They have to either attack now and be stuck on the crab or move off to somebody else.
Yeah, and it's good on Mayoi not even having to swap to stall, but to...
Yeah.
You know,
play the talent.
Right. And that's pretty a lot of it's hard because you're stalling without having to spend a bunch of dice. In fact, you're generating dice to stall. And just putting 0 in a tough position because he's just gonna have to be forced to end turn soon.
Yeah, Zero's probably gonna slow swap over to Layla if they really do want to protect Sino.
That's right. Maybe you just swap, but then someone's gonna have to get smacked.
Someone will, but you don't want. Yeah, when you see 9 dice like that, though, you don't want to stop on 1, so you're gonna have to like swap around a little bit.
True.
So probably to Layla, maybe back to Crab would be my prediction, and then maybe off to either Sino and Layla again.
It would be
Zero's fine. So it goes to Layla.
Right.
Yeah.
Good call. Swap to Layla, comes over. Only 2 dice left. Mayoi knows that Eita is safe with shields.
This is a great time for Mayoi to start charging up Asha because he's got a very deadly burst as well.
That's right.
And as soon as any elements go on the other side, it's going to be a really bad news for 0.
Oh boy. Yeah, I was going to say maybe we should talk a little bit about the elemental absorption from Eita.
No,
oh, never mind. We don't need to because Nuvolet's on the field now.
The other good idea is to get your source water droplets up on.
That's true. Both of these menacing dudes on Mayoi's side, really high ramp possibility for strong damage.
They also
consistency. Yeah, here's the skill coming out to generate some source water droplets. No weapon, it's worth noting, no weapon on Nuvolet like we've been seeing in some of the other games. So the cost reduction won't quite be there, but source water droplets still able to do potentially a large amount of damage.
So they went to Sino because they didn't want to get vaped by on the crab from a Nuvolet. Right. And they're definitely not going to go to crab here. They have to go back to Layla. So right now, Mayoi could go back to Ashtaha and skill, or they can just start getting Nuvolet here charged up and have like a freeze command on the next turn, which looks like they will do.
Yeah. That is pretty brutal. 3 dice now. Second part of the prepared attack.
Oh, and then this will draw another. Yeah.
Oh, there's the treasure.
They could spend the treasure now, and then Liban can take that other dice. Maybe they might do that.
That's true. That's a good possibility.
It's a bit early for treasure, though.
Yeah, that's true. Mayoi is probably considering, all right, what do I do now that this is an option? I bet Mayoi was thinking, oh, well, I can just do something specific, but now another option presents itself.
Yeah. Yeah, Liban potentially can help draw him out, as well as that Lumen Stone in that next turn, too.
That's right. Still the alternate. I can't see the food, unfortunately, in Mayoi's hand.
For Mayoi?
Oh, there's that
Lotus. There's that treasure, yeah.
There's the treasure getting thrown in.
There's the first one coming up, too.
Draw on the treasure.
Really good, really good, really good.
From Lumen Stone, also creating one more Omni Die, basically back where she started.
Yeah.
Because of the support cards on the field. Still an option for Liban. Maybe Mayoi didn't want to draw a treasure.
Wait a minute. They're not going to do this. Wait a second. There's no way they do this.
I'm listening.
Maybe they treasure and then just burst? No way. Not that gamble. I don't think
Treasure
so.
burst. Do you gamble?
They could
Try to get
treasure.
one hydro die, or do you? Because if you commit to that, then you also got a tune if you get the wrong one, which is very likely.
You dare overstep your
All right,
Okay,
let's
with
switch over to
authority.
Ajdaha.
I think that's good.
Yeah. All right, that's the end of the round. And Liben's gonna pick up that extra for Mayu.
Oh, and the quick
draws.
swap coming in for
Quick swap
Mayu.
is ready.
What the heck?
Ooh, very
Oh, man.
good potential for surprise damage to come out. Let's see. The intention, yep. Hold on to the, not the greatest hydro dice for Mayoi, unfortunately.
But they have Lieben will help. And with the
Yeah, that's
Lyre
true.
song, Timaeus
That's
and Gilded being there.
true. Tons and tons and
Oh,
tons of
man.
dice in the wings. Strategize could also pick up some additional options as well. We'll have to see, because the burst can generate some source water droplets and really.
Off to the crypt. I think that's fair. Yeah.
All right, 19 shields on the crab, ready to go.
You don't want elements, so yeah, you go up against their Aja, who only just crystallized at this point, which is okay.
Yeah, not amazing.
Mayoi has an option to go over and then start hitting with a Nuvolette, maybe.
Yeah. It's a lot of health to go through to cut through for that crab, but you also don't want that stacked up too much, because theoretically, you know, you could one-shot someone if the shields are high enough, which at current state is very close to that. Oh, strategize into more treasure. On-demand draw being very powerful in this moment. Also, one tick of Lumenstone, 2 more, and that's additional draw in addition to dice. There's another strategize coming out. Gamblers in hand.
What the heck, Mayoi? What the heck? 6-3 of your treasure already. Your deck is not even below half.
My goodness.
Crazy.
I wonder if that's what you wanted, but like, you know,
No, this is
more stall,
definitely what they want.
but it's
Like,
yeah,
100%.
it's not. It's kind of amazing that they're like, just the chances of drawing that out is pretty darn low.
What they want right now is to freeze Zero, but Zero's preventing that by going over to the crab. They're gonna have to take a quick vape, but then get cryo applied, and then they can freeze afterwards. But
Yeah, I mean, if the onslaught begins with Nuvolette here, then you're gonna get a lot of. Well, it's not going to be crowd control, but it will be just damage.
it's gonna be the burst because they don't have any source water droplets yet.
That's right. The source water droplet has to be generated first in order to really get a nice string of attacks.
They might also skill on Ajda here for some crystallized, but then it does put cryo onto them, so it's fine. They also have the quick swap on Meteor, so you can go that and freeze.
There's that skill you mentioned.
Yeah.
To take out some of those shields, and that's putting the cryo on from Layla's stars. It's tons of cards in hand.
I wonder if Zero just skills just to build up their own shield again. They might even play Crab Talent just to get that melt off too.
Yeah, Zero's got to be a little bit worried about just the amount of cards and dice that are potentially. Oh, there's the skill coming out. Pyro damage coming out.
Okay. All right, not bad.
Charging up Layla's shooting stars a little more, back up to 16 shields.
What are they doing next here? Freezing? I don't know if they want to do that yet either. Oh, they can't now. Well, yeah, they can. Sorry. Nuvolette's still there. They just don't want to go to Nuvolette to take damage, though.
Yeah, I think it's a little risky to go on Nuvolette. I don't recall if Nuvolette had a weapon.
Thank you for permitting.
No weapon yet.
I mean, like, it's in the deck though, right?
Oh yeah, there should be one in the deck.
So I'm wondering if Mayoi is like, okay, all these his treasures are great, but where's my weapon?
Yeah, where is the weapon?
Where's the weapon? All right, that's a slow swap onto Nuvolette.
Are we skilling?
Zero is back on action. Several dice to play with, but not a lot. Oh, there's that skill again. A little pyro damage, breaking the shield onto Nuvolette. 18 shields to cut through. Burst ready.
Mayoi needs to be careful of their hand too. Are they gonna overdraw?
Yeah, you definitely don't want to draw out too much, and you definitely want to keep cutting these shields because that burst, the energy's there. All right, here's the burst coming out to freeze actually, so that's gonna also prevent that damage from coming forward, of course, from this king crab.
Yep. Definitely don't want that going for sure.
Mayoi doesn't know if there's like some additional dice generation that may be in the
But
with 5 cards.
we have problem here.
Yes.
Zero has 2 dice and not much to work with. Mayoi has 3 treasure, 2 gilded, a liar song, Timaeus there to help, and a very, very angry Nouvelette.
Yeah, Nouvelette's got 2 source water droplets, and whether Zero knows it or not, has to assume that there's some level of dice generation at hand.
They have enough to take out either of them. I think the pizza's a good play,
Yeah, pizza time for Sino. Double pizza. Everyone's having a pizza party over there, except
That's
the crab.
definitely the right move. You can't go swap to them. You need to start taking some damage here because Nouvelette can definitely clear out. So they're trying to bait Mayoi to maybe use up their hand, but Mayoi, I think at most, maybe might get 1 hit in, but don't play too much. They're going to carry it into the next round here.
Yeah, you got to play some just to make sure you don't overdraw. Oh, never mind. I think we're getting some.
Oh, overdrew.
Oh, goodbye, Mr. Sealy.
Yeah.
We hardly knew
That's
you.
fine. That's fine. We have enough cards in hand right now, so it's not too important.
Yeah. All right,
Gilded
there's the
1.
reduced cost Gilded that's going to generate some more Hydro.
Are they actually going to go for it? Interesting.
Going forward a little bit at least.
I
mean, it's 21 damage you got to do to actually take this guy. So that is a large undertaking. But I think
you don't really want to do that.
Right,
well, maybe I guess they do.
Normal, plus the heal. There's the second follow-up attack. Is there gonna be another one, or do you just? It's tricky, right? Because you have to be able to. There it is. Spending the source. I think that Mayoi is just fearing the shield stacking up too much with that burst available.
This is good because now Mayoi does have another freeze.
He's ready to go.
Yeah, they can't do that.
That's right. Oh, wait a minute. 1 die. Is it a swap or is it a maybe place? I mean, you have to place on these cards. Got
they had to play 1 now. Yeah. They might play.
Switch over to Asia.
Okay.
Save those treasures for another time, in all likelihood. Taking time to think. There's the end of the round.
They might be hiding the fact that they have a quick swap too, so they can threaten. They want to bait out this burst here from Zero.
They want to make sure that the burst doesn't take on Nouvelette. I think that
well, it'll be a prepare, right? So
that's true. That's true. It won't be a surprise. You gotta prep for 1 turn, and then it'll swap back, and then
Layla
blows everything up.
Okay. All right. I see what you got there.
Interesting. Lots of cryo dice coming out for Mayoi, with lots of pyro dice coming out on the other side. I wonder if the intention was to get those. I think the Hydro was probably likely more priority.
Zero should probably play their talent so they can cleanse off that Hydro off of them. Maybe.
Might be the play.
Yeah, so they don't get frozen by this. Oh, actually, they still would. Mayoi can just swap and then just do normal.
Yes,
and then they'd be frozen away.
But Zero doesn't necessarily know that a fast swap is ready.
Yeah.
So Zero considering options once again, trying to play this tricky game with shields, heals, and sustaining to power up this crab. But I don't know. It's possible that Dragon beats crab.
They're trying to power up Sino too, because look at Sino. He's got 3 indwelling already. He's getting ready. And as long as Pyro stays on that other side there, it's going to be very mean.
That's true. That's a lot of overload potentially, just to disrupt and do massive extra damage. So Zero's not out of this yet, for sure.
They're not.
But that said, Mayoi is still quite healthy. Everyone at full health across the board.
Just the Layla. Okay.
Okay, 13 total shields on the crab. Layla is back in business with 3 stacks as well. Mayoi's turn. A full hand of cards. Trying to find the win condition here for Zero as well, because as much as those attacks would be nice, there's still tons of damage. There's a ton of dice that are in the wings.
Yeah, they need to try to start putting damage onto Mayoi's side here too. They haven't really done too much.
Right.
What is the play here?
I think Mayoi is definitely thinking like, okay, do we go for this freeze? Because it's probably going to be more swaps anyway, right? And do can you waste the Layla shooting star proc on whatever this is? All right, there's the elemental skill coming out to crystallize, and actually just going to apply cryo without any additional reaction beyond the crystallize.
I think that's good.
Geo eats it up.
You still have that option to freeze with Nuvolette that way.
That's right. There's
Up to
Lotus
Cyno.
on Cyno. Cyno is ready to fight.
That'll at least prevent the burst from doing a big chunk of damage.
Yeah, that's true. Looks like the Hydro attack is a possibility as well for Mayoi on Ageha.
Yeah, no Geodice to work with.
Yeah,
That's
Geodice are
tricky.
done. Would take a lot of effort to get that thing going again. Mayoi really thinking about what the play here is. It's a tough choice. There goes Timaeus. It's gonna get all right. Do you just punch him? You just slap him to get rid of the Lotus?
Tricky.
Or do you go just straight for the burst and just get through?
You have to tune a couple more, but
It's a
hard to
lot
say
of
which
tuning.
one.
That would be so much tuning and be really unfortunate if that were the case.
Yeah, you don't want to go.
All right. Well, there's
So,
a
yeah,
second
let's see.
tuning. Treasure Sealy's out.
Probably. Oh, it's all hard to say.
Yeah, and let's not forget there are additional dice that are sitting in Mayoi's hand, but next turn will only be the free gilded. And then there's the 3 treasures ready. But I think Mayoi is still like, I don't need to show Zero that I have that.
Probably tune their artifact. The
Still
veterans,
deciding.
maybe.
Right.
Yeah, it is
It's
get
good
tuned. Yeah.
call on that one. There's the skill coming out, not burst. Reduce damage from the Lotus. That's going to do 1 additional damage and break through that Lotus shield.
Yeah, no reason to burst. You're on the Lotus, right? You can save it because
Yeah.
the burst does a ton of damage.
Yep. That's right. Using a slightly weaker attack to break through, but still deal a little bit of damage without being too wimpy. All right, that's a switch back onto the crab. 3 dice in hand.
Take some more damage. Yeah.
I think Mayoi is looking to see if there's a possibility of really, like, is it worth it to dish out everything now or just wait?
Not yet. I think they were hoping for the overload to happen there.
Yeah, maybe so.
They had enough health and shields to survive it.
Free swap. All right, there's the
Layla.
slow swap off to Layla. 2 shields on that character. Back over to Zero's side. 4 dice to play with. 2 Omnis, 2 Pyro. Can do quite a bit. Not enough to take anyone out, though. Everyone's so healthy on Mayoi's side. There's the elemental skill to keep charging up shields. And that's going to do a decent amount of damage through that shield with the melt as well. Doing 3 total damage in the end. Mayoi considering more options.
Maybe Mayoi.
Time is running out, though. End of round for Zero. 1 Omni left over. Interesting that the Vanarana didn't come out to take that.
No, Mayoi's turn ended. It's Zero's turn right now.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Yeah.
That was Mayoi's turn over. All right, there's the Omni actually getting used to vaporize safely, doing no damage. All these 0 cost support cards coming out.
Crab vaping safely?
Yeah, okay, maybe didn't. You know, Crab can do whatever Crab wants. That's 2. Deciding whether anything else should be played, probably unnecessary at this point.
Yeah, nothing else.
No more dice to play with either.
Cavalry is a nice one, but you can't really swap over to anybody right now either. They're just using this time to kind of calculate the next move. On what they
That's
wanna
right. Kavarina is going to come out onto Layla there. Prepared to take
Cyno has awakened.
That's right. Cyno is huge and pissed.
Ooh,
and the pizzas are done. Pizza party's over. Crab's still not invited, sadly. Dice rolls coming out here. We're gonna see 3 cryo dice available. Maybe Layla's gonna start using some more abilities since those were saved. Mayoi going first here.
Zero might try to burst here, but it won't do enough to take anybody out.
Yeah, it's a little tricky. You know, if it were to immediately happen, you know, Layla could get taken out, but there's too much time in order to, I think, to allow that to happen.
They need to hit the crab though. They need to start chunking at
Yeah, they need to start getting the shield down to also reduce damage and of course get closer to actually defeating him.
My guiding stars.
There's the elemental skill coming out. That's going to do 1 cryo damage. Fast swap still available for Mayoi as well. Not to be underestimated, because if Crab goes for that, that's a fast swap over to Nuvalet, and you can freeze him and stop him from doing that. There's the skill.
Yeah.
Just building up more and more charges. 22 shields. Now, one of the highest we've seen so far. Pretty big.
That's enough to lethal anybody on the other side.
That can one-shot any active character and still do 2 piercing to the standby characters, but it's, as you mentioned earlier, it's a prepare, so there's still time to react before, even if it's activated. Fast swap still available for Mayoi. Okay, Judgment coming in hot. That's 3 event cards.
Thank you for permitting.
Neutralize. Switch. Slow swap over to Nuvalet.
Yeah. They want to. I think they want to see what they're gonna do here. Plus, it's gonna block out that Lotus on a Zero side.
Yeah, probably not great. Unfortunately, that's the only card. There's not enough to burn through all of that to actually play anything. There's only 3 cards anyway, so Mayoi's like, all right, you don't get to play any of them. Yeah. At least for any effectiveness.
I think they were waiting to. They were hoping to burst on Crab this turn and not get frozen because, yeah, they definitely had enough for a lethal here.
Yeah, clearly no longer an option. And what's really cool about this is Mayoi is being very patient with these dice generation. They have been in hand for 2 rounds now, and there's just all right. Now we're starting to see a little bit more of that dice generation going.
The tides.
Here's the elemental burst into the freeze, not doing a ton of direct damage to the shields, but it is going to knock it down and of course nullify the effectiveness of the crab for this round.
They're gonna have to swap off the Sino here if they don't want to take more damage.
Someone has to get.
They might even just
Layla.
I think they might even just play Vanarana and end their turn. Oh, they do go Sino. Okay.
Yeah, there's Sino out. Concerned about needing to do something. Layla, of course, not very healthy on Zero's side. The crab is still decently healthy, but frozen, so ineffective. 8 health on Sino, and he does have his more improved form now that he's at 4 stacks. Switch over to Ajdaha is going to happen. And now Mayoi is going to bait out Zero back over to the crab. The swap games continue. Lots of pyro, of course, on. Mayoi's got to remember, though, that Judgment she played earlier is going to nullify most dice generation, but she is still probably a little bit worried about some kind of shenanigans. So can Mayoi wait out the dice? I mean, the generation for Mayoi is significantly reduced at this point. So really, it's Zero kind of waiting out Mayoi, because yes, those 3 treasures are there, but they may not be getting the dice that Mayoi actually needs in order to. All right, there's 1 treasure being played to do overhealing, Pyro Die. All right, there's a second treasure. That's 3 dice generated. Or 3 dice in the wings, ready to go. Could see an attack out of Ajdaha. That burst we've been sitting on it for a while.
Yeah, but too much to tune though.
That's a lot to tune.
They might play their other treasure.
Probably a little disappointed that the dice did not turn Geo, just to have some more options, really. There's the normal attack coming out, doing very little damage to the shield.
Oh, it did okay, because it was frozen, right? So
That's
that
true.
+2 to shatter.
That's true.
So I think they did the total of 4, which is decent.
Yeah, which is respectable, but that's the end of Vanarana gonna take those 2 extra dice for next round.
Yeah.
And that is the end of the round as well.
Ooh.
Anyway.
Shiro is getting up there, ready to burst, and no direct freeze threat here, it looks like.
Yeah, that was definitely the fear. Once again, I want to applaud Mayoi for keeping that fast swap still available. Not needing to do anything tricky, taking time. Timaeus is ready also to give a free Gamblers plus Boar Princesses available.
I think they burst here, and they force Mayoi to stay on Ashta. You cannot swap off. You can't freeze anybody unless you want to sacrifice someone.
Yeah, if you do the burst for Crab, Ashtaha can at least nuke a little bit of the shield to survive.
A little bit, but not a whole lot.
It's gonna do a ton of damage still.
It should do, after that absorb from Sino, it should do about 10 damage, 11 damage, I think, total.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if Ashtaha is able to cut through, once again, that burst after preparing for 1 turn,
yeah,
will do damage equal to half of the shields that the Crab has. So right now, that's 21, as you noted.
I think Mayoi's best bet is to burst here, just to really chunk it off.
Yeah, well, we'll see what Zero wants to do if it's going to be forcing that position, because Zero's not even sure if a burst is the right play. 10 dice to play with, though, because of the Vanarana, so that does help.
I think burst would be the right play. You will guarantee... even butter crab. Yeah, burst. You have to burst.
Your crab? Oh my gosh.
The crab just ate crab. The crab just ate some crab.
This is some crabinalism, I guess you would say. And that's 23 shields.
You have to burst. No,
you
not even.
You gotta nuke.
Ooh. Actually, I think Zero will eliminate any of these guys right now, unless there's a Lotus that goes up.
That is so much.
They Lotus Ashtaha, they'll survive, especially if they do decide to burst too, but that's going to be a big waste of resources here.
Yeah, only 2 Omnis to play with, lots of Hydro Dice. No freezing, ready to go. Here comes Boar Princess.
Who are they sacrificing? They either sacrifice New Vallette or Ashta here if they played that.
Right. I think... Yes.
I think they're sacrificing probably Ashta here. They're probably looking to burst. They have to tune something, though, for that other Geo. Or... do they have Hydro on still? They do. Yeah, they have a Hydro build. They might even do that.
Just to put Hydro... on them?
Just to freeze, perhaps, maybe.
How do you get the freeze off before?
Well, the Ashta's gonna get taken out this turn, so if they at least keep Hydro on them, then they could go to Layla or Nuvalet the freeze. Yeah, it should be.
Well, you think if you do the burst, and then you swap over to Nuvalet, you'd have three stacks, right? Then you could have an on demand.
I think. Yeah. Well, I think Ashta's gonna get taken out this turn here. I think.
Yeah. Well, let's see what happens. There's the Lotus.
Okay, no, they'll survive now.
Maybe Ashta survives.
Yeah. If they can chunk off some more shield, it'll be a little bit better.
Yes. Very unhealthy position.
Yeah. It kind of sucks for Mayoi right now because they're gonna have to waste his burst. Yeah.
All right, there's the burst. Taking out a decent chunk of shields. Down to 19 shields.
19. That'll just be enough.
There's the burst.
Yeah.
Ooh. Barely surviving with the Lotus as well, like you mentioned.
That Lotus was the whole difference right there. It blocks 3 damage, so 3 health left on Mayoi.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Barely alive. Timer's ticking because the last turns took so long. Yeah. Something's got to be played soon.
My mind
Switch over to Layla. It's gonna happen.
I need to get out.
Yeah, Crab on its own can't hit too hard. And you got power on everybody. So.
But Crab showing why. All right, here comes Sino.
Sino. Oh man. This is bad.
Sino looks very huge. Is this when you use the fast swap and get Nuvalet to freeze him?
Yeah, you should freeze him here.
He's pretty scary.
Yeah, you need to.
Tremble and
he's gonna go off here.
Oh, never mind. Ashtaha might get sacrificed.
He will. He's gonna get
Wants
taken
to
out here for
hold
sure.
on to that fast swap a little longer. Yeah, not many options other than you just gotta nuke him. The overload forcing the swap onto Layla. Ooh, doing solid melt damage as well. That is scary damage.
What is the play here, by the way?
Poor Princess, I think, was getting that additional die back at least, but goodness gracious, the overload forcing the swap back onto Layla is pretty
Thank you
rough.
for
Ain't
permitting.
gonna lie.
No,
There's the slow swap onto
me to
Nuvalet.
join you.
Is there anything else that Zero can do to generate more? I don't think so.
No, nothing else left in the tank there.
Yeah. Okay. There's a swap back.
That's
on.
a really good move. My
Oh
God,
my
I think Saito's
gosh.
gonna clean up here pretty soon.
I think you're right. I
Yeah.
mean, the pyro is just too much to handle.
Yeah, they need to bait
Overload
out
damage
this
is
freeze. Here.
Crazy. Here comes the weapon equip for
Yeah.
next turn. There, that was good. I think that's the smart play. You have to have turn priority, and knowing that it's unlikely that too much is going to come out. That's the one of the last things that Zero can do. Would be possible to play. Oh, that's the swap back to Sino. Interesting. Okay, that's the end of that round. Over for Zero. Draw coming out. Vonarana gonna save nothing because of the
I think
swap.
this is good for Zero. They go to the Sino because he does have his own helmet on, so he can absorb some of this hit coming from Nuvalet and take the freeze, and then they can just go back to Crab and just
Charge up some more.
What is Dice doing though?
That is kind of cruel.
Oh, okay,
Zero's
hang on.
dice not cooperating.
Yeah, that's not
With
good.
the play
Because
here.
they probably would have just gone back to Crab and just skill a few times just to keep building up
Right,
their shield.
but that is
But
not an easy option.
That's
That is
not it right
brutal.
now. No.
Quite cruel. Maybe the dice are wishing for a Mayoi win here.
Yeah,
Mayoi's
Nuvalet-
got turn priority though.
Nuvalet's got a good setup right now.
That's right.
Oh man.
Nuvalet has weapon equipped,
Yeah.
but bottom line, okay, here comes the normal. That's gonna heal up and also freeze on demand with Layla. Very important because that Sino was ready to
He was ready,
dish
yeah.
out some damage. So
His indwelling went down, so he's gonna have
that's
to.
true. That's true. But even so, I mean, like he's gonna be able to do overloads, and that can be
Lotus
painful.
back onto the Crab as.
All right,
yeah, that's a good move.
23 solid shields. Here comes the second part of the attack from Nuvalet, generating one more pyro die as well, which is definitely
Yeah,
very
for skill.
required.
Keep bringing
there's
those
the
shields
skill.
up.
Two more damage, 24 shields. So much damage to get through. Ooh. I don't know. I don't know how Nuvalet gets out of this one.
It's gonna be tough. Yeah, Crab just needs to just tank this whole round here. Wait for their Sino to get ready to go again.
Here's another normal attack. Reduced cost. You know, that's nice and all, but
Maybe you play your Vonarana and then your other Willow. It looks like I think they're. Oh, Merapede's in there too. I wonder what that's gonna go.
Meripede.
That'll be good to play.
Can you get Meripede to actually proc this turn though? Because otherwise it wouldn't happen, right?
They got rid of it anyway. I think maybe it's just too late to try to rely on
I
that.
think so.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't be able to get it available for next turn, so it's
Yeah.
unlikely to happen. All right, that's the second part of that coming out. That's the draw Weeping Willow card for Zero.
Yeah.
All right, so a round is over for Zero. In very good position, 21 shields, not needing the full 10 damage to take out this Nuvalet in this current state.
No, but
Golden House getting thrown out.
don't
gonna
count
see it.
Nuvalet out yet.
That's
He's
true.
very-
Never
more than
count
capable.
Nuvalet out. There's the burst. Coming out to do a little bit of damage.
Got
Piercing.
a source water drops back as well.
That's right. I don't know if there's. All right, there's going to be one treasure to heal. Timaeus is ready as well, but there's not much to reduce other than gamblers.
If Zero can draw something that can prevent damage on Crab, it's gonna be bad news for Mayoi because they're just gonna burst next turn.
Yeah, I mean, there goes another tuning. Do you throw Lumen Stone? No, there's the treasure back into the deck. Is the draw power going to be good enough to get those treasures? All right, that's the end of the round. This is a pretty long one here.
What I got here? Fast swap, helmets,
Ooh,
other.
not useful golden house for Mayoi. Unfortunately, Nuvolet last ditch effort to do some damage before the inevitable doom coming from. Well, okay, let's take a look at Layla's stacks though.
Zero's dice are cringing really hard right now though.
Zero's dice are not cooperating, and not a lot of cards either, despite drawing 4. A cruel twist of fate there.
I think they'll be fine. Mayoi doesn't have a freeze threat.
Mayoi still has the quick swap and could burst on Layla and freeze.
Oh yeah, you're right. Actually, you're right.
Still
they can do that.
Holding on to that quick swap for like 3 turns that I swore was gonna get played a while ago. Still possible.
That'll definitely prevent there, but
there's also a quick swap available on Zero, which could turn into some kills on Layla, and it's not like this. Even if you freeze the crab, it's not like those shields just go away. So still a burst waiting to happen.
I think it's Zero's turn here because you can swap.
You don't burst. You can't burst on him because I think Zero knows the quick swap has not been played yet.
Yeah, both sides haven't been played yet.
That's right. That's right. It's been very steady and slow. All right, there's the burst. You gotta bait it out, spending those dice. I don't know if there's a chance that Mayoi has other than just freezing the crab.
They have to freeze. They gotta go to Layla right now.
There's no shot of survival. Amazing play though. I love this coming out.
And why?
Yeah, they might shield too, just because it will fire off a shard still. They don't have to burst necessarily.
Yeah,
and they can keep some shields out of it for some survivability.
Yeah, you might be able to freeze a second target if you switch back to Nuvolet.
Don't be scared.
Here comes the burst. All right, that's gonna freeze up the crab, generating a 3rd stack ready. That's another on-demand cryo ready.
Yeah.
With 3 Hydro dice and a Dendro for potentially a swap back to Nuvolet.
Good heads up play.
Still, Zero has just the worst dice ever, but still some options.
Do they quick swap Layla and just normal?
Keep Layla alive. I mean, it's a little risky though, because then you know Timaeus is on the field, Gambler's likely available, which it is, of course, for Mayo that we know that, but Zero probably assuming it's available, and then can you do more with Nuvolet? I mean, Nuvolet is unfortunately out of source water droplets. So
I think Zero just tanks everything here because they're fine. They're not being threatened right now. Keep everyone
just wait
else
it out
here. Yeah, let Indwelling kind of keep going up.
Yeah, it's true. It's just gonna keep charging up shields.
I don't know. What did they do?
There's the swap to Layla.
Do you think Gamblers and Layla normal? Get some dice? Gamblers is free right now. They could totally
Gamblers
do it.
is free. Is that something you want to put on Layla though?
Well, they lose it here. Oh.
So if you use your Gamblers, then you don't have it for any other kills, but
whoever Mayoi takes out though, that cryo is gonna go to either Sino or the crab.
Good point. That would proc after the attack if an attack were to happen. And then, I mean, you can't put it on. Well, both targets are quite threatening. I mean, even one attack from Sino this round or next could be devastating to that.
Sino definitely takes out Nuvolet next turn there.
Yeah, that's pretty nasty. I think the normal is going to come out like you predicted.
They're going to Gamblers though. I wonder if they're.
You got to put Gamblers. You still one treasure in hand as well. So there's a little bit of additional dice generation plus healing that could be used for someone else.
I mean, if you do it now because you get a free 2 dice after this.
Yeah. I don't know if Mayoi makes it out of this. There's a lot of power still in Zero's hand, and let's face it, 26 health to cut through on that crab. There's not a lot of power left to take out that much damage before he gets you.
Oh my gosh, this round's still going.
It's all right. Lumen Stone also getting
Gamblers and skill, maybe.
Is the play to use skill instead then to continue getting stacks up? Treasure getting also no gamblers.
I think this is just to keep the stacks of Layla's
Right, you want the
passive
stacks
up high.
up.
Yeah,
that's right. So which character is gonna take one of those hits? That's gonna be the cryo. Not applying though because we went right past it.
Yeah, don't forget Layla's summon there too to apply cryo and.
That's true. That's a good point. That's a good point. That will be fairly valuable.
Oh my gosh.
I'll get cryo on all fronts here. And let's face it, Layla's still alive. 4 effective health. You know, that's not an irrelevant amount. Mario is still in this. Dice not cooperating on that first roll. Doing a little bit better on the second with 4 Omnis. Let's see how Zero's done. Lots of Pyro dice on Zero's side. Probably exactly what he's looking for. Plus tenacity still. I don't think it was tenacity. It was the other one. But still 2 shields on Sino as well.
This is gonna be tricky, actually.
Yeah, unless if Mario can just freeze over and over again. That crab is a ticking time bomb.
They need to freeze, but oh man, if they swap to New Valette, they know they can't because that Sino is right there. They know they have that quick swap.
Yeah, quick swap on Zero. Really smart to just hold on to that.
Yeah.
No need to play it early. Very valuable tool. It's not like Catherine either, where it is telegraphed. It is hidden. So just always lingering doubt on Mayo's side.
They know it's there for sure. They have to do something.
Oh, here comes the shields increasing and the reduced damage, like you mentioned.
Yeah, just skill. Don't need
2
to do
damage
else.
to the shields, and actually gonna instantly take out Layla.
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know. I mean, you can freeze him, but then you quick
Mayoi
swap.
plays treasure here. They have to.
Yeah, you gotta get Nouvelette healed up as much as possible. There's not really many options at this point.
Wait a minute. Hang on, is that enough? No, they can freeze for sure.
At least it's a freeze plus source water droplets.
Oh, more treasure. I think that that takes Nouvelette out of lethal range here at least.
Yeah, at least he won't get one-shotted. But boy, is there a lot of damage waiting.
There's a prepare skill coming up with Nouvelette.
That's true. It's gonna do a lot of damage.
Yeah, can't just switch to Sino.
You can't switch and you can't attack. You have to switch. You have to quick swap. I don't think there's another option.
Yeah, you have to do a bunch of damage to Nuvi right here for sure.
And it has to. If you do a quick swap, at least you're doing. Well, if you quick swap, and then you get your one attack, and then Nouvelette continues, then you can burst, right? I mean, I don't.
My God.
I think Sino has the means to do that.
I think.
Liben's getting played.
I think actually, yeah, you don't go to Sino yet. You wait.
You wait this entire. You round.
Might have to.
How much damage is Nouvelette gonna do?
Right. Oh, right
is
now.
Is it 4? Is it 5?
It won't be enough to take out the crab, that's for sure.
Well, sure, but what about for Sino?
4 indwelling stacks.
Oh, there's the
they're
quick
gonna
swap.
go for it, maybe?
It's going. All right. Of course, there's no swap.
I don't think it lethals here. I can't remember.
No. This is a lot. It's 6 damage, but there's enough energy for the burst. Nouvelette's forced to do the attack for 3. I think that burst is gonna.
Yeah, actually.
That burst is gonna.
Oh my! Wait a minute.
Normal
Sino with the finish.
Yes,
What the heck?
Sino's got this. Sino for the win. 1-1. Zero ties it up. Oh my gosh! Sino did get the win on the board with the crab.
Wow.
Beautiful to watch. Sino dishing out damage.
Oh, Leah's gonna be happy about this.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, a long game, but Sino playing the big brain plays, waiting in the wings, the crab tanking and doing tons of damage. Yeah. The Mayoi's stall Ajdaha was not enough to do enough damage to cut through that shield.
Yeah,
really, I think that was the name of the game.
It's very good that Nouvelette didn't have that on-demand freeze there. I think Zero must have been playing around that. Just finding that opening for Sino to come in and smack.
Because you could freeze the crowd, but there's two threats on the field. And you know, Sino was able to survive long enough to just man, there's so much of that game was just watching the slow calculations of everyone doing what they needed to do. Credit to Mayoi for defending as long as possible, but I mean, Nuvlet's forced into that. There's nothing else that can be done.
It was very close to a very Nuvlet versus Crab showdown there, but yeah, that quick stop right there was the key for Zero to pull the rest of this off.
Oh my, even better news. We get to see Klee and her bad influences go against Layla and the dragons.
This is going to be a very fast match.
This is exciting because there's so much potential damage and nonsense, and we just don't see these characters very much. You know, is the bottom line. So I'm excited to see this because, you know, like I said, we've seen lots of meta picks. Oddly enough, I've barely even seen the Fatuizan that was so hyped up because it's just been like countered or not, you know, banned. So it's interesting, but now we get to see something unique, and we'll see if Zero can pull off with this less traditional deck, I guess we'll say.
It still follows the same formula for a lot of the overload teams that have been playing in the tournament. Klee especially is a big proponent of it. Manifestation has proven itself as to be a very strong follow-up there. Fatui Agent, you don't normally see as much these days, but
yeah,
Zero
we used to
is
see a
kind of
little
going
more.
for that off pick, yeah.
Yeah, here it is. Unlucky Roller Zero living up to his name. Oh my gosh, some of those dice. And the Dice Magician on Mayo's side there. All right, let's see which cards are going to get mulliganed off.
Zero might keep the artifact. Ooh, they got interesting. They're running Joyous Celebration. Okay, they can keep it.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to get some descriptions of some of these cards because I don't even know.
Okay, so Joyous Celebration. So what it does, if you play it, it'll put the element of your active character across your entire team. It's a great way to get a free cleanse, basically.
That's right. That's right.
Very particular, very defensive card.
Yeah, it's very defensive because obviously you don't want to mess yourself up and put an unnecessary.
This actually will be really especially handy against Mayoi, who has on-demand freezes. You can like deny a lot of it this time.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Zero having a decent amount of experience against this deck and player now, seeing what can be done. All right, Mayoi is up first. 2 Timaeus is in play. And I think that's a treasure-seeking Sealy?
Yes.
Plus strategize.
Yeah. They got a pretty decent hand here, actually.
Little tiny bit of Goro and Kokomi poking their heads out behind the screen there.
Just the back of Goro's
just
ear right
just
there,
a little bit. That's a little bit. That's fine.
I actually forgot he was in that card.
How dare you, I think that's what I would say to that. Layla's shield coming out with the elemental skill, 1 stack of the shooting stars. Now back over to the to Zero side with the Fatui Agent, who comes in stealth. 2 shields. What a jerk.
Yeah, Fatui Agent actually with its history. I kind of joined TCG when he kind of fell out actually, so I haven't really seen this card played too much.
Poor guy fell out. I guess he wasn't doing well with his agent.
No.
Zero deciding what to do with plenty of 0 cost cards in hand, ready with that Arcane Legend card that you mentioned. All right, just a normal physical attack to generate some energy.
Swap on the Mayoi side. Mayoi. They don't have enough for Lieben to go off here unless they tune something, which they might do, or they play Kokomi to see what else they could get.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to get some more cards in hand for sure, if at all possible. One thing to note about, you know, what's interesting to see about the Fatui Agent is his burst is just damage. There's no utility. It's just straight 5 pyro damage, 3 dice, 2 energy, pretty basic stuff. One of the older characters that just is like, I'm going to hit you.
Yep.
And that's very different from so many of the characters that are being played in the current meta, where it's like super utility and other stuff. And like, yes, you've got your Chongyuns of the world that kind of just still smack, but we don't see the burst being the priority for that character as much, as just getting the frost fields out.
Zero's team is especially going to be good for this kind of thing because they want to go fast now.
Yeah, they just want to slap them. So it's Treasure Seeking Sealy getting thrown out. Lieben is going to be played to ramp up for next turn, and that's the end of the round. Yeah,
that is a fair exchange, I think, because Sealy just draws you 3 cards. Lieben will give you 2, and then 2 Omni dice off of that. So that's probably the best card you can play. The 2 here.
Unfortunate that the dice didn't work out in Mayoi's favor to just play it, but that was what needed to happen. All right.
Looky here. For 2 agent ready to burst, and it's gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Oh,
very big damage already. Lots of cards being played. Vanarana is gonna save 2 dice as well for 0. So lots of dice to play with for this next turn. Fairly simple opening play here, just to do big damage potentially. I'm sure Mayoi is gonna have to think about what this means for her. Ooh, lots of Omni dice. Plus Lieben helping out, so tons of dice. That dice magic working quite well, I'd say. True dice magician over here on Mayoi's side to get 5 Omnis. Of course, some of that is just through good, careful play of trading the dice from the last round over for Lieben. Zero has 10 dice as well. No Omnis sadly for him, but 4 Pyros and 4 Electros. Treasure Seeking Sealy being played on Mayoi's side now to redeem its fallen brethren that was tuned away.
Oh no. Oh geez.
You'll have to find the treasure for both, buddy. But there comes out one crowd. All right, the swap onto Klee actually is going to happen.
Yeah, so Klee equipped an artifact earlier, which will help reduce the cost of some of their abilities.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's very important right now to try and get Klee's burst going here, so Mayoi can apply a lot of self pyro.
Yeah, lots of energy required for that, but Klee has some ways to reduce some costs, so that's going to be very helpful. Like you mentioned, Mayoi deciding after the swap what to do with those 6 dice. And do you stay on Layla and burst as a potential, or do you start swapping other characters?
Mayoi needs to find a way to slow them down. So I think, getting their summon out here is good. Get the cryos out so you have access to freezes on everybody.
That's right. Freeze is going to slow the game down a bit, making sure... All right, there's the elemental skill coming out. That's going to give possibility for some cost reduction for this Dark Child.
Zero's got a Woven in hand too. So yeah, Klee very likely could get their burst up this turn. Not out, but definitely ready to go here.
Yeah, for those of you at home that don't know how Jumpy Dumpty works on Klee, that's the elemental skill. Does 3 damage, and you gain Explosive Spark. When the character gets to use a charge attack, they spend 1 less pyro die, and they deal 1 extra damage and is 1 single usage. So that's going to be a reduced charged attack, if at all possible. Very similar, actually, to how Klee works in the normal main game. So that's pretty cool. Always amazed, honestly, how well these characters are adapted to just be like their main game counterparts. Clock's ticking for Mayoi. 3 dice to play with. Normal attack comes out just to take some more damage and deal some more damage to Klee. Lots of cards in hand. Gonna have to play a few.
Woven comes out. Okay, right. Normal attack on Klee.
Yeah, Klee can do the charged attack now, increasing the damage by 1 to up to 2. More importantly, reducing the cost down.
Hang on. No dice left on Mayoi's side here to play.
Yeah, that's going to be real tricky.
Klee needs to get their burst out now. I think Zero's going to find a way to do this.
Yeah, Klee's burst will be quite necessary. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Klee's burst, unlike the main game, persists, correct?
Yeah.
For other characters.
Adds as a debuff onto the opponent's side, and every time they do an action, they'll take 2 pyro damage.
Right. So unlike the main game where if you swap off Klee during her burst, it just disappears, or maybe does something with the constellation, but either way, it does not do consistent damage. Now it's gonna do consistent stuff on the other side, and that can be pretty nasty.
1,
all
2,
right,
3,
that's
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh no, Mayoi overdrew. They're gonna lose a card next turn.
Really unfortunate, but unfortunately, those 0-cost cards are way too valuable to use now. So
they couldn't even play anything. Actually, there's nothing.
Yeah.
They could have actually played their quick swap, and then that would have been okay.
We know how much Mayoi likes to hold on to that quick swap. Oh, brutal takedown.
I mean, if they play quick swap, it still persists into the next round because it doesn't fade
does
away.
it? Oh, okay.
No,
Well,
not on this one.
that
They
could be
should have done
something.
that.
A little bit of telegraphing, but all right. Here's actually the swap over to Pyro Fatui agent.
Yeah.
And
Likely to eat any freeze attempts. Okay.
yeah, there's
Boar
one
Princess
Boar
gone.
Princess got eaten up by overdraw, but the other one actually stays in hand.
Yeah. So that's not
See
too
how the
bad.
dice, if the dice magician can do something now, that fast swap being really necessary. Lots of dice once again
think-
to play with for Zero.
It's gonna be tricky.
Yeah, Mayo is kind of on the back foot with 2 bursts ready.
Oh.
Solid damage.
Mayo's dice cringe too, actually. That's not
is
good.
Nasty.
Ugh.
As much as I'm sure, you know, Mayo wants to play some cards, I don't think just tuning them for for your bad luck is not how you want to be spending those cards. You know, the Asia talent card is still available. Lumenstone's coming out first. Hopefully going to generate that Omni this turn. There's Strategize as well.
I don't know if this is a good idea.
I think Mayo is out of options is the problem.
Mayo needs to find ways to freeze right now. And I see a few lanes that they could do, but yeah, they need to try and get some dice out too. But
Yeah.
Zero is going to run right now.
Yeah, Zero has tons of damage like ready to go with those bursts. That's some nasty damage and like not to mention 10 dice, and Mayo doesn't know this, but those dice are looking pretty good.
Oh, really?
All right, there's the talent
I don't know.
being played.
I don't know if Arcane is going to help here.
I don't think it's. I mean, whether Mayo knows it or not, I don't think it's going to make a huge difference.
I think
there's some.
Mayo's going to burst here no matter what.
Yeah, here's the burst for 5 solid damage, just going through straight away. No shields to block any of it. That is brutal. The absorption coming in as well for Pyro on Ajdaha. But man, it's a tough position to be in. You know,
this is fire manifestation, by the way. Now.
Yeah, I mean, geez.
Yeah, fire station. We like to call this deck.
Yeah, call someone call the fire station because we're gonna need to put this out. It's you know, there's potentially some good melt damage that can happen from Ajdaha, but that's not gonna be enough, I don't think, to get anything done before getting.
They have the pyro move right now. Yeah. But I think Zero wants them to give them the free swap here. I think that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, time's ticking down right now. Lots of cards to play and a decent amount of dice still, but I don't think there's a lot of great options. All right, here comes the Lotus. Lotus onto Ajdaha. That's going to reduce 3 damage on the next attack. And it also resets the timer by just a little bit.
They don't want to attack though. They want to keep this freeze.
No, I get you. That's totally fair. Like you need to stall a little bit more, but I mean, you know, there's 5 damage, pretty significant damage coming out. Plus the Layla proc is going to happen, which is nice. Putting the Pyro Agent in very critical health. No fast swap available either on Zero's side. So that
they want the free takeout. Oh, they might swap the manifest. Yeah, they're gonna do that.
There's manifestation swap.
Yeah.
What do you think? Okay, so this is a tricky position. Granted, Zero does have some pretty unhealthy targets, but this Thunder Manifestation's a menace now.
Yeah.
What is the win condition for Mayue? Like, because you can freeze some, but that may not. If you don't get the kill, they're just they're gonna get you next turn. So, what do you do in order to actually win this game?
You definitely need to try, this for one, to prevent them from doing anything. I don't know if anything.
I don't know if that's going to make a huge difference, unfortunately.
I think that's only Tandoor in their hand right now, so yeah, they're trying to, they're preventing that.
The Pyro Resonance damage increase card also.
I think that's Khalees. I can't tell who that one is.
Yeah, it's hard to, it's only 1 cost, so that's why I assumed. All right, that's going to... Sorry.
Mayoi definitely needs to find ways to start freezing them, though, just to slow them down quite a bit.
Okay.
But
There is no
All right, here comes an elemental skill, 3 damage onto
pain.
Thunder Manifestation. Gonna get 1 stack of Shooting Star.
another one of those. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Okay. Another card draw comes out for 0 from that heart artifact.
Do you want to force? Because you want to kind of keep manifestation here to be the cleanup after they get pyro and everybody.
Yeah, ideally so. Unfortunately, Klee was not able to get her burst out either.
Yeah. But I think what they're Zero right now is concerned if they have any extra dice that they can play. Because if not, Zero is definitely going to try and get Klee's burst out here.
I'm trying to think. Do you think Zero? I mean, Zero's has to have tracked that treasure has not been played yet.
No.
And
for sure.
We
it's
know
early for it too.
Sure. But the point is being that there's definitely no treasure in that hand. There could be harps and other artifacts to
gilded,
potentially gilded, right, to get some other dice. But is that going to be well, of course we know that is not there.
Wait a minute, are they gonna just
end turn and not deal with the Lotus? Double Vanarana would grab 4 of those dice. No, I'm actually.
they are okay.
Yeah,
I think that's actually a pretty good move. They avoided the Lotus.
Avoid the Lotus.
Manifestation isn't technically in any problem here either.
Yeah, manifestation's pretty healthy. The cryo will get put on.
Yeah.
At the end of turn with the Layla summon, but Mayoi now considering her own options. Ending round as well, so that will do it for that round. Ooh, man. All right, there's the cryo application.
Klee abilities are getting cheaper by the second.
4 dice.
Liar song.
So available from Vanarana. That's going to really increase the possibilities for Zero's turn. All right, let's see how the dice favored them this time. That's 12 whole dice to play.
Wait, hang on, wait. No. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
I saw something else.
That is a lot of electro dice.
You know what Zero could do right now? Pop choice. Yeah, they did. Ooh. Yeah. That takes away all the cryo.
No. It is cleansed. The world is cleansed.
Yeah. So
everyone is clean.
Yeah. No immediate freezes this time.
Spelled Kleen, yeah. Of course.
So what happens here is that Zero just takes out Ajita with a skill.
Oh. Man.
Forces over to Nuvolette. Nuvolette has to do like 1 hit, but he can't freeze anything right away, which allows Zero to do like another skill just to get Electron.
Oh gosh.
Then forces swap maybe over to Klee, who will just like burst.
I don't know. How much damage is Ajdaha's burst gonna do here?
Ajdaha will do 6, I think.
Yeah, but Ajdaha
4 plus 1, 5. He'll do 5 total here.
So Ajdaha, even if survives, wouldn't be able to get a roll. Here comes the skill. That's
he won't survive. No way.
He's done. He's out.
He will not.
All right. Goodbye, Ajdaha.
Yeah. Yeah. So Nuvolette can't freeze here now. Man.
Field. Yeah.
Joy is coming in clutch. That's insane.
That was crazy good.
Wait. Zero has a quick swap too. Oh boy.
Oh,
okay.
No.
Yeah.
So do you think the play is you got to put Electro on first?
Well, Zero's gonna get Electron no matter what here. For Mayoi doesn't have source water droplets. They have to do skill though, just to get.
Yeah, there's the skill to generate some droplets.
Now they can't freeze anybody here, so I think Mayoi, all they need to do is just do a regular get Electro on them, probably by skill just for that extra bit of damage.
Sure.
But Mayoi heals after that. It's gonna be tricky.
Yeah, maybe I mean, they don't have a ton of pyro dice either, but not that they don't have cards to deal with that potentially in hand.
The thing is, now, if no weapon yet either. I don't think they lethal Zero here on the next hit. Because actually, maybe they do. Because no, they're not prepare skilled yet. Okay.
Ooh, 4 damage though.
Yeah,
coming out pretty big.
So
not irrelevant. you know, if the quick swap happens and that is the Pyro Resonance card, then that's extra damage, and that's just it.
I think so. Yeah, Mayoi's gonna normal freeze manifestation. Zero's gonna quick swap to Klee,
and just slap him. I mean, you got I think that's gonna do it. Let's see if the play comes out.
Quick swap to Klee bursts.
Yeah, if you burst with, if that is truly the Pyro Resonance.
Yeah,
here's
here
the
it
quick
is.
swap.
Burst has a discount.
Oh, this could be.
They might go. They might go. Okay,
No,
they go
it's
to
Klee. It's gotta be Klee.
Yeah.
Tune.
They're gonna
Hold
burst
that.
here. They have
One
to burst
more.
here.
Yeah, but if they just
It won't take out right away.
yeah, that's true. It's 8 health to get through. There's the extra damage coming out from Pyro Resonance. There's the skill.
Oh, it does it
That's
enough.
it.
Okay, it does. Okay.
Yep, it's a ton of
miscalculated.
damage. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
The little monster Klee coming out clutch and doing 8 whole damage just to finish Nuvolet off before any healing. I mean, I think Zero had Nuvolet dead to rights anyway, but that was it right there. What amazing play. Zero comes back from the reverse sweep. And
A classic from Fire Station. A very strong team overall. Always one of the faster decks we'll see. Definitely got the cards they needed to. Yeah, they definitely got set up a lot faster than Mayoi. That's kind of the problem with the Nuvolet deck. You need some time to set up and kind of control with freezes, but they weren't able to do that because this team just goes really fast with how fast they can get damage.
And not to mention, of course, the moment when it was all very over was cleansing. The Super Conduct dealing 0 damage and everyone is cleansed.
Yeah.
No reactions left other than that one last freeze, and that was just a massive amount of overloading. I mean, goodness gracious, that was so much damage from Klee.
Joyous Celebration doesn't get played very often, but it's for those particular moments like that. It's just like when they're like perfect time for it to get played.
Well, I think it's a perfect time for a Joyous Celebration for Zero, because congratulations that you get to move on in the bracket on D. What exciting games for D. Here's the bracket now. Nahida and Zero, who we saw win today, they'll be up against each other, and Meteor and Mayoi will continue on in the lower bracket and fight for their right to continue. Crazy games, though.
Yeah. The next weekend, we'll see the rest of the gang take over on the last 2 days of this Prince Cup qualifier here, though. So
that's right. And but I mean, I think that's all the games that we have for today. Rin, any parting words that you have for this one?
I am just glad that we had a very aggressive deck finally today.
Yeah, we had some crazy aggression and really kind of coming against like that kind of slower but not fully stall Nuvolet style deck, but like, you know, one that wants to do some damage and medium speed. Really, the aggression took over and completely took over on that last one. So
yeah, it's nice to see Sino come out as well as Klee.
Yes,
you don't see Klee very
the
often
Sino victory was so great. I mean, Overload doing massive damage. All right, well, yeah, I think, like I said, that's going to do it for us. This is actually my last cast for now, but thank you all for being so wonderful, and thank you, Rin, Leah, and the rest of the cast and our crew just for having me, and it's been a wonderful time. So thank you so much, and I hope to do some more in the future.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Corey. And also, don't forget, if any of you watching at home want to join these kind of events, maybe even cast yourselves, make sure to follow the Aster Carnival over on Twitch, Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube for more information. But other than that, we are done, right, Corey? So
yes, that's it. All right, follow all the socials, and I guess we'll see you next week for some more Group D.
Yeah, see you guys next weekend. Have a wonderful rest of your night.
All right, see ya.